Chapter 25. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song began again after he finally got her undivided attention. I'm seeking to recruit for my sect. Do you want to learn to go against the heavens and cultivate to immortality? Medusa stared at him silently. Quote. Ocean Song didn't know what to say next. That was the entirety of his sales pitch. He didn't put much thought into this. My name is Ocean Song. I know who you are. Medusa cut him off. I wouldn't be surprised if every monster on the East Coast knows who you are at this point. She added with a snort. Ocean Song was giddy. A proper cultivator should have a certain renown spread by word of mouth due to his deeds. Wonderful. Do you want to join my sect? I have no idea what that is. She said dryly. And since you aren't here to kill me, I assume you want something from me since you offered to turn me back to normal. To Medusa, that was a bold claim. She was personally cursed by Athena, one of the Olympians. The curse couldn't be undone by anyone other than a god. No other gods would cross her for a monster's sake. Even the gods that hated Athena didn't see it worth the hassle just to spite her without any tangible benefit. I would teach you to cultivate. You can change yourself. Ocean Song smiled. Farming. Medusa said in confusion. How does farming fix me? Ocean Song pursed his lips because he realized there was a bit of a misunderstanding going on. Not that type of cultivation, the type of cultivation where you become immortal. Ocean Song corrected. I'm already immortal. Medusa pointed out. That's the wrong kind of immortal. There are wrong kinds of immortal. Well, do you like respawning in Tartarus after you die? Ocean Song retorted. Medusa gave that a simple thought, and she felt like he had a point. No monster enjoyed dying, then coming back to life in Tartarus, then having to climb their way back out and sneak out of the underworld. It's why, despite them being immortal, they treated their lives rather valuably, even if they could come back. I still have no idea what you're talking about. I'm offering you the chance to be something more. More. She repeated rather expressionlessly. Is this how you want to keep living your life? Hiding in a secluded and hidden residence. Worried about when the next hero is going to come, dictated by fate, to take your head from some inflated sense of purpose and honor. Medusa felt her hands tighten. It wasn't a fear of death, it was a fear of certainty. It wasn't a matter of if, but when, a hero came and killed her. That's how it was, that's how it always was. The hero slays the monster, that's how it's always been. She said quietly, knowing her own place in life. That's been the fate of us since our births. The only solace I have is that I can take some with me before I die again. And the cycle will repeat, over and over. Do you want to keep living this pitiful life? She finally showed more emotion, scowling in anger with arms crossed. What am I supposed to do? What can I do? How many thousands of years old am I at this point, and nothing has ever changed? I'll teach you. Ocean Song's tone softened. I'll teach you to take your fate into your own hands. Your destiny will be of your own choosing. She let out a self-deprecating laugh. It's that easy, is it? No, it won't be easy. You may die a more excruciating death than you ever had before. You may run afoul of the heavens and be erased in your entirety. But I can promise you that I will stand at your side and weather any storm together. Ocean Song said solemnly. Medusa didn't know why she was feeling these emotions in her heart. She wasn't swooning or having her heart beat faster, it wasn't any sort of attraction of that sort. No, it was something she hadn't felt in a long time that made it just a little bit harder for her to breathe. The idea that someone would care for her again. This monster she didn't know came here and started spouting those nonsensical words right to her, and for some reason, she was willing to believe him. For some reason, she could feel the genuineness in each of the words he spoke. This feeling she hadn't felt since her sister had faded long ago. For Ocean Song, he wasn't oblivious to her existence. That is to say, he knew that the statues that littered her property were not simply artistic renditions. At the same time, he was also away, so she didn't go out and hunt. She didn't leave her home, all the ones she turned to stone had come to her. Ocean Song walked the righteous path. And the most righteous action he could take, would it not be for him to offer the demon a chance to turn away from the demonic Tao? She didn't immediately take his hand, despite the impulse to do so. She was hardened and disillusioned with the world enough to keep her apathy even with all the promises he made. You said I could look normal again. She fidgeted with the snakes that were her hair. They hissed lightly, keeping to behind the veil she wore. I didn't always look this handsome. Ocean Song said smoothly. Medusa raised an eyebrow, inspecting him again. She could freely admit he was, in fact, rather handsome. If it were a different situation, less emotional or stressful, she may have paid a bit more attention to it as well. She still had almost no idea what he was talking about, but she did believe him. She believed that she could change her looks, she was just confused on how to do it so far. I have something for you to consider. Ocean Song raised a finger. What? What could you possibly say that's so convincing? She crossed her arms, still having trouble humoring his nonsense despite her own turbulent emotions. What is there to lose by accepting? Medusa wanted to retort, but no words could come out of her mouth. What did she have to lose? Family. She no longer had any. Friends, lovers. There was no one. She was utterly alone. Pride. She didn't say it out loud, but what pride did she have left? She had been stomped into the ground so many times over the years that she held no pride in her own existence. As if reading her mind, Ocean Song spoke up again. I will make it so you can proudly announce your name again. Another crack formed in her hesitation, in her reluctance. It was enough that all of it began to come crumbling down. What is it you want from me? Some sort of eternal servitude, a willing servant. She spoke rather sarcastically, but, even if he said yes, she wasn't sure she would reject him at this point. A sect is about mutual support. Ocean Song smiled. Sect members are family. I want your loyalty, but in return, I will give you mine as well. Medusa cursed in her mind because his stupid smile was so sincere, and it made her have trouble giving a rebuttal. She forced herself to once more act contradictory to some of her own internal desires. I want something. If you can give it to me, I'll agree to whatever nonsense you want. What do you want? Ocean Song tilted his head. Something I've wanted for thousands of years. Medusa took a deep breath. It was something she dreamed about for a long time. It was both simple and impossibly unreachable. You are a son of Poseidon. I want Poseidon to apologize to me for what happened to me. It was partly a heartfelt desire from her and partly a test. She wanted to see what lengths he would go to if he truly was to hold to his words. To get a god, even his own father, to apologize. You would be better off asking him for his trident. Gods don't apologize. Medusa saw Ocean Song's silent expression, and in her heart, she sighed, knowing it was too good to be true. Okay. Excuse me. Medusa blurted back out. Give me a moment, I got an idea. Ocean Song hushed her and began building a makeshift shrine. Medusa watched in confusion until it was constructed, and her eyes widened. Stepmother. Ocean Song called out across the world, and he felt the presence on the other end answer. You're alive. The voice came through. Hang on, let me come over there. Before Ocean Song could respond, the Queen of Atlantis appeared in a projected body above the makeshift shrine, stepping down onto the land next to him. She put a hand on his cheek and hummed. Your father will be happy to know you're alive. It will take more than death to stop me. Ocean Song said proudly. Amphitrite blinked, looking at him strangely before just patting his head helplessly. She already knew her stepson was strange. Where is father, stepmother? Ocean Song asked. Amphitrite turned and pointed towards the commotion still happening on Olympus. Oh, right. Ocean Song nodded. What did you call me for, dear? She, truthfully, was sort of fond of this weird Cyclops. He was a big change from her husband's usual indiscretions, a breath of fresh air. His usual spawn were always so arrogant, just because they came from his loins. She often had to let them understand where they truly stood. But this stepson of hers was polite and entertaining without her having to do anything. Ocean Song raised his hand, pointing at Medusa. This is. I know who she is. Amphitrite kept her loose smile, but her tone was noticeably icy. Why did you bring me to one of my husband's indiscretions? I know you wouldn't do that just to insult me. She patted Ocean Song's cheek again, but it was a bit less affectionate. I want her to join my sect. What's a sect? A mutually supportive group with the purpose of cultivating. Ocean Song did his best to explain. She understood some of that. She could vaguely guess that he meant it as some sort of group that would be loyal to him. The concept wasn't new to her. And she wanted to know why he called her. She wants an apology from father before joining. Ocean Song said helplessly. And why did you call me, my dear stepson? She narrowed her eyes. Because stepmother is much scarier than father. Ocean Song replied without missing a beat. The goddess put a hand on his cheek again and smiled brightly. Good answer. She turned to look at Medusa, who nearly recoiled under her gaze. She stared for a long time before finally letting out a small sigh. I'll have him apologize, but you'll owe me a favor in the future. She returned to a more good-natured tone, speaking to Ocean Song. As long as it doesn't go against my Tao heart, stepmother, I will walk through fire and ice for you. Amphitrite shook her head with a small laugh before disappearing. Well, that settles that. Ocean Song clapped his hands. Anything else? He looked at Medusa. No. She was still not over the shock of the goddess suddenly appearing in front of her. Wonderful, welcome to our sect. I don't have a name for it yet, but I'll think of something. And where is this sect you speak of? I haven't made it yet. Ocean Song replied jovially. We need to find a mountain to set up on. Why a mountain? Because all proper cultivators set their sects up on mountains. He said it as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. And Medusa suddenly had certain thoughts about this whole matter. And we'll need to get you a sword too. Why? She dared to ask. Because, we're a sword sect. Ocean Song nodded to himself as he awkwardly stumbled into an answer. I don't know how to use a sword. Medusa said dryly. It's okay, I can teach you. Is there anything you are knowledgeable about? Any weapons you've used before? I used to use a whip, but I lost it some centuries ago and never bothered with it again. Ocean Song's eyes lit up. Have you ever heard of a whipsword? Medusa let out a soft groan. But in her mind, she admitted, things could certainly be much worse. At the very least, this time, she felt like she wouldn't be lonely when she died. Line break. Hades had his hands behind his back as he walked up the steps of Mount Olympus. He was far from unfamiliar with this place, but he also doesn't come all too often. As his nephew put it, he doesn't have a throne here, so why bother? Part of the mountain erupted, and he noticed Hephaestus go flying out of it, rubble and all. He hit the steps, tumbling down a few times before finally stopping. The god of the forge met Hades' eyes, nodded, and jumped back up. Hades tilted his head upwards, and if you listen closely, you could hear the thunderous roars and godly might being thrown around haphazardly. But in particular, you could hear something very specific. Where's your lightning bolt, huh? Where's your lightning bolt? A taunting voice was only barely heard amidst the crackles of lightning that accompanied Zeus's distinct annoyed shout. Hades recognized the one doing the taunting. It was almost certainly Indra, the Hindu god of lightning. Hades didn't know why, but it seemed like lightning gods never got along. Hades had almost no problems with fellow deities of the same domain in comparison, so he couldn't understand it. There was plenty of shouting and arguing going on. If a mortal saw this, they might think that there was a war raging, but truthfully, this was pretty common godly politics. That's not to say Zeus wasn't getting a good smacking, because Hades could see that much, but this was a fairly common thing that happened with various pantheons that came together. Casually, Hades continued to stroll upwards until he reached the throne room itself. Everyone noticed Hades' presence, but they were all mostly too busy with their own matters. Athena was arguing with about a dozen gods, doing her best to keep this amicable and the fighting to a minimum. Zeus and Indra were raging at each other in the sky. Susano and Poseidon were throwing storms at each other, though he noticed that his brother was winning. He saw Apollo being pressed down by a different sun and traced the source to an elegantly dressed lady sitting next to Hestia at the hearth. Amaterasu was here too. A large feathered serpent threw Hephaestus through the mountain again before turning into a humanoid shape and joining Hestia and Amaterasu at the hearth. Quetzalcoatl had given him quite the thrashing. Ares was currently fighting several war gods, and Aphrodite was keeping her own against several deities with similar domains as well. Hades hummed to himself as he noticed the Morrigan slapping Artemis across the throne room as another deity joined in, and they double-teamed her. Frankly, it was chaos. However, it hadn't crossed the line. There was no strict place for this proverbial line, but everyone kept things just underneath what was acceptable, or what would escalate things beyond repair. That isn't to say none of them were pissed off. The majority of the Olympians involved were utterly furious. Zeus, while Hades called it a spat in his head, was fully raging and getting his pride trampled on. However, no one wanted a full-scale pantheon war. Even Zeus, at his most paranoid, and his pride trampled, was smart enough to avoid that unless things reached a breaking point. Funnily enough, what was salvaging this entire situation was that the Olympians were being teamed up against. It was the fact that after everything settled, they could claim they were teamed up against to retain their own bruised pride and egos. Hello, sister. Hades said with a rare affection in his tone. Hades. Hestia smiled despite the utter chaos happening. I'm happy to see you come up and join us. And Amaterasu and Quetzalcoatl. I can't remember the last time we met. It wasn't that long ago, Hades. Amaterasu glared at him. Ah, are you still holding a grudge over the war? Did I not apologize for that already? Hades sighed. Amaterasu harumphed and said nothing further. She most certainly held a grudge that Athena was the one who secretly coaxed the mortals into developing a certain weapon that was dropped on Japan. Obviously this was at Zeus's order. Though, her annoyance with Hades was to a much lesser extent. Her annoyance came from the fact that her people followed along with his child in the stupid war in the first place. It was no secret that a certain German leader during the Second World War was actually Hades' child. What was kept out of the history books for the ones under the Greeks and Romans was that the oaths to swear off demigod children for the Big Three was partly due to pressure from outside. The Second World War was almost entirely because the demigod children of the Greeks initiated conflict with each other and went wild, and everyone had enough because that wasn't the first time it happened. It's been over 1,000 years for me. Quetzalcoatl rubbed his chin. I seldom leave our lands. But I too dislike those Nazis that came over and made themselves at home. Hades let out a sigh, knowing this was a losing argument. As if a cue to stop, all the gods seemed to settle down. Zeus and Indra hit the ground, respectively, with Zeus scowling furiously, lightning crackling around him. The sun pressing down on Apollo dissipated, and likewise, the others gathered, but attention hung in the air. Now, it was as if the two sides were glaring at one another. Even Odin made his appearance. He wasn't directly fighting with everyone, but he had been egging them on in the background. Despite him not projecting his presence out, he wasn't someone they could all ignore. Zeus, you know why we're here. Odin spoke up, and everyone listened. Of course they didn't start immediately fighting without any proper talking done beforehand, it's just a matter of inevitability that the chaos started. Zeus and, by extension, the Olympian gods were aware of their anger and why they had come. The Lotus Eaters, the stealing of demigods, they knew those details at this point. As I said earlier, the actions of a group of monsters cannot be attributed to us. If you are going to lay the blame at our feet, I have a list of our own who have died to monsters from your parts of the world. Athena was the first to retort. It was a sensible and well-reasoned response. Unfortunately, most of them there weren't caring about being reasonable. Of course they knew that in truth, the Olympians weren't responsible, in the full breadth of the term. But they all seemingly agreed, even broaching the subject, to come and give them a proverbial black eye. It was rare that they could usher justification to put the Greeks in their place, and they had been getting rather bold and arrogant over the years since they attached to Western civilization. The Greeks knew they were doing this, the other gods knew that the Greeks knew, but what could be said? They all also knew that if the positions were reversed, the Greeks would be doing the same exact thing. We're willing to retreat on the condition of an apology and one demand. Odin stated. Athena narrowed her eyes. What demand? Give us the Cyclops boy, and we'll walk away without any problems. Odin. Amaterasu frowned. You can't just decide that yourself. I agree. Indra spoke up. Quetzalcoatl laughed. You're getting greedy there, old man. Athena was confused. What Cyclops? There was confusion amidst them, but Poseidon seemingly widened his eyes. He should come with us. Amaterasu said pridefully. His eloquence and heroism would fit in well with Takamagahara. Ganesha spoke well of him, he would fit in better over with us. Indra crossed his arms. Very quickly, the foreign gods began to argue between themselves, leaving a baffled and confused Greece. Well, all except Poseidon, who ran a hand down his face. Damn it, Ocean Song. He realized who was most likely responsible for all of this happening. Hades, though, he couldn't help but smile. For the first time, he was glad he didn't have a throne up here and just sat back and watched. Line break. Just a little peek at what's happening on Olympus with the gods, arguing. Also, Ocean Song gets his first sect member. Now he just needs a sect. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 102 comments 0 vote. Chapter 26. Medusa stared at Ocean Song. Ocean Song had a big smile as he stared back. This continued for several minutes until Medusa finally reached her breaking point. And what now? She finally asked. Quote. Truthfully, Ocean Song had no idea what to do now. He scratched his head awkwardly before speaking again. I didn't think I would get this far, give me a moment. Medusa let out a sigh. The snakes on her head dipped down in a low hiss as if to mimic her emotions. We need to find a mountain. Ocean Song blurted out again, the same thing he said not minutes prior. Quote. Why? She asked once more, hoping for something better to explain. Because all proper sects have their sects on a big mountain. He said it as if it were some profound wisdom. Okay. Medusa, at this point, decided it was best to just go along with whatever he said. Once more, she told herself that there was literally nothing worse that could happen to her at this point in her life. Quote. Do you know any amazing mountains around here that we could use? Though, despite Medusa telling herself to go with the flow and not question anything, she felt her eye twitching with every new sentence he spoke. I know of some mountains in the country, yes. There is an entire mountain range west from here. Ocean Song remembered what she was talking about. There was a large trail of mountains not far west from here. I have some things I need to prepare. Stay here, and I'll come back when everything is ready. Ocean Song hopped onto his sword and quickly flew away. Medusa looked at him shoot off into the sky. Quote. Where do you expect me to go? She shook her head, going back inside. Ocean Song flew for a bit before he peered down with his divine sense and found something that caught his attention. A small farmer's market with various fruits, vegetables, and things of a different variety. He, of course, immediately found what he was looking for. The only question is, which to purchase. They must be meticulously chosen. Unfortunately, he was not very knowledgeable on this subject, something he should have asked his uncle about beforehand. How convenient it was that he could simply call up his uncle. Ocean Song maneuvered out of eyesight, finding a secluded spot, and deployed the already prepared altar to his uncle as he has with many others. Revered magnificent great god of the underworld. What do you want? Hades' voice cut him off. Uncle, I have a matter of dire importance. Ocean Song said quickly. I know not anyone else that can assist me in this matter. This lowly one bows his head to request your expertise. There was a short sigh on the other end before the god of the underworld, or at least a piece of him, emerged from the nearby shadows, looking down at Ocean Song. What's so important that you're acting like this? He crossed his arms. I wanted to choose flowers for Hecate, but I don't know what to pick. Ocean Song looked at him with pleading eyes. Ocean Song intended to go to the underworld to speak with Hades about something else, but then he had the thought that he should follow his uncle's advice and bring her flowers if he was visiting. Unfortunately, he had no idea what to choose. Oddly enough, Hades didn't smack him for calling him for such a reason. Was Hades happy? Most assuredly not, but this was a far cry from whatever nonsense he thought his nephew caused while he wasn't looking. And it had only been hours since they last met. He had just left Olympus himself, feeling rather good about himself, so he sighed and just decided to go along with it. Come along, nephew. I'll teach you. He gestured towards the strangest of his nephews as they walked back into the market. What was your first thought? Something dark. Purple, dark blue, maybe see if there are black flowers. Ocean Song tilted his head. Hades shook his head and realized that his nephew actually did need help and he wasn't just being a nuisance. You have a lot to learn. Do you think Hecate wants something dark and dreary? Does she not like those colors? It's her preference for certain things, obviously. Hades replied. Vibrancy. Something bright and warm. Of course you can choose specific colors that reference her tastes, but they should be complementing a vibrant display, not overtaking it. Ocean Song quickly took out a piece of parchment and a pen and began taking notes. He followed Hades to the stall with many different flowers, barely paying the human any attention as he found a satchel and started picking flowers out. Purple goes well with white to keep it neutral. However, and rather cliché, red roses will pop better with this darker shade of purple tulips. He said casually, taking them out, and the bouquet was forming. With 2 or 3 sunflowers to add a subtle warmth, it's done. Ocean Song stared at his uncle. Hades returned the gaze, expressionless. What? I am humbled by your expertise, uncle. Ocean Song decided it was best not to say what he was actually thinking. Hades could read between the lines. How long do you think I've been doing this? He deadpanned. Truly, Ocean Song realized his uncle was wise beyond measure, and he was glad he sought out an expert. Ocean Song took the bouquet of flowers and looked at it happily. Come along, we'll speak while I do some shopping. Hades put a gentle hand on Ocean Song's shoulder. If you're going to be giving Hecate flowers, Persephone won't hear the end of it, and I'll have to do something as well. I may as well get some stuff to cook dinner for her while I'm out. He grunted, as it was rare for him to be on the surface so many times in a short period. Ocean Song also took note of this. How are your children, uncle? Ocean Song asked, making idle conversation. Hades paused for a moment, a question he would have rejected answering or given the bare minimum if it were anyone else. Paranoid, the god of the underworld was, but he could recognize someone trustworthy. They are doing well. Persephone has taken to them moderately. Another reason he would make a romantic dinner for his wife is to smooth over any disgruntled feelings with his children of his former mistress coming to live with them. The problems on Olympus have been resolved. Hades continued on. That's good, that means there was no fighting, right? In a manner of speaking. Hades replied. It's common for different pantheons to fight when they're all gathered together. However, a true battle or war is unlikely. After a commotion, Zeus apologized on behalf of Olympus and offered compensation. What went unsaid was that Hades reveled in watching his younger brother being forced into concessions and an apology. Everyone could visibly see how much it hurt Zeus's pride. My brother is looking for a reason to let his anger out. I suggest you don't give him one. Hades warned. Ocean Song wisely took his uncle's warning into consideration. What about the other children? Their parents have sorted them, if they cared enough. The majority have either gone to the Roman or Greek camps. They decided on a quick course to rehabilitate them into the modern world. Hades said rather vaguely. And he didn't bother hiding the Roman stuff considering his nephew was already this deep in and even called him by his Roman name every now and then. Uncle, dare I ask Ocean Song leaned in and whispered. Personal question. Hades felt like he was going to be asked something stupid and simply sighed. Proceed. Is it considered cheating if either you or your wife embraces their Roman side when you? Hades rubbed the bridge of his nose. Partly because he's never been asked that question before and felt exasperated. No, but it's debilitating, so we don't do that. Does Hecate have a Roman side too? Ocean Song, she whispered. Should I get a second bouquet of flowers for her Roman side? Hades raised an eyebrow. Her Roman counterpart is much less consuming. For her, it is but a simple, outwardly, change compared to myself or my siblings. She does not change much, if at all, in her Roman persona, as she is already a three-faced goddess. It was obviously much more complicated than that, but Hades didn't think he needed to spend a few hours on what was basically an academic difference. Ocean Song followed along as Hades picked out various ingredients, food, or other things and added them to a bag, paying each human they passed quite handsomely. As they were meandering through the market, Ocean Song recalled a talk he had with Hecate when it came to debts and gods. Uncle, I have a request I would like to make. I intended to come to the underworld and ask properly, but if you're here now, I believe you wouldn't like me to waste your time. Ocean Song stated. You intended to come to the underworld? Yes, uncle. Presumably, on the way, give Hecate flowers. Yes. Ocean Song nodded. For which you called me for help. For which is now completely irrelevant now that I'm here and you don't have to go to the underworld any longer. Hades pointed out. Yes. Hades let out a groan. I owe you payment, tell me what you want. If there was one thing Hades was, it was reciprocal to debts. As the god of wealth, Hades had it ingrained into his being to pay debts. I want a mountain. Quote. Ocean Song smiled. Hades frowned. Hades turned around and continued shopping without answering, walking away from Ocean Song. Wait, uncle. It's not what you think. I'll give you a chance to rephrase what you want. Hades grunted, getting dangerously close to smacking his nephew upside the head. I want to make a mountain mine. Ocean Song rephrased. I'm listening. Hades hesitantly replied. A significant departure from his nephew's first request for a mountain. I want help building a sect on a mountain. You want something built on a mountain? Yes. Very auspicious, decorated, beautiful, and with clouds. Ocean Song waved his arms around as he explained very poorly. Hades pondered how to answer him. Will provide you manpower and materials. They'll listen to you on what you want. You need to tell them where to build. He expertly sidestepped any issues of finding out what nonsense his nephew was talking about and relegated that to some of his subordinates. Oh, can I get a whip sword too? Okay. Hades said blankly. And I want a zither. Very well. Hades had no idea what that was, and he was barely paying attention at this point. Ocean Song nodded to himself. As a jade beauty, he should learn to play the zither properly. As for Hades, he barely cared to pay attention because while he knew his nephew was an idiot, He knew his idiotic nephew wouldn't try and take advantage of him in what he wanted as a reward. Frankly, just wanting something built on top of a mountain was strange, but wholly mundane compared to what he may have given out to someone else for the same task being completed. No, the only thought Hades had right now was that he needed to keep his children away. They already caught a bad case of idiot from him, and he was working diligently to help them get rid of it. But all they would talk about after coming home was about their swords and cultivation. He planned on keeping his children far away from his nephew until he could properly educate them. On that note, Hades got tired of his nephew's presence and hoisted him up by the collar. Before Ocean Song could question what was happening, he had already been tossed into a nearby shadow, disappearing into the underworld. Hades continued to hum to himself, enjoying the rare break he allowed himself. Though, it only took a moment before he realized he forgot to tell his nephew what happened on Olympus beyond the conclusion. The various gods are fighting over him. The fact that everyone knows he's still alive now. Hades thought it over and shrugged to himself. He was sure it wouldn't be a problem. Probably not a problem for him. In fact, it was beneficial to him. If anything, he wanted to praise his nephew. By being such a beacon of attention, no one asked about his children or his involvement in the incident. Despite everything blowing up spectacularly, Hades came out completely unscathed and unnoticed. Well, perhaps that's why Hades sent him where he sent him. Persephone was rooting for Hecate, and Hades supported her as well, if nothing else, to get a leash on his dear nephew and hopefully stop him from causing any more trouble. Line break. Ocean Song hit the ground. He stood up, brushing himself off, and realized he was now in the underworld and standing right outside of Hecate's house. Though it looked a bit like a house on the outside, its nature was more like a temple or a palace if she desired. Appearances are often immaterial when it comes to divine beings. The door swung open, and the goddess of magic stood there in the threshold, arms crossed, staring at the Cyclops. A cold, expressionless look that would make mortals shiver, but Ocean Song just smiled brightly as he felt his heart warm up. Without a word, he was in front of her, kneeling down, with the bouquet of flowers offered. Hecate raised a single eyebrow, looking at his offering. She noted his stupid and bright smile and reluctantly accepted the offering. The goddess of magic walked back inside the house, but the door remained open, a wordless invitation for him. Ocean Song followed right behind, once more entering the house of the goddess of magic. Carefully, Hecate put the flowers in a vase, making sure that none of them were harmed as she spread them out and displayed them properly. Once she was finished, her expression hardened once more as she turned back towards Ocean Song. What do you think you were doing, becoming a champion for another god? Don't. Me. She huffed, jabbing her finger into his chest. If you hadn't somehow rubbed your two brain cells together to give yourself a way out, I would be kicking you out of the underworld right now. And of course, that's ignoring the entire mess you caused up above. She kept jabbing her finger into his chest. Do you have any idea what kind of chaos you sowed by your stunt? She continued to berate him, loudly and aggressively. It took her several minutes to finally calm down, throwing her arms up a few times before her temper settled. I could just tie you up so you can't go out and cause any more trouble. She finished with a grumble. You better not be planning on doing anything else for the time being. It was lucky I was able to save you the first time. If you get Zeus focused on you again, you may actually die. Don't worry, I'm just focusing on building my sect for now. Ocean Song beamed happily, reassuring her. Hecate looked at him blankly. What is a sect? A mutually supportive organization focused on pursuing the Tao and cultivation. Ocean Song repeated. Hecate didn't react outwardly, having no idea what some of that meant, but she could glean a notion or two. You are recruiting people? She asked. Yes. Ocean Song nodded happily. I have recruited my first sect member already. I'm sure Medusa will learn quickly. Hecate scrunched her nose. Medusa. You know her. Everyone knows her. Hecate sighed. She's one of the most famous monsters in our history. Why did you choose Medusa? She was pitiful, and I wanted to help. Ocean Song shrugged. I'll help her regain her beauty and human appearance, and we shall pursue the Tao together. Hecate paused, narrowing her eyes slightly. Repeat that. Huh. Ocean Song tilted his head. Pursuing the Tao. Helping her regain her former beauty. Do you intend to follow in the footsteps of your half-siblings and anger Athena? Hecate sighed in exasperation. Though, Hecate realized that his mere existence would be enough to infuriate the goddess of wisdom, so it was a moot point. Who else do you plan to recruit? And if it's all women, I will be most upset. She warned him with an icy tone. Ocean Song shrugged again. Hecate sighed again as she rubbed the bridge of her nose. Why did I expect any different? Is that why you came to me? Did you need my help? No, I just wanted to visit and give you flowers. Ocean Song smiled. Her lips twitched slightly. I swear, if I didn't know you weren't doing this on purpose, I would have smacked you already. She said under her breath. I will need to seek out more individuals for positions in my sect, though. Ocean Song continued, not hearing what she said. Artifact refiners. Alchemists. Those two are the most important. Alchemy. Hecate perked up. You want someone who knows alchemy. She was suddenly intrigued. For what reason? To make drugs. Quote. The good kind of drugs, not the bad kind. Ocean Song clarified as if that answered everything. Hecate wisely decided not to ask for more details there, she felt like her head would start to hurt. If you want someone who can forge, go ask your father, he has plenty of Cyclops children down in Atlantis who work the forges. Ocean Song's eyes lit up, then they widened as he recalled something very important. He stilled to the point where Hecate took notice. What's wrong? For everything going on, Ocean Song forgot something very important, or perhaps it had been a detail he had nearly forgotten due to other reasons. I have a brother. He blurted out and, without warning, shot out of the house and flew away. That is to say, Ocean Song just remembered that he had a young Cyclops brother called Tyson who should be homeless in New York right at this moment. Hecate stared at him as he left, twitching slightly. You're lucky that I find your nonsense cute, she grumbled. She didn't bother with it anymore and turned back to the flowers, fussing over them. A faint smile slowly found its way onto her usually cold and expressionless face. It had been a very long time since someone got her flowers. Line break. A.N. The sect expands, and plans are made. Soon, the heavenly monster ocean demon sword sect shall be built. The name is still a work in progress. B. Sorry for the late chapter, had stuff going on the past few days that made it hard to write. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't read the A-Bover under the same name. 91 comments 0 vote. Chapter 27. Ocean Song flew through the air at his fastest speeds. He arrived in New York in the blink of an eye. After his last time in this part of the region, his strength had increased a bit, and he was even faster now. He was free and unfettered, his robes billowed heroically and handsomely. He was on a mission, he was going to find his brother. A second younger brother that he had forgotten about. He felt bad, but the memories of certain ancient texts were vague at best, and unless something jogged his noggin, he couldn't claim to recall every detail. However, that didn't matter in this moment. He was focused. Nothing would stop him. Except for the bolt of lightning that fell from the sky and slammed right into him. Ocean Song hit the ground face first. He twitched slightly as the lightning surged through his body a few times before being expelled. Slowly, he rolled over, looking up at the sky, as if waiting for another bolt of lightning to strike him, but nothing came. Gradually, he stood up, brushed himself off, and found his sword that was stabbed into the ground next to him and cautiously waved it at the sky. Ocean Song was confused. He had been warned not to go near Olympus, but the circumstances were extenuating. And he admitted he was a tad worried that a certain god would hold a grudge, but there was no follow-up. He decided that the best way to answer the questions in his mind was to be direct. Is that the best you got? He shouted up at the sky, flinching slightly for the inevitable retaliation, but nothing came. Confused still, Ocean Song simply shrugged and threw his sword out before ascending back to the sky. Yet once he began flying away, another bolt of lightning dropped down, and he found himself back on the ground, twitching involuntarily as his body worked to dispel the rampant lightning that penetrated his body. Ocean Song decided, completely by his own hand, that it was a good day to walk and certainly not take to the skies near Mount Olympus at the moment. Because it became rather obvious that Zeus was just zapping anything non-human near the vicinity of Olympus in the skies automatically. Ocean Song came to this conclusion because he fully believed it wouldn't have ended in one or two simple little zaps if Zeus knew it was him. It took a moment for Ocean Song to find his bearing, where he was in New York, and he realized that he wasn't far from Madame Jackson. Truth be told, he had no idea where to even begin looking for his junior brother. He vaguely recalled that he was homeless around a school that Percy went to, not the one he currently went to. It was confusing. Instead, he had a better idea and went to find Madame Jackson's apartment. Line break. It took a few tries, but he found the apartment that she lived. And the door was ajar when he approached. He heard some sounds, like banging and heavy things being tossed, and assumed the worst as he barged in. A startled Sally Jackson yelped in surprise as Ocean Song nearly kicked the door in, anticipating having to beat someone up, only to find her with plenty of boxes around and her packing things up. "You're alive." She blurted it out before Ocean Song could speak. And before he knew it, she was hugging him affectionately. Thank you so much," she whispered. Ocean Song relaxed slightly, smiling as he let her get it out. "It was my duty, Madame Jackson. I'm sorry for intruding, I heard the sounds and was worried." She let out a small laugh as she wiped her eyes, which were a little red. "No, never apologize for that. You're always welcome. Because of you, I'm alive. Because of you, my son is alive. I'll never stop being thankful for that." She gently started to fix his clothes that she had creased and messed up with her abrupt actions. Ocean Song felt a warm tingle in his chest. He forgot what it was like to have motherly care. "Are you moving?" he asked, peeking around as clearly things were being sorted. Well, what could be sorted? It wasn't a secret that there wasn't much in this apartment worth the hassle. He also spied Gabe on the ground near the table. He had a very distinct lump on his forehead again, and there happened to be a frying pan on the counter nearby. "It's time, since I don't need to protect Percy anymore." She smiled like a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. "Do you need me to dispose of the body?" Ocean Song offered, glancing at Gabe. Sally paused, actually considering it. "Can you make it so it doesn't come back to me?" Ocean Song nodded. It would be unfortunate if, after he lost his prized car, he decided to take a jump from the nearest bridge. "How unfortunate," she snorted. "Couldn't happen to a better person." Though she perked up rather quickly. "Would you like some tea?" "That would be lovely, thank you." He took a seat at the table after pushing away Gabe's unconscious body. "Are you okay after everything that happened?" she asked. "I'm fine, Madame Jackson. Even if I die, I'm a monster, so I'll come back eventually." She pursed her lips, not liking that answer, but still continued. "I'm sure Percy will be thrilled that you're fine. Where have you been? What have you been up to?" It was strange for Ocean Song. He wasn't used to having polite conversation like this. He usually spoke to, well, he's spoken more to gods than anything else in his life thus far. "I've been running errands. And I'm setting up a sect. I'm even recruiting my first member." Ocean Song said proudly, like a child excitedly looking to their parent for acknowledgement. "It's a group of people to help one another for a mutual goal." He vaguely explained it since everyone asked. Sally understood some of what he said. He was apparently recruiting some people for a group or something. "And who did you recruit? Is it anyone I know?" She sat down at the table, putting a cup of tea in front of him. "Medusa. Quote. She blinked a few times. "The one who turns people to stone." "Yes." Ocean Song nodded enthusiastically. "Isn't she a..." Sally was trying to find the right words. "Monster." Ocean Song offered. "I didn't want to use that word," she said quietly, knowing that Ocean Song was a Cyclops, and still a monster by definition. "But isn't she, bad? Why would you accept her?" Even if Sally didn't know the context behind what he was doing, it was strange to her that he would be taking in a evil thing like Medusa, at least from the legends. Fate and destiny can lead one to unexpected places. Enemies of today can be friends of tomorrow. One must grasp any heavenly opportunities. Ocean Song spoke fluidly. Quote. "She was famous, and I knew where she was." Ocean Song admitted. Sally face palmed. Ocean Song looked down at his tea. "I wanted strong potential allies, so Medusa was a good choice. But that doesn't mean I'm oblivious to what she's done in the past. She has killed many innocents. However, can I call myself righteous if I shun such a person when even my father has done such things as well? How many sailors have met their ends at my father's temper? Do I condemn one but embrace the other because one is a monster? My objectives were self-fulfilling, but I also wanted to offer her a chance to change her fate. A monster of circumstances who embraced the role, with willful innocent blood on her hands. If I can offer her a chance to be better, is it not my duty to do so?" Sally was silently. She was processing what he just said. Partly because it was genuinely something she felt had deeper meaning, and partly because she was surprised that Ocean Song could say something that was profound. "You're a good boy," she smiled, patting his arm. Ocean Song beamed right back rather happily. Ah. He suddenly blurted out. I almost forgot the reason I came. Madam Jackson, I need your assistance. She adjusted herself in her seat. I'm happy to help with anything you need. And it was rather truthful, she truly didn't know if she would reject anything he asked of her at this point. If you were going to enroll Percy in a school next year that wasn't the one he was going to now, where would you do so? School. She was unsure of why he asked, but she answered nonetheless. If he was not going to Yancey anymore, she bit her lip. I think the next closest school is Merriweather College Prep. But, they're not nearly as good as Yancey. And they're not very good at handling troubled teens, so I had to get Percy into Yancey to make the judge happy. Do you know where it is? Sure, I have the pamphlet somewhere. She snapped her fingers and got up to go into the bedroom. He could hear her rummaging around for a bit before she came out with a creased and bent pamphlet that she set on the table. The address is there and everything. Thank you, Madam Jackson. Ocean Song grabbed it with glee before running out the door. She didn't even have the chance to ask him why he needed to know about potential schools for Percy. Though right as she stood up, Ocean Song ran back in, smiled at her, then picked up Gabe and ran back out of the room. Sally just hummed to herself as she began packing again. Line break. Ocean Song was very pleased with himself. Truly, he was a cultivator of such wisdom, to seek out Madam Jackson to figure out where Tyson is by those clues. He hopped onto his sword and shot back up into the air. Moments later, a crack of thunder rang out, and Ocean Song hit the ground again, a bit of a sizzling coming off him as lightning jolted down his spine. He got back up, pretended that didn't happen, and looked around to see where he dropped Gabe. Unfortunately, Gabe wasn't in a very good spot. Ocean Song wasn't even sure he was alive. He mulled that over for a moment and realized he didn't care. Thankfully, there was a bridge nearby. However, the water running under it was enough to be barely called a stream. Once more, Ocean Song stopped caring and hefted Gabe over his shoulder before weaving through the mists to make it look like Gabe was walking by himself through the streets as people passed, none any wiser as to what was happening. Once he got to the side of the bridge, Ocean Song unceremoniously tossed Gabe over the side, watching for a moment as the man landed with a loud thwap into the ground below. The water wasn't even enough to cover him up. Ocean Song, very pleased with himself, wiped his hands with a job well done before leaving as people ran to the edge of the bridge, loudly proclaiming the fact that someone had just jumped off. The great cultivator Ocean Song hummed to himself until he found a passing monster, grabbing him by the collar. I took a moment for the mists to twist to reveal what was underneath. Some sort of humanoid rat monster, Ocean Song didn't know. The rat monster snarled, about to say something, perhaps with teeth and claws added in, but as soon as he saw Ocean Song, his eyes widened and his neck reeled back. I didn't do anything. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song greeted him politely. I've been good, I didn't do anything, you can ask anyone. He shrieked. I need information. Ocean Song sat him down gently, then took out a drachma coin, holding it up for him to see. Very quickly, the rat monster changed tunes, greed flashing in his eyes as he snatched the coin from Ocean Song's hands. I know a lot of things, what'd ya want to know? Ain't nothing that happens in these streets that I can't find out about. I'm looking for a younger Cyclops. Homeless, probably doesn't like fighting, so he gets bullied a bit. Why? Yeah, I know something like that. A big guy, but he's a softie, so a lot of the local monsters like to go rough him up when they're bored. Ocean Song put a hand on the rat monster's shoulder. I would very much like to know where this is. For some reason, the rat monster felt like his life was hanging on by a thread even if Ocean Song didn't visibly show his anger. It's 72nd Street, I can show you. He squeaked out under an invisible pressure. I am thankful, fellow Taoist. Let us make haste. The rat monster never ran so fast in its life, and Ocean Song kept pace as it huffed around several street corners until they found an abandoned alleyway. Lots of boxes and garbage littered the sides. Ocean Song wasted no time going deep into the alley until he heard lots of shouting and laughing. He saw a small group of monsters standing over a very large person. The latter of whom was kneeling over, clutching their arms over their head protectively. He was much larger than any of the other monsters, yet he was whimpering as they taunted and kicked him a few times. A gust of wind swept past before anyone realized Ocean Song was right behind them, hand on their shoulders. Greetings, fellow Taoists. It seems you're having a bit of fun. Allow me to play along as well. He grabbed them one by one before they could utter a response and buried them quite literally into the ground upside down. Their bodies went limp and couldn't properly fall over as from their head up to about their shoulders was completely enveloped in the dirt below. Let them die from either hunger or suffocation if their physiologies didn't allow them to persist. Ocean Song quickly shifted demeanor, looking down at the larger monster. Getting a better look at him, he was just a boy. His face was soft and childish, despite his large size. Hello there, he said softly. You don't have to worry, no one is going to hurt you anymore. No more bullies. The Cyclops looked back at him. No more bullies. Ocean Song promised as his junior brother slowly unfolded himself, looking around as if to check. Rather quickly, though, he smiled brightly. I'm Tyson. Who are you? Hello Tyson, I'm your older brother. You can call me Ocean Song. I'm here to take you away from this place. Brother. His eye lit up excitedly. I have a brother. We're brothers. The larger boy wrapped Ocean Song in a big hug, not once questioning his words whatsoever. Even if Ocean Song didn't have knowledge about his brother, he could easily tell that he was a pure soul that deserved protection. Eventually, he set Ocean Song down, with a big goofy smile on his face, just pure and utter happiness. Ocean Song looked around at his living conditions. It seemed like he put together several large boxes as shelter and had been rummaging through garbage for food. The thought made him frown, but he didn't want to cause his junior brother any worry. His brother in general, well, his clothes were stitched and torn, barely held together. Nothing he could call proper, but he was impressed that his little brother could survive in these conditions at least. Once more, Ocean Song found himself frowning because there were quite a few tears on his back, and he could see some old and fresh scars between the pieces of fabric. Ocean Song put a hand on his little brother's back and began to let his chi flow into him. Where did these come from? He asked softly. That big cat bully. She comes over here and is always mean to me, laughing at me, and her claws hurt. Even when Tyson expressed anger, Ocean Song found it sort of adorable. That feels nice and warm. He laughed. It tickles too. Describe the mean cat. It has a people face and a big fluffy cat body. And she has mean, sharp claws. I asked her if I could touch her fluffy hair, and she got mad and would scratch me every day. Don't worry, you won't have to deal with her anymore. Ocean Song kept his tone gentle, but his divine sense burst out as it covered block after block, expanding outwards until he found his target. A sphinx was living under a nearby overpass. Little brother, would you wait here for a moment? I'll be right back. Okay. Tyson was completely clueless as to what was happening as Ocean Song shot into the air again. Same as before, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky as he reached high enough, but this time, he was in no mood for it. He snatched the lightning out of the sky, then shot down right towards the Sphinx. It barely had time to open its eyes from its sleeping position as Ocean Song shoved its lightning-covered arm right into its mouth and let the light discharge. The Sphinx looked at him, confusion and fear in its eyes as the lightning rampaged within it, destroying its body in what Ocean Song assumed was agony. The Cyclops you like to bully is my brother. Ocean Song whispered just before the Sphinx was turned to ash. He flicked his arm away, flinging off any disgusting remnants. He picked up the trophies the Sphinx left behind before heading back to his little brother, this time, without flying. Just as happily as a few minutes ago, Tyson was still sitting there with a big smile on his face, ever so excited to see him again. Would you like to come with me, Tyson? I'm in the process of building a proper home, but once it's done, I would love for you to join us. Okay. He agreed without hesitation. And with that, Ocean Song felt like the role of artifact refiner had been filled. Line break. We're flying like birds. Tyson clapped his hands from behind Ocean Song as they flew across states. He went a little bit slower for Tyson's sake, and he only made sure to mount up after they got away from Olympus, of course. He had to enlarge his sword quite a bit to accommodate his not-so-little brother, but it was worth it to see him so happy. It didn't take long to return back to Medusa's home. Tyson looked around, fascinated by the new sights. He also was trying to pick up some of the stone statues and most likely wasn't just stone statues. The commotion had Medusa coming outside to see the two brothers at her doorstep. Your brother, I assume. This is Tyson. Ocean Song introduced. He'll take the position of our elder artifact refiner for the sect. Medusa looked at Ocean Song, then at the Cyclops playing with the not-stone statues. Wonderful. Pretty snake lady. Tyson looked at her and smiled. Medusa blinked, and Ocean Song noted that even the snakes on her hair seemed to pause as Tyson waved at her. Hello, pretty snake lady, I'm Tyson. What's your name? Tyson came over and revealed that he does no proper manners in introducing himself. Quote. Medusa. She said softly before shaking her head. Well, come in. I've been doing some research, and I think I narrowed down some appropriate locations. Medusa led them indoors, going into the back to where her actual home was, sort of sectioned off from the main building. She led them into an office with a computer and plenty of paperwork and file cabinets around. Don't mind the mess. I was in the middle of filing my taxes before you came by the other day. It seems irrelevant at this point, so I didn't bother to clean up. You do taxes? Ocean Song questioned Ocean Song. Of course I do. Do you think I want to get in trouble with the IRS? Do you think simply turning a handful of auditors to stone is going to magically make what I owe go away? She snorted. Two things are true in this world. Zeus is going to make a mess because he can't keep it in his pants, and the IRS will get what they owe. Even the gods pay their taxes on their mortal earnings. Truly, Ocean Song underestimated the power of the IRS sect. Anyways, I have a few mountains that I think will work. It depends on what you want. I have their good and bad points listed. Number of humans visiting, relations to nearby towns. Climate, wildlife, vegetation. She paused. What? Why are you looking at me like this again? Quote. You're surprisingly competent. What's that supposed to mean? She glowered. Ocean Song coughed lightly. What I mean to say, fellow Taoist, is that your skills humble this lowly Cyclops. Though truthfully, Ocean Song was just surprised he managed to recruit someone who had any idea what they were doing. She glared at him with a harumph. It's all coming together. Ocean Song said, very pleased. Tyson, don't eat those, crayons taste bad. Blah. Tyson spit out what he did try to eat. Medusa let out a sigh. She didn't know what was worse, that the supposed elder that he brought was eating crayons, or the person whose hands she was putting her fate into apparently also knew what they tasted like. Line break. Just a heads up because people were asking, this is a weekly upload. I try to do it earlier in the week, maybe Sunday, Monday, but sometimes it doesn't quite work out. But generally, once a week unless something comes up. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 80 comments 0 vote. Chapter 28. Ocean Song breathed in the morning mountain air. It was perfect. Yes, this is where we will build our sect. This mountain will be our home, the defining moment by which we gather in. Wrong mountain. Medusa interrupted him. Wrong mountain. Wrong mountain. She repeated and pointed a bit further down at a slightly taller mountain in the distance. That mountain. I knew that. Ocean Song spoke with full convincing ability. Where's Tyson? He saw a deer and ran off to chase it. I don't think he's ever seen one before. Medusa answered. Ocean Song pursed his lips and swept his divine sense out to see where his brother was, and he was sitting down with a family of deer, happily petting them. He found himself smiling and pulled back, deciding not to disturb them. Tell me about the mountain, senior sister. She stopped. What did you call me? Senior sister. If we're to be in a sect, of course I must refer to you as my senior sister, as we're all brothers and sisters of the sect, and you're older than me. Ocean Song smiled. Okay. She felt a strange twinge of something in her chest, and her disgruntled tone shifted to something lighter. It's not the tallest mountain, but it has a large river nearby and a town about 20 miles away by road. It's not used by many mortals to hike or travel, so I thought it would be a good place. Ocean Song nodded along. Truly, he recruited only the best of the best. Come, let us see our new home. Ocean Song threw out his sword again, enlarging it to give room for her to hop on. Medusa gracefully sat down on the back. I better be able to learn to fly, or I'm going to be very pissed to be stuck here in the mountains. Fear not, senior sister. With but a few hundred years of dedicated cultivation, many learn to fly. Wait, what? Off we go. Ocean Song shot into the air, though they only flew for a little bit before going over to the other mountain, landing at the peak. Ah, beautiful. You did a wonderful job, senior sister. Medusa crossed her arms. And what now? Do we start cutting down trees to build some huts? I'm going to call my uncle. Ocean Song simply replied, and before she could utter a word, he had already thrown down a small altar. Uncle, it's me. I'm aware. A voice came back, tired. I do hope you're reaching out for something important. Yes, uncle, I have need of your workers now. I have found my new mountain. Ocean Song said excitedly. Hades, while still tired, perked up slightly, and his gaze landed fully on Ocean Song and the surroundings. He could see where his nephew was and couldn't find anything wrong around him. It's not like anyone made that area their territory, so he wasn't going to step on any toes. At least, nothing that mattered. There were some monsters around the area, but he didn't care so much about that. A deal is a deal. Hades spoke. I will open a door to the underworld. Hades was not stingy with rewards. Especially when they came with a job of rescuing his children. He doesn't often do something like this, but it was a particularly odd situation in and of itself. That is, he couldn't recall the last time someone asked for physical resources. Sure, he'd get the request or such to be reunited with a loved one, to say goodbyes to a deceased. He was rather against such things on principle, believing the dead shouldn't be interfering with the living. He has made a few exceptions in the past, favors granted or services rendered that required certain allowances. However, in this case, it seemed almost entirely mundane. Right near Ocean Song, a literal door pushed up out of the ground, decadent and regal in appearance. A cold air immediately surged in the surroundings as it cracked open, and thousands of whispers could be heard if one listened closely. Even Ocean Song felt the twinge of tension as the door manifested upon reality. But that was immediately alleviated as the door was kicked open. All right, people, we have a job to do. A woman strolled out, hands on hips, taking in the surroundings. Her eyes landed on Ocean Song, and she gave him a scrutinizing look. Well, at least you're something to look at, otherwise, I'd never let Hecate live it down. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song greeted her. May I have your illustrious name? The woman pursed her lips as the dead filed out of the door behind her. Melino, daughter of Hades and Persephone. She introduced. Dad sent me to help you with your thing. She waved her hand flippantly. Ocean Song nodded. He recognized the name of the goddess of ghosts. In fact, she looked exceedingly like hell. Half of her body was black, half of it a pale white. Though, she had a certain beauty to her just like the Norse goddess of death. It made sense considering that literal ghosts were pouring out of the door, carrying equipment, materials, and other devices. Medusa just stared a bit slack-jawed at what was happening, unable to properly formulate the right words needed to speak. This lowly Cyclops is honored by your presence, great Ghost Queen, and I thank you for your assistance. Ocean Song clasped his hands and politely bowed his head. Melino's lips curled up. Like many gods, who didn't like to have someone act so humble before them. She clapped her hands. All right, you slower old choots, get out here. A few more people walked through. These ones were more whole. They were less ghosts and more like vivid pictures. Ocean Song almost wanted to call them zombies, but he wasn't sure they had actual flesh, just really solid ghosts. They were in the traditional Greek attire and wouldn't look out of place upon Mount Olympus. Let me see what I'm working with. A mountain. What is this? Where are my schematics? Where are my workers? I need a table and some chairs. I can't work in this condition. Several voices sounded out, grumpy, irritated, and with a surefire arrogance to them. Melino took out a pipe from her robes, breathing it in before blowing out a puff of smoke. All right, I'm just here to babysit the ghosts, make sure they don't get any ideas. I'm handing them off to you, Cyclops boy. If you need me, I'm going to be in the town about 20 miles south of here getting a drink. I don't come up to the surface that often. Dad doesn't let me, so if anyone asks, just tell them I'm wrangling a few idiots who thought they could run. Ocean Song gave her a salute before she disappeared into the darkness. He turned his attention to the group of old men and clapped his hands. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I believe you're who I need to discuss my plans with. I'm telling you, the stars are wrong for a 20 by 20 column, astrological dome. Bah, what do you know? Your work is amateurish, and you stole credit from your students. Why you? If we weren't dead, I'd be throwing you off the mountain right now. They ignored Ocean Song, arguing between themselves. Ocean Song clears his throat, trying again. Fellow Taoists, I have plans here. I believe I could use your input to devise. A Roman what? Do you have any pride? We're Greek. It's not Roman, they stole the designs from us. It has Roman in its name, you buffoon. Ocean Song smiled, lifted his sword up, and swung it. Immediately a whirlwind swept up the surroundings, nearly knocking everyone off their feet as all eyes landed on the source. They then looked to the sides to see all the nearby trees falling down in short order, perfectly cut right through. They all silently stared at him. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Let us introduce yourself, yes. Ocean Song kept his happy smile. Though to everyone else, they felt a bit of sweat dripping down their necks. I am Ocean Song, sect master. You have been entrusted to help me build my sect by Hades, my uncle. This is Medusa. He pointed to his senior sister. Yes, that Medusa. I invite you to consider if a ghost can turn to stone should the need arise. Thank you. They looked at Ocean Song and Medusa, then turned back to Ocean Song. The first one cleared his throat and stepped forward. I'm Ictinus. I was the mind behind the Great Parthenon and one of its builders. No, don't you dare steal credit. Another stomped forward. I'm Callicrates, and I helped him both design and build the thing, along with several others. I'm Hippodamus. I helped my mother in designing Athens. I'm a child of Athena. He said proudly. I'm Phidias, I was the chief builder for the Parthenon. A man with a slight hunch pushed the first two out of the way. Don't expect any great designs from me, but if you give me something to work with, I can build it. I'm Chersiphron. And I'm Metagenes. We built the Temple of Artemis, hailed as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Chersiphron finished. Several more introduced themselves, but Ocean Song lost track. He wasn't particularly knowledgeable about ancient builders and architects, but he knew his uncle only gave him the best to work with. This lowly Cyclops welcomes you, honored elders, and I thank you for your assistance. Ocean Song was sure to be polite. He wasn't being as deferential as he would be to a god, but a proper cultivator expresses etiquette even to those weaker than himself if they're offering aid and wisdom. They calmed down, and the tension from a moment before mostly disappeared. Show us what you got, boy. Ictinus spoke up for them. Ocean Song happily handed over his intricate designs. They all crowded around and looked at them. Quote. Did you draw these in crayon? Callicrates said incredulously. Did you ask something, fellow Taoist? Ocean Song asked, holding up his sword. What wonderful designs. Truly a prodigy. A magnificent bird. It's a building. Ocean Song corrected. Of course. He corrected himself. What exactly are you looking for us to do? You have nearly an unlimited amount of resources and manpower. Phidias asked. I have many thoughts, but what can't you do? Ocean Song returned. Phidias cracked a smile. Boy, we're ghosts backed by the Lord of the Underworld. Can you make the mountain taller? Ocean Song asked. Medusa groaned, wanting to smack him. You can't ask them to make the mountain. Sure. Phidias answered. Taller, Medusa finished quietly. How tall do you want it? How tall can you make it? Well, he scratched his beard. Don't want to disrupt the humans too much, they got those fancy flying machines these days. And I don't think Olympus would take kindly to your mountain being taller than theirs. Ocean Song nodded, pleased he had experts. Truly, he wouldn't have thought about such things like these. Steeper too. Ocean Song paused. On the 4th page, I drew a picture. They flipped the pages over to get a good look at what he was talking about. Do you want the clouds included? He asked. What kind of question is that? It clearly adds to the ambience. Ictinus scoffed. Look here, do you see the sharp edges, the plated roofing? The roaming clouds will offer a much needed contrast. And it looks cool. Ocean Song added. And it looks cool. Ictinus agreed. Ocean Song felt like he found a fellow like-minded person. Chersiphron and Metagenes grabbed one of the papers. We need more information. What do you want the motif of this place to be? When we designed the Temple of Artemis, the goddess told us that she wanted it to be welcoming but watchful. Chersiphron asked. Ocean Song pondered the question. Majestic, but tasteful. Noble, but not distant. Dignified, but not decadent. He paused for a moment. Auspicious. They nodded along as if mentally taking notes. Theme was important for architects and builders of their level. Looks like we're going with stone over marble. Agreed. Maybe some marble for the insides. One of them rubbed their chin. In moderation. Let's start with some basic designs. We need to pick out the wood. How much gold? Ocean Song left it to them at that point. He wasn't someone who could add much to their discussion, his expertise started and stopped on how to swing a sword. And they basically knew what he wanted at this point, he showed them the designs and everything. Ocean Song looked over the other things. The ghosts continued to file out of the door, setting a great many supplies onto the ground. Wood, stone, metals, and all sorts of building materials. He eyed a few boxes too, curious about them. Ocean Song went to investigate. He popped one open, and his eyes lit up. Medusa, quick. The snake girl trotted over to see what he was so excited about, and her eyes landed on a sword in a box. Is that what I think it is? Ocean Song took the sword out of its box, gave it a few swings, and then he put more force into it, swinging it towards the side. It extended, the blades separated, and it revealed a whip hidden inside. With a crack, a tree was severed in half, and the whip returned and folded back into its normal form as a sword. This is yours now. He offered it to her. Medusa picked it up, unsure of what to do with it, but still thanked him for the gift. In the next box, Ocean Song opened it up to find the other thing he asked for. It was a proper zither. It looked like an antique as well. It was immaculately crafted, and it gave off an air of nobility just by sitting there. Ocean Song plucked one of the strings as it produced a nice hum. Truly, he was a proper jade beauty now. Even if he didn't know how to play it. He carefully stored it away into his storage pouch for safekeeping. Can you watch the builders, senior sister? Ocean Song, she asked her. Why? What are you going to do? She questioned. I have another important task to fulfill for the sect. Whatever. Medusa didn't even want to know at this point. She was still reeling from the fact that the Lord of the Underworld had sent a proverbial army of ghosts out to help build whatever it is they were building. This was already far past the threshold of ridiculousness she'd had to deal with in her life. Ocean Song nodded, throwing his sword out and hopping on it before darting away. It was time to find a sect protecting divine beast. At ***********. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 87 comments 0 vote. Chapter 29. Ocean Song flew through the skies, taking a large detour around Mount Olympus. He had learned his lesson from the many lightning bolts that struck him previously. It had been a while since he'd gone this far out to sea. As strange as it was, as a son of the sea, he didn't actually spend much time in the water. He found his freedom elsewhere, but the sea would always welcome him home. It didn't take long for him to find his destination, at least one of them. While he was out and about, he stopped by his original home, the small island he was originally born on and lived on for 20 years. It was still the same as he left it, even some vague footprints remained in the sand further up the beach. Despite it not being so long ago, it left him with a rather nostalgic feeling. The winds had eroded much, and even some of his makeshift housing and supplies made of wood and twigs hadn't suffered the elements well. However, you could just barely tell that someone once lived here by the evidence. Regardless, Ocean Song wasn't one to lose himself in reminiscing. It was more a sentimental and spiritual response. He wanted to pay respects to his original home, for giving him so much and letting him reach this point. So, he set his sword down and began to clean up the island. Any markings he had made were removed, and structures that somewhat still stood were torn down and scattered. Any markings that remained in the sands from his practicing were gently covered. He returned the island to the state it was in before he lived here, completing the cycle of karma. As a proper cultivator, it's not just people that one must give thanks and respect to. The island provided for him, sheltered him, fed him, and comforted him. The least he could do in return was allow it to persist unbothered by his time here. Strangely, he felt something swell up in his chest after he was done kowtowing a few times to the island to offer his final respects. He felt a strange peacefulness, but there was something else. He felt something in his cultivation. While his chi subtlety rose to the surface, he felt like he was scraping against the wall to the next realm. His core formation cultivation was already at the peak, perfected even. But now, there was something else, like a whisper behind him telling him to take the next step. Ocean Song wondered, was this the enlightenment that came with casting off karmic shackles? It resonated with his Tao. Yin-yang. Yin and yang encompass everything, not just two opposing forces like fire and ice or life and death. Even the concept of taking and giving. He took from the island, and now he gave back to it, completing a cycle. Ocean Song stood back up, brushing himself off. With this newfound fire inside of him, he knew he could begin the process of breaking through the next realm whenever he wanted. There was certainly the desire to do it right here and now, but that defeated the purpose of doing what he just did. Likewise, he was on a mission so he could put off breaking through until his sect was built and do it from the safety of his own home. Giving one last silent farewell to his birthplace, Ocean Song took his sword and shot out a few hundred feet before diving into the sea. He shot downwards, across the ocean floor, until he was well and thoroughly submerged into the depths of the ocean. Ocean Song put on his thinking face as his butt slowly floated down and touched the sands at the very bottom of the sea. He had no idea where he was supposed to go. He had some vague idea of what he wanted in a divine beat protector for the sect, but he hadn't actually put much thought into this. He wanted an aquatic creature. It paid homage to his heritage. Maybe a giant squid or octopus, or maybe a giant shark. Yes, no one would expect to be attacked by a shark on top of a mountain. It was genius. He reached out and grabbed a fish. Greetings, fellow Taoist, I have a question if you don't mind. As a son of Poseidon, he could both speak underwater and communicate with aquatic creatures. It had never come up before, but it was rather convenient for him. The fish's eyes bulged, and it went limp in his grasp. Ocean Song furrowed his brow and released the fish. It turned upside down and began floating upwards. Ocean Song felt bad and lay down on his back, despite being hundreds of feet under the water. He lay there until a shadow cast over him, blocking the faintest lights still penetrating this deep. Of course, Ocean Song could see plenty well this far under the water as a child of Poseidon, so he could make out the figure clearly. It was some kind of half-bull, halfish. Vaguely, he felt like he'd recognized this creature from somewhere before. Moo. Ocean Song perked up. In greetings to you, esteemed elder. Ocean Song politely cupped his fists and bowed to the ancient creature. Moo. What am I doing? I was looking for help, but, I was mistaken on the presence I had on the aquatic life here. Ocean Song coughed slightly. I was looking for perhaps directions or assistance. Moo. You're willing to help me. Ocean Song's eyes lit up. This lowly Cyclops is forever grateful for your assistance, esteemed elder. This one is looking for a mighty beast to guard my sect. I wished to ask for any directions or knowledge about such creatures. Ocean Song watched the strange cowfish swim around, as if pacing and thinking about something. It turned to him and nodded. Moo. I see. Ocean Song rubbed his chin. Yes, that's most excellent indeed. Such a mighty and legendary figure. Truly, such renown would make them worthy of my great heavenly tides demon monarch slaying sect. He paused for a moment. Name still pending. Moo. I suppose the name isn't that good. You're right, esteemed elder. Ocean Song acquiesced to the elder's words. Truly, this elder had the demeanor and elegance of an ancient immortal. Regardless, I thank you once more, esteemed elder. Ocean Song clasped his hands and bowed his head respectfully towards the strange cowfish creature. Do you have any advice on how to proceed with convincing them to join? Moo. The creature shook its head, however, its eyes lit up. Moo. Truly. Ocean Song's eyes widened. Thank you for your wisdom, esteemed elder. I shall not abuse this trust you put in me. Ocean Song turned to look where the creature was using its fin to point. That current, you say? Follow it all the way until I reach land. Moo. The creature nodded. Thank you then, esteemed elder. Farewell, and let us meet should fate allow it. Ocean Song said his goodbyes as he threw himself into the underwater current not far away and let it take him across the ocean. At *****. Far away, sitting at the bed of a river, a man hummed to himself as he fiddled with his fishing pole. There wasn't anything particularly noteworthy about him at first glance, and if any mortals saw him, they would simply see a middle-aged man fishing riverside. And they most certainly wouldn't have noticed the spear at his side. Out of a bucket next to him, he took out a worm and fastened it to his hook. He was about to cast his line until he perked up and furrowed his brow. With a jerk of his arms, he cast it in a completely different spot and with such force that the wind whipped and the hook shot right through the water, latching onto something heavy. The man tugged, and from the river, Ocean Song was pulled out. He sat there, hanging in the air by a fishing rod, looking at the man who had fished him up. Ocean Song recognized the person immediately upon seeing him, as they had met once. Greetings, great god Luff. Ocean Song, despite not being in the best position, made sure to be as polite as possible as he had somehow come across the Celtic chief deity. You're a long way from home. The god noted. Yes. Ocean Song nodded. What are you doing here? He asked because not many Greeks or Romans come to his neck of the woods these days. I was looking for the salmon of knowledge. Ocean Song revealed it without a hint of hesitation. The esteemed elder had told him of the mighty salmon of knowledge and where to find it. Specifically, he could find it in the River Boyne in Ireland, as it tends to stay there, just like the legends. Plans on eating it to gain infinite knowledge. The god of light added air quotes. I should warn you that the legends make it out to be better than it is. It's a handy thing, but it's by no means absolute. No, great God, I simply wanted to ask it some questions. I had been told that if captured, it will answer 3 questions truthfully in exchange for being set free. The god nodded, somewhat happy that the strange Cyclops wasn't planning on eating the salmon. Nothing in this world came without a price, and he was impressed that the boy had the insight not to be greedy. Welcome to Ireland. He swung his fishing rod over, letting Ocean Song hit the ground next to him. Thank you for allowing my visit, great god. Ocean Song bowed again properly now that he was on land. How do you plan on catching it? It's pretty elusive. The god asked, rather amused by this whole situation. He didn't particularly care that Ocean Song was after the salmon. Perhaps if it were someone else from his part of the world, or if he actually wanted to eat it properly, then he may have stopped him. But if he just wanted some questions answered, then the god found it rather interesting to watch, and it was a good way to waste time. He was already just sitting here fishing to pass the time, something interesting was coming his way, and why would he dismiss it? I was swimming up and down the river for a while, but I couldn't find it. Ocean Song scratched his head. If it doesn't want to be found, it'll be tricky. Admittedly, for the god, even he would have a bit of trouble finding it without using a good amount of his divine power. I suppose I can only persist and convey my intentions. Perhaps I can negotiate with the salmon and offer something in return for it to answer my questions. Ocean Song pondered out loud. It's notoriously temperamental. It doesn't like answering questions, which is why you have to catch it. Luff emphasized. Drat. Ocean Song plopped his butt down. Luff's lips twitched as he glanced at Ocean Song, thinking the Cyclops was rather funny. I'll tell you a weakness it has. It may pop its head up above water if it hears some good music. It wasn't very well known, and the ones who did know didn't have the care to spread the knowledge. But the salmon often got entranced by any good music it heard. Ocean Song perked up. I've waited my whole life for this moment. Pardon. The god did a double take as Ocean Song sat cross-legged and took out a string instrument he didn't recognize at a glance, looking like a horizontal harp. Ocean Song took a deep breath, and even Luff looked on in anticipation. He plucked the first string, a soft sound reverberated out. Then he hit another and another, the continuous and swift movements of his fingers made sure that the strings played lightning quick. Ocean Song looked serious as he focused 100% of his concentration on playing his zither. As for Luff, with each string that was plucked, he visibly shuddered and tensed. His nose scrunched, and he felt a particularly uncomfortable vibration through his body. For Luff, it was perhaps the worst attempt at playing an instrument he had ever heard in his life, and he had once seen one of his fellow gods turn into an elephant and use its large ass to play a harp. I don't think that's success. Ocean Song interrupted whatever it was that Luff was going to say as Luff's eyes were drawn to where Ocean Song was staring to see a large salmon head peek out of the water. Quote. O mighty salmon of knowledge, you have heard my wondrous music. I request. That was the worst music I've ever heard in my life, kill yourself. The salmon blurted out before spraying a stream of water into Ocean Song's face and disappearing below the water. The god and the monster didn't speak for what felt like an eternity before Ocean Song spoke again. Great God, my music wasn't that bad, was it? Luff nearly blurted out his agreement with the salmon, but as soon as he saw Ocean Song's face, he forced it down. The god felt an odd sense of pity for him. Silently, he put a hand on Ocean Song's shoulder to comfort him. It was rare for a god to feel bad for a monster. I shall not give up. Ocean Song declared. I will keep trying. Well, maybe it's a good idea to give up sometimes. Behold the Tao of music. Ocean Song's fingers blurred as he began playing the zither again. Moments later, the salmon shot up out of the water again. Trash, stop, you're trash. Do the world a favor and kill yourself so no one has to hear this garbage again. It dived back into the water after spraying Ocean Song with water again. Luff knew that the salmon was a bit abrasive and, well, mean, but he hadn't actually seen it in person before. You will not shake my Tao heart. The speed of his fingers picked up. I'd rather jump into a bear's mouth than continue hearing this. Go away, give up on life, you have nothing to live for. No one likes you. The salmon jumped out of the water again before going back under. Ha, shows what you know, this lowly Cyclops has many people that like him. This one even has a girl that. Ugly, fat, hideous. The salmon taunted. Any girl that likes you would be grotesque, a moron, blind, and deaf. Luff faintly felt something change as his eyes landed back on Ocean Song. As his expression darkened, it was accompanied by a particularly rasped draw of a string, as if made by accident, instead of purposely being bad. I bet she's fucking another. Domain expansion. Luff's head jerked, and his eyes widened, darting from the salmon back to Ocean Song. It was as if the world froze in those brief moments. A Tai Chi symbol expanded outwards, the world shifted along with it. All things in this world are equal. It was followed with another screech of Ocean Song's zither despite him having stopped playing the moment he released his domain expansion. Luff watched as the Cyclops smacked the salmon out of the water with his instrument, slamming it against a tree and knocking it unconscious. Luff looked at the salmon twitching on the ground, then back at Ocean Song. Clearly, it was awed by my talent. Truly I have mastered the Tao of music. Ocean Song said without a hint of shame. Luff considered that, technically, he did use music to lure the salmon out and capture it. At *******. The salmon woke up not long later. The strange heat certainly made the mystical creature's eyes pop open. It was sitting over a fire, slowly spinning on a roast spit. Greetings, fellow Taoist, you've woken up. Ocean Song kept his tone polite with a smile, but the salmon felt a specific killing intent intertwined with his words. Please don't eat me, the salmon asked. It seems you're much more receptive to speaking now, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song hummed. Great God Luff, how do you like your fish cooked? Surprise me. The god smiled, sitting next to Ocean Song. Wait, don't eat me. I'll answer your questions, that's the rule, right? Oh no, you captured me, you, handsome and smart, whatever you are, I guess I have no choice but to answer 3 questions of yours now. It squirmed in its bindings as the fire under it crackled. I'm not convinced. Ocean Song fanned the flames. Wait, please. Do you have any idea what it's like to be eaten? Please don't eat me, if I could cry, I would. How do I know you'll keep your word? The great god Luff is here, who would dare to go back on their word in front of him? The salmon was offered. Luff raised an eyebrow. I suppose I could act as the guarantee. See. He agrees. Ocean Song hummed and let the salmon loose as it happily darted far away from the fire. Alright, I have 3 questions. Fine. The salmon huffed, edging closer to the water, but not yet jumping in. Ask, and I'll answer 3. But then you have to let me go and not come looking for me again. Ocean Song nodded. I seek a divine beast protector for my sect. My question for you, does the Loch Ness monster actually live in Lake Loch Ness? Ocean Song wanted to verify that information first. Truly, there were few monsters in the world as famous as the Loch Ness monster. And if he had the Loch Ness monster as his divine beast protector, then the prestige of his sect would soar to the heavens. Luff looked at Ocean Song. The Loch Ness monster is a myth made up by humans, it doesn't actually exist. Yeah, it lives there. The salmon answered. What? Luff looked confused. How? What? He was quick to grab the salmon. I've looked through it when I was bored. There were only some simple and known monsters in that lake. There was no Loch Ness monster. He shook the fish. Oh. How did it escape your gaze, great God? That's the second question. The salmon was forced out as it was practically strangled by the cod. It's good at hiding. It can even go undetected by a god. What? Luff blurted out again. Ocean Song frowned. He didn't mean to use his second question there. Ask your last question. Luff sighed and dropped the salmon into Ocean Song's hands. It seems even I've learned something today. He didn't want to waste another question from the Cyclops, knowing that the second question there was the result of his own actions. Besides, now that he knew, he could discover the answers himself. Go ahead, ask it whatever you want. This is a rare opportunity. Creatures like the salmon that possess innate knowledge of the world are rare regardless of which pantheon you're in. Luff gestured for him to continue. I do have one question that's been eating away at me for as long as I can remember. Ocean Song said softly. Truthfully, it was a question that he had even in his previous life, and no one could answer it. Maybe now, the mythical salmon of knowledge could finally put the question to rest. Salmon of knowledge, I ask of you, is a hot dog a sandwich? Both Luff and the salmon stared at him in silence. No. The salmon said bluntly with the dryness of the Sahara Desert. It then slapped Ocean Song across the face with its tail and jumped back into the water. How? It's meat between bread. Ocean Song shouted. It's a single piece of bread. A sandwich by definition needs 2 pieces of bread, you moron. The fish shouted back. Philly cheesesteak. Ocean Song countered. That has its bread split down the middle. A hot dog bun isn't split down the middle. Luff watched as a Cyclops argued with a talking fish about whether a hot dog was a sandwich. This was oddly not the strangest thing he's ever witnessed. At ******. Ocean Song grumbled as he and Luff approached Lake Loch Ness. I still think that a hot dog is a sandwich, he said under his breath. Luff, not wanting to enter the argument, patted him on the shoulder. It's rather pretty. Ocean Song admired the view. Luff smiled. It is, isn't it? It's been a while since I've been here. It's become a bit more touristy than I liked, but they have taken good care of the place. Though he frowned at some trash around the area, something he would need to talk to someone about. All in all, Luff was having a good day. It was rare for something to genuinely grab his attention and keep him preoccupied like this these days. Now, Luff's eyes focused as he scanned the lake. Even now, he couldn't find the supposed Loch Ness monster. However, if the salmon said it exists, he was inclined to believe it, as he didn't think it would dare to lie to him. What plan do you have? Luff looked at Ocean Song as this was, well, his quest, or whatever he was calling it. As a god, it was impolite for him to intrude too much on whatever the Cyclops was doing, he was mostly just accompanying for the entertainment. I haven't quite thought about it yet. Ocean Song rubbed his chin. Luff didn't blame Ocean Song. If even he couldn't find it, then it was likely going to be a challenge for Ocean Song to succeed. Though, he was curious to see what the young monster would do. Luff had some initial thoughts, perhaps draining the lake completely for a bit, that may flush it out. He could also ask for some help from some water gods or the like. And there were plenty of other gods skilled at detection, maybe more than him. And also, he could. I'm just going to ask. Ocean Song shrugged. What? Luff blinked. Ocean Song took a deep breath. Great Loch Ness monster, are you there? This lowly Cyclops would like to request a talk, please. Luff was once more taken aback. That's not going to. The water vibrated, and a dark shadow appeared in the depths of the lake before something rather large pushed up out of the surface. Towering over both of them, an aquatic creature loomed. Luff wasn't specifically silent over the absurdity of Ocean Song's actions, but mostly because of the fact that he, the creature, wasn't there beforehand. His senses were swept out in the water when it suddenly appeared. Bahoo! It let out a sound almost like a whale song. Or not. Luff was starting to think he didn't understand how the world worked anymore. Ocean Song took a good look at the legendary creature and came to one conclusion. It looked like a Pokemon. Specifically, it looked like a bigger Lapras. Greetings, senior Loch Ness monsters. Ocean Song greeted the mythic creature spoken of in legends. This lowly Cyclops wishes to invite you to be the divine beast protector for my sect. Luff wondered if such a direct approach would work. This creature must have been alive for thousands of years at least, just by the look of things. However, the Loch Ness monster simply bent its long neck down and licked him rather happily. I shall take that as an acceptance, Senior Nessie. Ocean Song beamed. Shall we depart? I'll fly you back to our sect. Bahoo! The Loch Ness monster let out a long and deep sound and didn't sound like a rejection. Luff watched as the Cyclops lifted the massive creature up out of the water, hopped onto his hovering sword, and then flew away with it. After several moments, Luff walked to the edge of the lake, took out his fishing gear again, and sat down. Though, there was one addition. The inclusion of several bottles of whiskey at his side. At ******. A.N. Ocean Song acquires a new divine beast protector for his sect. Surely, it will strike fear into the hearts of his non-existent enemies. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. 107 comments 0 vote. Chapter 30. Ocean Song flew through the air happily. Everything was coming together for him now. He had sect members, albeit 2 other people, his own brother and Medusa. But now he had a sect protecting divine beast. And it was an extremely famous and world-renowned monster at that. Who didn't know who the Loch Ness monster was? Technically, Ocean Song didn't think Nessie was a monster, probably more a divine beast. He didn't know the actual terminology, but monster has a different sort of feeling. Nessie certainly felt more proper and natural compared to monsters in general. Regardless, Nessie was happy to join. Ocean Song touched down at the base of his sect and marveled. He had been gone about a day or so on his adventure, and it looked completely different than when he left. Actually, he was fairly sure the mountain was larger now too. Truly, his uncle's subordinates did good work. The foundations had all but been established, and the workers were currently building the actual structures, which seemed like the easier point in comparison. And he also noticed that there were clouds flying around. Ocean Song marveled at the workers once more. He would need to tell his uncle to reward them for their good work. You're back. Medusa came on over to greet him. Greetings, senior sister, how fares the sect in my absence? Ocean Song was questioned. About as well as you can see. She swept her arm out. I think I should have actually looked at the pictures you drew beforehand, because I have no idea what they're building or if they're doing a good job. Ah. Ocean Song nodded, he should have thought of that as well. It made her supervising sort of pointless in hindsight. Medusa looked at him, then around him. Where is it? Where is what? You said you were bringing back something. Medusa didn't know what to expect him to bring back, something ridiculous, she would imagine. She half expected something like a dragon or maybe a homeless man in a dragon costume. Oh, you mean the sect protecting divine beast? Yes, that. Where is it? It's right here. Ocean Song pointed right at her, or rather about a foot to the side. Nicaea stood over her, its large mouth inches away from her face as she abruptly turned to greet the face of the sect-protecting divine beast. The Greek monster let out a string of curses, fumbling backwards in fright. Bahu. Nessie let out a happy noise. $@ at $# at. Ocean Song noted that he had just learned some impressive cursing in ancient Greek. What is that? Where did it come from? Why didn't I see it? That's Nessie, she's the Loch Ness monster. Ocean Song said casually. The Loch Ness monster. Yup. The famous one, from Scotland. That's the one. Medusa wasn't sure what to say. Of all the ridiculous things she expected him to bring back, admittedly, this is actually about on par with them. She half thought he might bring back Bigfoot, and this wasn't that far away in utter nonsense. Isn't she an aquatic creature? Why is she just sitting on land? She has fins. Medusa pointed out a rather important fact about the Loch Ness monster. Don't worry, I have already considered this and made a stop before coming back to remedy this situation. Ocean Song said proudly. Really? She had doubts. Ocean Song slapped his storage bag, producing a folded clump of plastic that looked meshed together. He found a sprig on it and began to blow. After a moment, it filled with air and unfolded. It was an inflatable kiddie pool. This. Ocean Song put up a hand to stop her. He then took out a few buckets of water and started filling them up. And it's done. Quote. The Loch Ness monster let out a happy noise as it crawled across the ground and nudged itself into the kiddie pool that was much too small for it. Medusa opened her mouth a few times, but words failed to appear. She decided she didn't want her questions answered regarding it anymore. Rather, she had a different question about the monster. Why didn't I see it? Where did it even come from? Nessie is good at hiding. Even the Celtic chief god didn't know about her existence until she showed herself willingly. Ocean Song explained. Perfect for our sect protecting divine beast, wouldn't you say? Medusa looked at the large, she didn't know what it was. Was it a dinosaur? She was going to mentally refer to it as a dinosaur from now on. A dinosaur that can apparently hide from gods at a whim. Actually, getting another look at it, didn't it sort of look like that thing from that kid's show? She couldn't quite remember the name of it, she wasn't one for watching those things and only did so randomly. From now on, Senior Nessie shall be known as the Void Demon Heavenly Beast. Ocean Song proudly proclaimed. Quote. I'm not calling it that. Bahu. I see you like it, Senior Void Demon. Ocean Song nodded. I can't tell if you actually understand her because you're a child of Poseidon, or you're just making it up, and it's concerning me. Medusa muttered. Now. Ocean Song clapped his hands, ignoring her. It's time to move on to the next phase. Next phase. Do you actually have any real plans, or are you just making everything up as you go along? Of course I have plans. Ocean Song was offended. As a proper cultivator, of course he planned everything out meticulously. Also, like a proper cultivator, when everything somehow worked out despite his plans being half-assed, he would take full credit so everyone praised him. However, in this instance, Ocean Song did have plans. He reached into his majestic robes and pulled out a roll of papers. I have written all my plans here. If they're written in crayon, I'm kicking you off the mountain. Literally, not figuratively. Medusa warned. Ocean Song slowly put his amazing plans back into his robes under her glaring Medusa let out a sigh. What do we need to do next? Because against all logic, she actually still believed his original promise. Well, there's still a few things we need. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back as his robes lightly swayed in the wind, surveying the construction of the sect. We still need an alchemist, and a formations master at a minimum. As for the sect itself, I was also going to ask my exalted aunt to bless the sect once it was finished. Dare I ask, which aunt? Medusa showed a small bit of concern. The great goddess of the hearth, of course. Ocean Song replied. Medusa immediately perked up. Oh, that's fine. Actually, it was one of the few gods she wasn't utterly frightened of. In fact, plenty of monsters actually ask for her blessing on their own hearths. Now that Medusa thought about it, she couldn't recall a single monster that actually cursed her name or had anything bad to say about her. Not that she mingles with many monsters these days, but she still keeps up with certain things. However, I have a thought now. Would it be better to bless it while it's being built or after? Ocean Song voiced his thoughts. Medusa wanted to roll her eyes at another stupid question he asked, but after giving it consideration, she didn't actually know a firm answer either. Logically, a home needs to be, well, built. As the goddess of that sort of thing, you would assume that Hestia could bless a full and proper home. But could she bless the foundations of a home being built too, elevate it in some degree? Because even Medusa acknowledged the effort that Ocean Song put into his home being built properly, did that mean something in this case? I'll just ask her. Medusa then panicked a little. You can't just call up any god you want. Why not? Ocean Song already threw down a small altar onto the ground. Do you have an altar for every god? Medusa looked at him incredulously because this was far from the first time he had done this. Yes. Ocean Song nodded. Medusa didn't know if it was praiseworthy or utterly stupid. Great goddess of the heart. Ocean Song intoned. I seek your blessing and wisdom, please accept this humble offering in exchange for your exalted presence gracing us. He put down quite a few monster trophies he had accumulated from what he had been up to recently. The monster bits burst into flames and disappeared before he felt the godly presence loom over them. However, it wasn't pressing down on them like many gods have done. It wasn't overbearing or aggressive, it was weighty, it was large and encompassing, but it was also noticeably gentle. Hestia answered the summons, surprised that she received such a large offering, as it's rather rare these days, and when she turned her gaze over, she noticed who had done it. Of course Hestia was more than aware of Ocean Song at this point, the topic of many discussions on Olympus these days. And that wasn't even considering what he did to the sky not long ago. Your name is Ocean Song, right? My little nephew. Hestia's voice sounded out as a vague silhouette formed from flames appeared over top of the makeshift altar. Greetings, great goddess, this lowly Cyclops is indeed Ocean Song, son of Poseidon. May I call you aunt? Ocean Song spoke. Hestia found herself smiling as she looked at him. Her vague silhouette reached out and patted him on the head. I am your aunt, so it's fine. Ocean Song smiled brightly. Thank you, Aunt Hestia. He was happy, everyone knew that Hestia was Bestia. I request your wisdom, great goddess Hestia. He was also polite in addressing her properly when asking a favor, however. As a proper cultivator, Ocean Song knew when to be grandiose with someone's title, mostly when he wanted something. And what do you need, nephew? Hestia asked in amusement. Please dispel this one's confusion. I wish to seek your blessing upon my new home, however, it's not yet finished. Ocean Song swept his hand towards the sect being built. Hestia hadn't really paid attention to what was going on around them until now. Her gaze turned to the magnificent-looking structures being built on top of the mountain. Likewise, she looked back at Ocean Song and also at Medusa at his side, confused as to why she was there, but didn't comment. However, Hestia would guess his reason for calling. If you want my blessing, you would wait until it's finished being built, that way it will provide the most benefit. Ocean Song smiled happily. Thank you, Auntie. Hestia giggled and lightly poked his nose. Don't get too excited yet. I would be happy to bless it without anything in return, but rules are rules. Especially for something of this size, you need to make a worthy offering. Her tone sounded slightly miffed by the latter bit. Perplexing, but not impossible. I shall find some monsters to slay then. Ocean Song nodded. As if to rebuke him, the vague silhouette of her reached up and pinched his cheek. I don't mind offerings of monsters, but I won't like it if you go out and start killing just for the sake of it. You should know better than anything that not all monsters are evil. She lightly chastised him. That ruined Ocean Song's easy method of acquiring her blessing. However, he was not easily deterred. Great Senior Void Demon Heavenly Beast, I have a mission for you. Bahu. Nessie appeared, startling both Medusa and especially Hestia. Hestia was paying attention. Hestia's divine gaze was on the area, and whatever that thing was, it completely slipped through her eyes, which shouldn't be possible. I require you to seek out a worthy offering for Aunt Hestia that does not require killing. Ocean Song declared. Nessie seemed to understand him, and a moment later, it once more disappeared from view in front of everyone. While everyone stared at him incredulously, Ocean Song was just pleased that he had competent subordinates. Nephew. Hestia's voice returned. What was that? That was the great void demon heavenly beast. Ocean Song responded. Also known as Nessie, the Loch Ness monster. Quote. Hestia found herself speechless. Of course she knew the Loch Ness monster. It's as famous as Bigfoot or any other random myth that humans believe these days. Opposed to real myths, that is. She just didn't think it was also real. She sort of understood her brother's exasperation now. Is there anything else you need, nephew? Hestia asked because he did provide a rather large offering. Ocean Song perked up with a thought. Aunt Hestia, you're at Camp Halfblood right now, right? I am. She was wondering where he was going with this. Can you tell me how Percy is doing? Hestia paused for a moment, then smiled brightly. I can do that. Line break. The Great Void Heavenly Demon, also known as Nessie, was carrying out her assigned mission. She swam through the void, undetected by any being bar the most ancient and powerful. She plopped onto the ground, surrounded by lush plants, beautiful flowers, and all manner of fantastical sights. It was a garden unlike any other, the kind spoken of in myths and legends. Nessie perked up as she heard the sound of music, finding a group of nymphs dancing joyfully, singing, and playing in the garden. Nessie stayed there for a few minutes, bobbing her head back and forth while enjoying the festivities, no one the wiser of her presence. Reluctantly, she pulled away as she began to scoot across the ground, inch by inch, towards her destination. She got slightly sidetracked again as she saw a large figure holding up an impossible weight. Nessie's large body pushed forward until it came up to Atlas as he held the sky. Atlas was sleeping, standing and still holding the sky up, a feat he had learned some thousands of years ago. However, his eyes shot open, and he looked around in confusion, seeing nothing, despite Nessie being a breath away from him, looking him over. Curiously, she looked up and licked the sky. Atlas felt something again and became flustered but mostly confused. The great void demon heavenly beast lost interest and continued on her way. Inch by inch she scooted across the ground, she made her way to the smell of something tasty. His job was to bring back an offering. She was very old, so she knew a thing or two about the world. And as she got closer, she recognized the distinct hue of godly golden apples. A whole tree of them. However, there was also an utterly massive 100-headed dragon sleeping soundly nearby. Nessie pushed up to it, looking at it in curiosity. She used one of her flippers to push open one of its eyelids. The massive beast stirred slightly but didn't wake up. Losing interest again, she then slowly made her way to the target of her mission. The tree that grew the golden apples. However, Nessie came to a realization. She didn't know how many she would need. Thus, she thought of a simple solution. She used her large mouth to reach out, turned sideways, and bit into the trunk of the tree. And in one swift motion, she pulled it out of the ground. With the sacred golden apple tree in her mouth, she decided it was mission accomplished, and she slowly began to scoot away. Just as easily as she entered the Garden of the Hesperides, so too did she leave, even if it took her a bit of time to scoot back to the proverbial entrance. The Loch Ness monster wasn't a creature that kept track of time, but the sun was now setting, implying it had been quite a while since it had left. It arrived back to its new home and its new friends. Nessie let out a happy noise, plopping the golden apple tree down in front of her fellow monsters. Both Ocean Song and Medusa stared at the tree. It only took the two of them a second to realize what was now laid out in front of them. The two of them started screaming. Nessie looked at them happily and let out its own bellows of happiness, joining in on the fun. Line break. Ocean Song, we need a proper offering to Hestia. Nessie plops down Hera's sacred and beloved golden apple tree that's usually protected by a demigod killing, 100-headed dragon that even Hercules would struggle against. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. 101 comments 0 vote. Chapter 31. Ocean Song and Medusa stood side by side, mouths agape, lungs at full capacity, letting out one continuous, soul-rattling scream as they stared at the very real, very sacred golden apple tree now resting peacefully in front of their half-finished sect. The tree shimmered with divine authority, glimmering with each golden apple dangling temptingly from its branches. It radiated power, ancient and revered, each leaf practically humming with the sound of Zeus's lightning bolts finding their heads if a single breath of this was revealed. Why is that here? Medusa grabbed Ocean Song by the robes and began shaking him violently. Do you know what this is? This is Hera's. Hera's. As in the Queen of the Gods, Hera. I know. Ocean Song wailed, grabbing his own head. It was a wedding present from Gaia. Gaia. The primordial goddess of Earth. Why would Nessie do this? Medusa continued. They both turned to the side. Nessie blinked at them, her large, calm, vaguely reptilian eyes conveying nothing but unearned pride. She let out a gentle, bubbly, bahu, like a sea cow pleased with itself for pooping in the tub. Does she even know what she did? Medusa gasped, clutching her chest. Ocean Song looked at Nessie again, but he could tell that she most certainly had no idea what was going on based on her look. Medusa pointed accusingly at the not dinosaur. Not just an apple. The whole tree. How did she even? The dragon. Wasn't there a dragon? Yes. Laden. 100 heads, fearsome beast, someone I considered for the spot of sect protecting divine beast. Medusa's eyes went wide with existential terror. Did she kill it? The ancient monster whispered in horror. Ocean Song's eyes widened as they both stared at Nessie. Truly I have picked the greatest sect protecting divine beast. Medusa smacked him upside the head. The golden apple tree symbolizing the marriage between the king and queen of the gods was stolen by your pet. I know, I'm trying to not think about it. Ocean Song was still in a state of existential fear. It was one thing to invite Zeus to lightning bolt your face in a challenging manner, it was another matter entirely to essentially slap the queen of gods across the face and steal her marriage gift from Gaia. Their horror reached a crescendo. We're going to die, Medusa whispered. We are going to die the most painful, divine, ironic deaths in the history of immortal execution methods. We're going to be turned into living statues and fed to peacocks. Ocean Song gasped. Do you think they'll make me give it back? Of course they'll make you give it back. You stole the single most important botanical symbol of matrimonial divinity in existence. It's not my fault. Nessie thought it was a good offering. Ocean Song cried out, falling to his knees in front of the sacred tree. She was just trying to help. As if understanding the drama, Nessie let out another soft, bahu, tilting her massive head. Medusa ran her hands through her hair, muttering, okay. Okay. Damage control. We need a plan. We need to contact Hestia. Maybe she can mediate before Hera turns us into soup. Auntie. Ocean Song gasped. Yes. She's still here, right? He turned to look, and paused. The makeshift altar was now surrounded by a quiet ring of fire, and within it, the outline of Hestia remained, looking between them, and the tree. She was completely still. Medusa froze. Ocean Song held his breath. Nessie wagged a flipper. The flame silhouette of Hestia finally spoke. I am going to pretend I didn't see this. Hestia, goddess of the hearth, defender of all things family, wisely chose to hang up the divine call. Ocean Song was a proper cultivator. That is to say, as a proper cultivator, he knew when he was fucked. This was far beyond any of the things he had done before that earned anger or annoyance from any god. No, this was the start of one of those cautionary tales propagated in myths that end with, and then they suffered a fate worse than death, and it continues till this day. I have an idea. Ocean Song quickly came to a realization. Medusa grabbed him by the collar. I don't care what it is, do it now. Ocean Song threw down another altar. Hecate, help. Medusa, in a normal situation, would have been grumpy and annoyed at his actions, but that was probably the best she could hope for in this situation. The divine sight of Hecate fell on Ocean Song, briefly glancing at Medusa before turning back to him. What do you want? Golden apple tree, stolen, help. Ocean Song flailed his arms around, like a proper cultivator, of course. And Hera will be annoyed if you stole an apple, but it's been done plenty of times. The entire tree. Ocean Song blurted out. That was when Hecate saw what he was talking about, and her divine presence immediately descended upon them. Her eyes landed on the tree in person this time. Quote exclamation mark. Hash at dollar at percent. Dollar hash at percent. Ocean Song was learning a great many new bad words in ancient Greek today. Why is that here? The goddess of magic grabbed him and shook him violently. Nessie did it. Ocean Song threw off all semblance of decorum and pointed the finger at her. Bahu. Nessie still had no idea what was going on. What is that? The Loch Ness monster. Medusa informed her. Hecate opened her mouth once, it hung open for a few moments before slowly closing. Rather than replying, she opted to shake Ocean Song some more. Why did you steal the apple tree? It wasn't intentional. Hera won't care about that, you buffoon. Can you hide it? He asked, pleading with his eyes. Admittedly, Hecate was nearly moved just from the pitiful sight alone. She didn't like seeing him in a desperate situation like this. Quote. I can't. She dropped him. There are rules. I can't just overtly act. Not to mention, you're asking me to go against Hera. Do you have any idea how furious she's going to be? Do you think that her getting angry at one of Zeus's bastards is a show of how petty and heinous she can be when she sets her mind to it? Ocean Song was a true cultivator, therefore, he didn't start crying. See, can we make an offering? Medusa asked. Ocean Song immediately perked up. We can make an offering, right? Say, a golden apple. Ocean Song was about to reach for one before Hecate swiftly slapped his hand away. Stop, she commanded. Don't touch the apples, she hissed under her breath. They're enchanted, so Hera will immediately know if someone picks one of her apples. But not the tree itself. Why would she ever think someone would be stupid enough to steal the whole damn tree? Ocean Song thought that was a fair point. Hecate, on a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed are we? The scale does not go high enough. She snorted. How haven't we been smote yet? Medusa asked in a whisper, her normal fear of anything divine currently paling in comparison to her fear of what Hera would do to them. Do you think she watches it every second of the day? She only cares if one of the apples gets picked, or if that stupid dragon wakes up and makes a commotion, so you might be fine for a while. Hecate hypothesized. So we have a chance. Ocean Song realized. We just need to find someone capable of hiding it. He looked at Nessie. Considering she grabbed it and came back here, presumably she could hide it, but he didn't think she could indefinitely. And, well, as much as he loved his new sect-protecting divine beast, he didn't quite trust her to keep it in her mouth or something for the rest of her life. Preferably someone who won't rat us out. Medusa added. Yes, that's very important. Ocean Song nodded. You could try Circe, she might be willing to listen if I ask. Hecate offered a genuine offer coming from a certain, care about her stupid Cyclops. The one that turns men to pigs if they go to her island. Yes. Ocean Song weighed his options. Would being turned into a pig be worse than what Hera would do to him? I'm fucked. Medusa sat down. Maybe if I kill myself, she won't be able to reach me in Tartarus. The Gorgon genuinely considered if staying in Tartarus was a better alternative than what may happen. Maybe I can go hide with my father in Atlantis. Ocean Song pondered. No, I must face this head on. He stood up straighter. I have no fear. Really? Medusa looked at him. No, I'm absolutely terrified. Ocean Song admitted. Hecate, do you know anyone who can help that won't turn me into a pig? Will a different animal help you make a choice? She asked in return. Ocean Song agreed with Medusa. They were fucked. Wait. Ocean Song's eyes widened. I have an idea. This is your last one. If you don't say something good, I'm jumping off the mountain and respawning in Tartarus. Medusa said, oddly patiently, like someone who had made peace with death. Daedalus. Ocean Song blurted out the name of the person who would save them. The creator of the labyrinth. Who else has such profound insights into the art of formations and can hide the apple tree from prying eyes? Ocean Song threw out. That's incredibly idiotic, so much so that it circles back around to being intelligent. Hecate blinked. Okay, and where is he? Medusa asked. In the labyrinth. Ocean Song answered. How do you know that? Hecate snapped her head back to him. Where else would he be? Ocean Song retorted swiftly. Now, I just need to head to the labyrinth to find him. Medusa crossed her arms. Well, get on with it. Quote. You don't know how to find it, do you? Quote. Hecate. Ocean Song looked at her with pleading eyes again. Hecate twitched because she was finding it difficult to reject him when he looked at her so pitifully. I suppose since you gave me flowers, I can answer. She huffed. There are plenty of entrances across the continent. The closest one would be at the camp, but if you don't want to go there, there's another one just the state over in Atlanta, Georgia. Hecate tapped his forehead, and the information appeared in Ocean Song's head. I'm taking Bessie, bye. Ocean Song picked up the great void heavenly demon before hopping onto his sword and flying away. Line break. Ocean Song flew at his fastest speed. He was racing against the clock. He wasn't even sure his father could protect him if Hera found out what they had done. And he very well couldn't just throw Nessie under the bus. Partly because she could simply disappear. But also because he was a proper cultivator, and a proper cultivator doesn't abandon sect members. Thankfully, they arrived at the spot rather quickly. For some reason, the entrance to the labyrinth was inside a large aquarium. Nessie found it fun, looking around at the sea life as we walked through the tunnels, surrounded by the massive fish tanks. Ocean Song would have also taken the time to admire it, but current problems took away all the fun. He almost did a double take as the entrance to the labyrinth was quite literally built into the side of the fish tank not far ahead either. It looked like one of those cartoons where someone paints on the side of a cliff to look like a tunnel. Except, it was real. Ocean Song looked behind it to see that there was nothing behind it but water and glass, yet he could put his hand forward into the entrance. He had no time to ponder the sheer lack of regard for anything resembling common sense or physics and hopped right in, carrying Nessie, despite her being larger than the entrance would allow. It was exactly as one would imagine. Large stone walls, a darkness that hung above. An invisible force that prevented anyone from flying upwards or otherwise jumping over the walls. It was an entirely different world that they had walked into. The labyrinth yawned open before them like a puzzle that resented being solved. Ocean Song stepped forward with all the confidence of someone who had never once solved a puzzle but had always cheated successfully. This, he announced, is the part where most mortals get lost forever. Bahu, Nessie nodded wisely. However, I am a wise and proper cultivator, so I have a better plan. Ocean Song did his best to teach her the arts of being a cultivator. He took a breath. Daedalus. I request audience in the ancient tradition of yelling loudly and hoping for the best. The maze did not respond. Ocean Song nodded solemnly. Plan B. He sat cross-legged, placed the zither across his lap, and began to play. A soft, eerie melody filled the air, a song inspired by salmon, composed by Panic, and accompanied by Nessie's soulful, entirely unrequested vocalizations. The air shimmered. Oddly, the labyrinth seemed to respond. Aggressively. The walls started thumping in the distance, as if grinding in annoyance. Though, that only made Ocean Song play even more brilliantly. The Tao of music was not one for the faint of heart. Ocean Song knew that you had to be bold. He couldn't help but admire Nessie either, as she kept perfect tempo. In that, she was screaming in the same random nonsense tone that Ocean Song was randomly plucking strings with. One of the walls rippled, the stones rearranging themselves until a face emerged, not carved, not solid, but hovering in magic and masonry. Daedalus. With a screech of the zither, Ocean Song looked aghast. Oh no, he has fused with the labyrinth. It's magic, you fool. The stone face of Daedalus scowled. I simply used the focal point of the labyrinth to inject. He stopped. Why am I explaining this? I can hear that annoying ruckus all the way from my workshop. What do you want? I have a proposition for you. No. Want. Ocean Song paused. No. No, go away. He immediately rejected it. Please. Ocean Song asked politely. Fine, tell me what you want. Daedalus was taken aback because the random monster actually was asking him nicely. Will you join my sect? I don't know what that is, but no. Ocean Song was in a moral quandary. On one hand, it was obvious that Daedalus didn't want to join. On the other hand, he really needed Daedalus to join to help with their little problem. However, he didn't want to force anyone to join either. So, Ocean Song decided to do what he did best. He looked straight at the face, plopped back down, and started playing the zither again. The face on the wall visibly cringed and shuddered with each passing note. Are you seriously going to do that until I agree? I don't know what you're talking about, I'm just practicing my music. Ocean Song responded. You know, I can just tune you out. Then do it. I can shift the labyrinth until no sound can reach me. Go ahead. I will rip off my own ears. By all means, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song continued to play. The face on the wall twitched. It was a method of attack he never anticipated. The fact that the labyrinth was, rather echoey and not something he could simply fix in a short amount of time. Despite the monster, and he could tell at first glance that Ocean Song was a monster, was at a random entrance, and he could hear from the center, that said everything that needed to be said about that particular flaw. Daedalus realized that this monster must have studied and analyzed his maze for an uncountable number of years to be able to pinpoint this flaw in design that even he had never considered. Fine. Daedalus shouted in annoyance. I'll give you a chance. If you can find me within a day, then I'll do whatever it is you asked. But if you can't, you have to leave and never bother me again. I agree. HMPH, then give it your best shot. The man scoffed, his face disappearing from the wall. Ocean Song smiled, but he didn't move. He didn't need to. Daedalus never realized nor paid attention to the large animal that had disappeared some time ago. Ocean Song stood there for about 2 hours until he heard something down a few corners of the labyrinth. A large shadow loomed, appearing from the edge. Nessie came, slowly scooting down the long corridor, moving a few inches at a time due to the fact that she was an aquatic animal moving across solid ground. In her mouth, was a man looking like he had given up on life. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back, robes bellowing heroically. All according to plan. Line break. A.N. Ocean Song. Things happened in our favor, I therefore take all credit. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 87 comments 0 vote. Chapter 32. Ocean Song soared triumphantly through the sky, sword beneath his feet, robes flapping in the wind while he held Nessie over his head. Above him, her flippers flopped uselessly at her sides. In her mouth, still, was Daedalus, who, by this point, had stopped resisting and simply dangled there, arms crossed, eyes glazed with the weariness of a man who had stopped trying to understand the world around him. This is the most humiliating moment of my life, Daedalus finally said, voice muffled slightly by teeth and fish breath. I am Daedalus. I invented labyrinthine architecture. I outwitted gods. My name is spoken in reverence in every academy worth its marble. And now I am being transported like a soggy sock in a sea cow's mouth. Ocean Song glanced up cheerfully. Nessie says you're chewy. What is this thing? How did it find me in my workshop? Daedalus screamed into the wind. This is Nessie. She's the Loch Ness monster. Her Dao name is the Great Void Heavenly Demon, Ocean Song explained helpfully. She's very sneaky. Ocean Song briefly considered teaching her to use a bow, but realized that a stealth archer of such power would be too much for this world to handle. Bahu. Nessie let out a delighted bubble of joy, flapping her flippers. Unfortunately, that little celebration jostled her mouth just enough. Wait! Ocean Song cried. Daedalus plummeted. Ocean Song dove like a missile. With all the grace of a true cultivator, he maneuvered the sword beneath Nessie and angled her head just in time. Chomp. Caught again. Upside down this time. This is cruelty, Daedalus muttered from his new position. This is what cruelty looks like. Is this my punishment? Mom, is this what you sent to punish me? This is what opportunity looks like. Ocean Song replied. A heaven-sent opportunity, your life's fortune. You're flying on a sword. Daedalus snapped. Do you understand how offensive that is to a man who handcrafted feathered wings from bird carcasses and wax? Do you? There's a moral lesson in my story. A universal truth. Children everywhere grow up learning it. Ocean Song tilted his head thoughtfully. A sword is better. Excuse me. He roared defiantly, as it seemed like his rage finally reached the boiling point. I'm a genius. You're shooting through the air like a loose arrow. My wings had class, elegance, they had logic. Explain to me, fellow Taoist, how mixing bird feathers and wax and putting them on your back let you fly. Quote. Fuck you, Daedalus spat. Your sword-flying nonsense makes no sense. Easy, Ocean Song said proudly. I merely lift up the sword through the use of my chi and sword Tao, cutting the quintessential essence of the world that allows me to soar to the heavens. Quote. Wait, do you not even need the sword to fly? He came to a realization as he filtered out the words he didn't know. Of course I do, fellow Taoist, Ocean Song replied. Daedalus perked up. He was angry, furious, even, but he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to learn something new. Obviously, to him, this monster before him had been doing something he had no context for. Thus, Daedalus did what he does best, analyze and theorize. I'm a sword cultivator. Of course I must fly on a sword, Ocean Song said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Daedalus didn't know what to say in response. He had absolutely no idea what the monster kidnapping him was talking about. And honestly, that made him even more angry. Did I accidentally inhale some bad chemicals in my lab? Is this just a ridiculous hallucination? This is very real, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song smiled. I was assaulted by the Loch Ness monster in my lab and now I'm being flown through the air by a monster riding a sword, Daedalus countered. Ocean Song considered that and realized he didn't know if he could convince Daedalus that this wasn't a bad hallucination either. Woo, Nessie let out one of her happy noises, this time muffled because she didn't want to drop him. You look like a Pokemon, Daedalus finally said. Ocean Song blinked. I thought you lived in the labyrinth. I have cable, he spoke and instantly became crestfallen. Quote. Had cable. Fear not, fellow Taoist. I shall send Nessie back to loot your workshop for anything of value once you've settled into the sect. Ocean Song did his best to reassure the ancient demigod. Just drop me, please. Put me out of my misery. I'll take whatever judgment waits for me in the underworld. Ocean Song let out a laugh. Fear not, fellow Taoist, he started again. We all may very well die in the next few hours anyway. Daedalus didn't know what he meant by that, but for some reason, it frightened him more than it should. Line break. It didn't take long for them to return to the sect. Once they got closer, Daedalus seemed to perk up, as much as one could while being carried like a kitten by Nessie. Is that where my new prison is going to be? He seemed surprised. Looks oddly immaculate. How wonderful, the sect seems to be finished. The clouds opened up, the mists cleared, and revealed a towering, multi-story building in the ancient Eastern style. Other buildings stretched outward from the main hall, forming a harmonious web of courtyards and halls. Large bridges spanned mountain peaks, and tall archways welcomed visitors from the horizon. There were small pieces of land floating around it as well, with other buildings perched atop them. There were waterfalls tumbling from even higher pieces of sky floating earth, feeding lakes that gently poured over the edge and created rainbows as the water fell. It wasn't covered in gold or jewels. It wasn't ostentatious. But it exuded an unmistakable aura of elegance and refinement. Here, there are immortals. A celestial landscape that could even cause the gods to envy. Ocean Song was impressed. Truly, the workers managed to capture his designs well. He would have to send his thanks to his uncle and make sure to praise them in front of him to give them face. Nessie looked excited too. To the point where she nearly dropped Daedalus by accident again. This will be your new home, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song declared. If we survive past today. Quote. Why do you keep saying that? Daedalus narrowed his eyes. Admittedly, he was a bit awestruck by the display. In the back of his mind, he questioned if this move would be as bad as he originally thought. Truthfully, his mind had been running ragged trying to think of why this monster had wanted him. For what nefarious purpose did he want his genius, for what plans or schemes? But frankly, he just couldn't guess what Ocean Song was thinking. Daedalus had seen Olympus before, and truth be told, he found it gaudy. Maybe it was just how foreign this place looked, but he seemed to appreciate it at first sight a bit more. He was a master architect, so the masterful designs and construction were caught by him quickly. Ocean Song descended in a wide, graceful arc, landing with a theatrical flourish atop a floating stone platform nestled near the sect's central plaza. Nessie, still hovering slightly above ground, blinked twice. Then unceremoniously spat Daedalus out like a watermelon seed. Thump. He landed face first on the marble, bounced once, and lay still, arms and legs sprawled, dignity in ruins. Ocean Song nodded approvingly. A successful delivery. Daedalus didn't move. He didn't groan. He didn't even twitch. He merely lay there, face pressed against the stone, as if trying to fuse with it and escape the waking world. Ocean Song stepped forward and gestured dramatically. Fellow Taoist. Welcome to your new home. Medusa stood nearby, arms crossed, one serpentine brow arched as she looked down at the soggy architect on the floor. Is he dead? Possibly. Maybe. Ocean Song didn't know the answer. Daedalus groaned faintly, turning over to welcome the world. A second presence made itself known. Hecate stood off to the side, her divine silhouette haloed in smoky wisps. She didn't speak. She didn't even look directly at Daedalus, just acknowledged his existence with the same regard one gives a mildly interesting cloud. That was all it took. Daedalus jolted upright with the terror of a man who realized he was in the presence of an actual deity. Hecate, he choked, scrambling to a half-kneel, half-grovel. Goddess of magic, mistress of crossroads. Stop. I don't care, I'm not here. Hecate replied, not wanting to get further involved in whatever nonsense was happening. Yet, she didn't leave. It was like watching two trains about to collide. She just couldn't actually bring herself to look away from the train wreck that was happening in slow motion around her. Daedalus hesitantly nodded. Despite being thousands of years old and a genius, he still was absolutely terrified of any actual deities. It was something that had been ingrained in him ever since he was young and never left. Before he could collect himself, he finally noticed Medusa. His eyes narrowed instantly. Why is a monster here? Quickly, kill it. Medusa's snakes all hissed in unison. Excuse me. Quote. I'm a monster as well. Ocean Song interjected. He surged to his feet, still dripping from Nessie saliva, and pointed. That's Medusa. What is she doing here? She's utterly ignoring him. Medusa flashed him a toothy smile. And this is the thing you dragged back with your fish. Oh okay, just ignore me. Ocean Song said softly. Daedalus pulled out a sword from his pocket. This has been one of the most humiliating days of my life, but I won't be talked down to be you of all things. A pathetic monster that only exists to get killed for glory. Medusa narrowed her eyes from behind her veil, silent for a beat or two. At least I never murdered my family. That hit like a thunderclap. Daedalus froze. His expression twisted, pride shriveling into something uglier. How dare you? He hissed deeper than her many snakes. Ocean Song swung his sword between them, the air pressure nearly forcing them off their feet. Fellow sect members shouldn't fight. Well, fight with swords if you want to fight. Ocean Song clarified, then gestured to Nessie. You're making the great void heavenly demon sad. They both looked at Nessie, who lowered her head. Bahu, she let out a soft sorrowful noise. She eventually scooted over to her little kiddie pool that was still left out at the steps towards the entrance of the sect and plopped herself down in, head laying on the ground. I hope you both are proud of yourselves. Ocean Song looked at both Medusa and Daedalus. For some reason, both of them looked a bit ashamed as they saw Nessie and stopped arguing. When they weren't looking, Ocean Song shot Nessie a thumbs up, which she waved her flipper back at him. Truly, he was a wise cultivator, able to defuse a potentially bad situation without resorting to violence. Now, let's move on to the topic of why you're here, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song pat the inventor's shoulder. Hecate, can you please? It was obvious to Ocean Song that Hecate was hiding it. Obviously, this wasn't a proper hiding, as she said before that such a thing wasn't plausible with how the laws work. But there were hundreds of ghosts and workers here not hours ago, so it's clear she at least hid it from sight from those lot. Hecate snapped her fingers, revealing the tree right where they left it. Daedalus looked at it and did a double take. He opened his mouth to say something, then stopped and his eyes dilated in realizing what it was. Hash. At $%. Hash carat %. Dollar hash at. More improper words were added to Ocean Song's vocabulary. Is that what I think it is? Daedalus shouted, pointing at it. Yup. Medusa responded. Why are you not freaking out? Because if you can't help, then I'm jumping off the mountain and hiding in Tartarus until things blow over. She replied rather casually. Daedalus gaped at her incredulously. Quote. Is this why you brought me here? Daedalus now understood everything Ocean Song meant about probably dying today. Fellow Taoist. Ocean Song forced a smile. Please, unfuck us. That is a horrible way to phrase it, but oddly appropriate. Hecate chimed in. What makes you think I'll help you with this? I could leave right now and pretend this never happened. Fellow Taoist. Ocean Song wrapped an arm around his shoulder. You can't leave. No, I very much think I can. Are you going to threaten me? He barked out a laugh. Good luck, I'd take a normal death over whatever the heck will happen now. You misunderstand. Ocean Song shook his head. You can't leave now because you're now an accomplice. Daedalus wanted to retort, but his eyes widened. Hera wouldn't give a shit if he was actually involved or not now, he was here, he saw it. This crafty monster forced him to be an accomplice so he couldn't run away. He knew it. He knew this monster was frighteningly intelligent. A moment of silence lingered after Ocean Song's declaration. Daedalus stood there, looking at the tree. The golden apple tree. Hera's tree. A gift from Gaia. A sacred, divine artifact of matrimonial symbolism that absolutely should not be here. He took a single step back. How is it here? Why is it here? Daedalus demanded. Bahu. The inventor's eyes jerked to Nessie. You. he said in a low voice as everything slotted into place. And then the sky screamed. Wu took eeeet. The voice was feminine, and it was utterly furious. Ocean Song was fairly sure that it shook the entire eastern seaboard. Every bird in the sky scattered. The clouds parted in fear. Trees seemed to want to bend over and hide in the ground. Even Ocean Song's own connection to the ocean let him feel the waves recede in fear. Quote. I think she found out. Ocean Song noted. You think? Daedalus shouted in response. Ocean Song stared at the sky, face frozen in a horror he could barely process. Another wave followed. A pressure, no, an awareness, pulsing outward from the east, from a single impossible peak. Mount Olympus. A colossal, god-tier wave of power began to sweep across the landscape like a giant hand brushing aside the veil of the world itself. She's scanning, Hecate muttered, eyes narrowing. Slowly and methodically. Technically, she's not breaking any rules. Ocean Song could also see it. Like a dome that emanated outwards from the mountain, her divine sense expanded at miles a second. Hecate called it slow, but it had already passed through several states. Do something. Medusa looked like she was about to cry. Bahu. Nessie covered her eyes with her flippers and disappeared from everyone's view. Ocean Song whipped around, grabbed Daedalus by the shoulders, and started shaking him violently. Fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it, fix it. I just got here. Daedalus wailed. What do you expect me to do? Fix it. I don't even know how. And then something in him snapped. Daedalus thrust both hands toward the earth, eyes wide and glowing, screaming in a mix of panic and ancient architectural fervor. ASHFHEWHFASHDHF. He let out an unintelligible scream as the pulsing wave of divine fury was but miles away. The ground rumbled and burst open. And the labyrinth itself rose from the earth, wrapped around the tree, and pulled it inside before pushing back into the ground, disappearing from view. The moment it vanished, Hera's divine scan swept over the area. It paused for the briefest of moments, perhaps noting Ocean Song, who had been the hot topic of discussion recently. But her fury wasn't particularly directed at him. It was singularly focused on the thief of her sacred apple tree, whoever that was, and in that fraction of a second, it didn't see the tree anywhere near him, and continued onwards. Everyone stood frozen in place. Daedalus collapsed onto the ground in a cold sweat. Medusa slowly sat down too, coiling up around herself. Hecate let out a breath of relief. Ocean Song stood there, arms clasped behind his back as his robes bellowed heroically. Everything going according to plan. They all stared at him. With a gesture from Hecate, he was sent flying off the mountain. Line break. The sect is finished, they have a new sect member, and Hera didn't discover the tree. Truly, Ocean Song is a talented cultivator to handle everything without issue. Chapter 33. Ocean Song scaled the steps of his new sect. He could have easily flown up, but he wanted to experience this at least once. And since Hecate had thrown him off the mountain, it was the perfect opportunity. He anticipated the day when hopeful recruits did their best to scale the mountain, pushing their willpower as they walked the thousands of steps. Obviously, it would take some effort for the sect to become renowned enough. Ocean Song was thinking about listing themselves in the phone book. He would need to finalize a name, though, truly a difficult matter. One might think that the very Eastern-style mountain in the middle of the American Smokies would look out of place. Ocean Song would agree, but also say that it's much cooler now. He noted again that his uncle's people did a phenomenal job. He didn't understand how they managed to change the actual structure of the mountain in the span of a day or so in addition to constructing the sect, but they were truly professionals. The clouds also looked immaculate as they wrapped around the sect itself. He reached the top, and everyone was still there, as if waiting for him. Daedalus didn't miss a beat. Oh good, Medusa stated, still plopped on the ground. The idiot's back. Ocean blinked, then beamed. Greetings, fellow Taoists, it's a wonderful day today, isn't it? I'm glad to see you're all still here. I've been trapped here. Daedalus corrected. And yet, you stayed. Ocean put a hand over his heart. Your loyalty is commendable, fellow Taoist. That's kidnapping. Daedalus, shouted Icarus. You literally kidnapped me. You and your stupid fish. He pointed at Nessie. Bahu. Nessie bobbed her head happily. I can see emotions are running high, he said. Let's take a breath. And allow me to reintroduce myself properly. He stepped forward, drawing himself up to full height. I am Ocean Song, son of Poseidon, founder of the, pending name, Cultivation sect. Master of waves, keeper of a certain apple tree that will not be named, and jade beauty Cyclops. Daedalus stared. No, you're not. Ocean's smile didn't falter. Beg your pardon. You're not a Cyclops. Cyclops have one eye. You clearly have three. Ocean gasped. Wow. What? Fellow Taoist, the racism is unbecoming of you. What? No. I'm not racist, Cyclops literally have one eye. This lowly Cyclops has three. Daedalus pointed at him, sputtering. That's not how it works. It's literally in the name, a Cyclops, one, they have one eye. Fellow Taoist Daedalus, perhaps you have spent too much time in the labyrinth, it's a different era. Racism such as this cannot be tolerated. I'm not racist, it's a fact. Perhaps I should have you attend classes on how to manage your inherent racism. Daedalus let out a low shout mixed with a growl. This sect is a safe space, fellow Taoist. We embrace diversity. We reject ocular essentialism. That's not a thing, you just made it up. And you just earned a spot in our mandatory anti-racism workshop. It's every Thursday. Medusa teaches it. There's a pop quiz. I'm not a racist. A massive splash interrupted the yelling as Nessie erupted from her koi pond, rising dramatically between them. She let out a tremendous, Bahoo noise that echoed off the mountaintop. Both men froze mid-argument, blinking at her. Nessie blinked back, eyes wide and guileless, clearly very proud of herself. Thank you, Nessie, Ocean said solemnly. Your voice matters. You stay away from me. He growled, pointing at the void demon heavenly beast. Daedalus pinched the bridge of his nose so hard it looked like he might snap it off. You are a walking aneurysm. If I have to listen to one more debate about eyeballs and racism, she muttered, I'm going to turn someone into a lawn ornament. Fellow Taoist Medusa, Ocean said warmly. You've been chosen to lead our sect's inclusivity seminars. This is a great honor. I didn't agree to that. And yet you radiate the energy of a compassionate, tolerant educator. Ocean Song praised her. I quite literally turned people to stone for petty reasons. Medusa deadpanned. Please don't do so anymore. Ocean Song asked. Unless they deserve it, in which case, tell them they're courting death, and you may proceed how you wish. Can I go home now? Daedalus asked. Nay, fellow Taoist, you're now a member of the sect. Ocean Song rejected. Is that? I don't know what's going on. I can't tell if you're a genius or a moron anymore. A sect is a gathering of mutual cooperation and friendship in an attempt to pursue the Tao. Ocean Song spoke from the heart. Daedalus sighed. Am I the idiot? Is that what's wrong? Have I really spent too much time in the labyrinth? Medusa, where's Tyson? Ocean Song asked. He's still a couple mountains over, playing around. She shrugged. Ocean Song nodded. Hecate, may I ask a favor? Hecate, the goddess who had still been there, watching this entire train wreck, snapped her fingers, and Tyson fell onto his butt right in between them. See, that is a Cyclops. Daedalus pointed at Tyson. Yes, we're brothers. Ocean Song agreed. Daedalus looked like he was about to pull his hair out. Ocean Song eased the tension by patting Daedalus on the shoulder. You performed a meritorious deed, fellow Taoist. The sect won't forget your contribution. Daedalus looked at him with the driest expression. Why didn't you just have your pet dinosaur put the tree back where it found it? Quote. Tyson, come introduce yourself. Do it the way I taught you. Ocean Song patted his large brother's shoulder. Oh, I remember. Tyson seemed to snap back to reality as he stared at everything with big eyes. Greetings, senior sister. He clasped his hands and bowed towards Medusa. Medusa's lips twitched, as if she stopped herself from smiling. Now greet your new senior brother. He gestured to Daedalus. Greetings, senior brother. He did the same towards Daedalus. Daedalus's eye twitched, as if he had no idea how to respond to this weird situation. And this is Nessie, our sect protecting divine beast, also known as the Great Void Demon Heavenly Beast. Ocean Song introduced. Oh, so big. Tyson seemed to lose focus and went to inspect Nessie. Pretty fish. Nessie, however, didn't care in the slightest for the broken decorum. She seemed to preen under the attention, letting out her whale sounds every time Tyson complimented her. Ocean Song just shrugged and let Tyson keep playing. As the wise and knowledgeable older brother, Ocean Song knew that it was proper to let his younger brother have flights of fancy. Now, Ocean Song clapped his hands. It's time to set up the sect's protective array. Brother Daedalus, this requires your help. I have no idea what you're even talking about. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. What is this, array, that you want from me? It's a magical formation. Ocean Song answered. Daedalus blinked. Oh. Hecate also now got very interested. Magical formation. She repeated. You want to set up a magic berry round your home. Correct. Ocean Song beamed. All proper sects have sect protecting arrays. You think I would be capable of this? Daedalus asked. Is the labyrinth not just one large magical formation? Ocean Song tilted his head. Daedalus opened his mouth and closed it again, his eyes vibrating with a great many thoughts. He realized that the stupid Cyclops wasn't wrong at all. It wasn't even being nitpicky with wording or technicalities, it could quite firmly fit into the definition. It was a perspective he hadn't considered before. Once more, Daedalus's opinion of Ocean Song swung in the opposite direction, fairly sure he was actually a genius. How else could everything have worked out in his clear favor? Now, I have some designs. Ocean Song held up a few pieces of paper. Hecate snatched them out of his hands and looked them over, furrowing her brow. Uncaring that Daedalus joined in with her. His uncaring attitude towards the random mortal taking a back seat to the topics of magic being discussed. Did you draw this in crayon? Daedalus asked incredulously. Don't dwell on the details, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song looked away. You drew a cat, a snake, is that a turtle? And a bird. He seemed to be trying to understand. The azure dragon of the east, the vermilion bird of the south, the white tiger of the west, and the black tortoise of the north. Ocean Song nodded happily. It shall be called the Four Directions Divine Array. They both ignored him as they went over his drawings and notes. Wait, this isn't nonsense? Hecate asked, sounding incredulous. There is logic here. She was genuinely surprised. Using spring, summer, fall, winter to create 4 focal points, Daedalus muttered. And he's combining it with 4 distinct elements. Hecate added. Not only that, but they also complement each other. Would it not run counter to the 4 directions established by the Titans long ago? The east is associated with the sun with the Titan Hyperion. Daedalus tapped the papers. No, it's perfect because it's also used to hide everything inside. It's not based on the cosmos or the sky, it utilizes the seasons in a complete cycle. Even a god wouldn't be able to look inside this place without tremendous effort. Hecate summarized. But it would require something significant to also act as an anchor point, something intertwined with the seasons. Something. Daedalus stopped. Hecate also seemed to come to a realization as both turned to look at him. Like a certain golden apple tree. Daedalus now corrected himself. There was now no doubt in his mind that Ocean Song was a genius hiding under the facade of a fool. Because how else could he have planned everything properly like this? Ocean Song didn't know why they were both staring at him. However, he clasped his arms behind his back, letting his robes billow heroically. They must just be admiring his abilities as a true cultivator. Everything was going to plan. And now, nothing could possibly go wrong. Line break. Upon Mount Olympus, the gods gathered. The mountain shook, and thunder and lightning rumbled above them. Normally, none of the gods inside the throne room would hear such sounds like something breaking or crashing. However, all of them noticed that a big amphitheater on the other side of the mountain had been quite literally kicked off the side of the mountain along with an angry shriek. They all could guess who was responsible, at least those present. "Who stole my tree?" The now familiar cry shook the mountain again. They had lost count of how many times they've heard this same thing repeated. Hera was a spiteful goddess. Many would say that she had a fury that could shake the world. However, even with Zeus's many oath breaks regarding infidelity, they had never seen her this angry before. Normally, her anger burned cold, she seethed, and she schemed to enact revenge. Even the oldest among the court rarely could recall when Hera threw a fit. Zeus appeared in the throne room, joining everyone else. All were present except Hera, who had thrown off another chunk of Olympus onto the world below. He didn't look particularly well. Zeus was the king of gods. Even when he angered his wife, even when he disrespected her so blatantly with another bastard, rubbing it in her face, it never showed so vehemently. She would scowl and pout, she would make snide comments, and insult him in roundabout ways, but still sit at his side as queen. Zeus could maintain his status as king, and she would be forced to contain her rage as queen. But that flew out the window when she became irrational. The tree wasn't a symbol of power, but it was a symbol of her literal divinity. The divine providence that made her the queen of gods by marrying Zeus. It was why she protected it with Ladon, why she became furious whenever someone stole an apple, despite them regrowing. No one, not even Zeus, would have ever believed someone would actually steal the damn tree. Let us begin this council meeting. Zeus intoned, ignoring his own weathered look. The booming of thunder, the crackling of lightning, it wasn't coming from him. His wife had grabbed hold of his domain and was expressing her anger. It was one of the few times he dared not throw around his normal arrogance. He decided the best option was to let her throw her fit and wear herself out before trying to calm her down. Did someone really steal her tree? Hermes asked. Zeus nodded solemnly. I believe it's the same person who stole my own symbol. Brother, do you really think? Poseidon was about to speak, but Zeus interrupted. You are many things, Poseidon, but I don't think even you are brave or stupid enough to steal Hera's divine tree. Zeus spoke. Poseidon was finding himself speechless. Quote. I didn't steal your stupid lightning bolt either. I believe you. Zeus finally said, forcing himself to admit he was wrong initially. Clearly, someone has schemed against us. Both my lightning bolt and Hera's tree were stolen. There is a hidden agenda we must uncover. It was the closest Poseidon would ever get to an apology from Zeus. Ares, who had been silent, wanted to start cursing. He found the brat who had actually taken the damn weapon and nicked it off him. One of Hermes's brats with sticky fingers. He figured it would be a fun way to start a bit of a war between everyone. Now, someone stole his mom's damn tree. He had nothing to do with that, but he was going to be the one holding the bag when shit hit the fan. Was he framed? Did someone know he had the lightning bolt and do this just to spite him? This couldn't be a coincidence. He didn't have time to ponder it because Hera stomped into the throne room, practically radiating anger. Which one of you bastards stole my tree? She looked around with an unhealthy amount of bloodlust. Zeus sighed, getting up from his seat. Now, dear, we can help you. Hera kneed him in the balls. Before Zeus had the chance to make a noise, she grabbed him and threw him off the mountain. All the gods present watched as Zeus skipped a few states away before coming to a stop. They also watched as Zeus wisely decided not to return and pretended to be incapacitated. No one even dared to breathe loudly. Her glare swept the entire room. And within the blink of an eye, she was grabbing Apollo by the collar. Prophecy, now. I'll get right on it. He hesitantly said. Hera didn't respond, just dropping him onto the ground, her gaze turning to Artemis. My hunters are at your disposal. She quickly said before Hera could even twitch her fingers. The Queen of Gods just nodded, and Artemis breathed a sigh of relief. Almost all of them shrank back. Then, her gaze landed on Dionysus. Oh, fuck no. He threw his hands up and disappeared in a flash of light. Hera sneered, reaching across the span of thousands of miles and pulling him back from where he had teleported to. Dionysus dropped onto the tiled floor with a blank look on his face. He was jerked up, now staring eye to eye with Hera, their faces only a few inches apart. There will be a new quest administered. She said rather sternly. Of course. Dionysus replied, and a second later, he found himself thrown off the mountain, heading right down to the camp. The god of wine hit the ground right in the middle of the camp, creating a brand new crater. Almost everyone nearby ran to check what was going on, including Chiron. The centaur, along with plenty of demigods, peeked over the edge to see afraid and steaming Dionysus lying prone in the dirt. Face still pressed firmly into the dirt, he raised his hand. A new quest has been created, everyone. Huzzah! Line break. A.N. Ocean Song accidentallys canon even more. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. 89 comments 0 vote. Chapter 34. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back as he walked around his new sect. As sect master, he needed to know all the ins and outs of his new sect. And he was particularly glad he now had a proper home. Sure, he had that cabin in the woods before, for all the few days he stayed there. But that wasn't really a home. The others were also exploring curiously. Even Daedalus looked intrigued, his nature as an architect getting the best of him. Ocean Song wandered deeper into the sect, letting his hand trail along the polished railings of spiritwood and cloudsteel. He didn't actually know what the materials were, but those names sounded sufficiently cultivator-like, so that's what he mentally named them. He passed by a towering arched hall, marked Hall of Profound Enlightenment, only to find that it currently held nothing but decorative pillows and other supplies. Truth be told, he only hastily gave it that name on his drawings and didn't actually know what to use the place for yet. But still, it sounded mysterious. Turning a corner, he found the forge. The heat radiated like a dragon's breath, and inside was Tyson, eyes wide with childlike awe. The forge was clearly tailored to someone massive, anvils the size of bathtubs, hammers longer than spears, and bellows operated by enchanted statues that moved with slow precision. Tyson was holding a hammer in both hands, testing its weight. Tyson, his younger brother, who had never once in his life ever seen a hammer, took to it like a fish in water, ironically enough. He grabbed a few pieces of basic iron and started working it like he had been doing it for years. Ocean Song, while proud as the older brother, wanted to call up his father and ask why he didn't have such a profound smithing skill. As a true cultivator, he knew bullshit when he saw it. However, Ocean didn't say anything, just smiled and backed away, leaving his brother to play. A little later, on the southern slope of the sect, Ocean Song found the garden. It wasn't flashy. No glowing fruit or divine vegetables. Just soft grass, a koi pond, and a breeze that smelled faintly of wildflowers and rain. And there, beneath the shade of a willow, sat Medusa. She didn't acknowledge him at first. Ocean sat down beside her, legs crossed, gaze forward. They sat in silence for a while. Eventually, she spoke. This place is too nice. Makes me nervous. I genuinely think I finally gave in and drank my secret stash of whiskey I kept in my desk drawer back home. Can monsters get drunk so easily? Ocean Song wondered aloud. The only experience he had with getting drunk so far was the incident with Thor and Odin. And that wasn't exactly a good measurement. There is a lot in my drawer. Ocean Song grimaced. He could see her odd mood. What's happened in the past can't be changed. We can only control what we choose for the future. Medusa tilted her head up, looking at him from behind her veil. Did you read that from a fortune cookie? Ocean Song smiled lightly. Choice is the most powerful force in the world. Through choice, a person picks up a sword. Through choice, they wield it for bad. However, it's also a choice to want to be better. Medusa snorted. That easy, just a simple choice. Ocean Song shook his head. It won't be easy, nothing is. There is balance in all things. To choose to walk a different path, it may be filled with hardships. I don't think I've made my own choices in a long time. When Poseidon told me he wanted me, well, I went along with it. Why wouldn't I? When he said we were going to desecrate Athena's temple, I didn't reject it. When I turned into a monster, it was as if I was an actor in someone's script. You claim I can simply choose to not live this way anymore. How am I supposed to believe that? What even am I supposed to do now? I can't answer that question, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song stood up and took a few steps forward. The Tao is different for every person. Your path is for you to walk alone. But know this, a giant breeze carried over the mountains, making his clothes flutter slightly. With a light swing of his sword, the wind broke. Medusa's gaze followed it, she looked up, and the clouds in the sky had been cut in half for several miles. Through choice, even the divine realm can be toppled. Medusa said nothing more, but she didn't leave the garden. She just sat there, staring at the sky as Ocean Song walked away. Line break. Ocean Song found Daedalus by the northern pavilions, standing on a balcony and staring at a fountain that somehow had water flowing upward in spiraling waves. He looked up when Ocean approached, eyes narrowing. What do you want? No, just checking in on one of my fellow sect members. Ocean said cheerfully. Daedalus scoffed but didn't move. Ocean left him alone but made sure to loudly announce. Senior Daedalus, you found the Pavilion of Wisdom, I see. It's empty. He deadpanned. Quote. Please don't think that's symbolic, we just haven't filled it yet with illustrious tomes and knowledge of sages. Ocean Song quickly said. Daedalus just stared at him. Ahem. Ocean Song cleared his throat. How do you like your new home? Are you trying to develop Stockholm Syndrome in me? He asked incredulously. Fellow Taoist, don't use such words. I'm sorry, are they too big for you? You seem stressed, fellow Taoist. I think I have an understandable amount of reasons to be stressed, as you put it. True, Ocean Song admitted. Almost getting a furious queen of the gods locked onto you has a way of doing that. Let's not talk about any negatives, let's talk about the positives. What positives? You made me an accomplice to one of the worst grand thefts in the history of the world. Want to learn how to cultivate? What? He asked in confusion. Cultivate. My sect teaches cultivation, so of course I will teach you the secrets to my strength. Ocean Song clasps his hands behind his back. Daedalus blinked. Wait, he held up a hand. Offering to teach me all your nonsense. Yes. Daedalus opened his mouth slightly, studying him as if there was a joke somewhere. All right. That's the spirit, fellow Taoist. See, friendships are forged through conflict. By crossing blades, you can know the heart of your opponent. You kidnapped me, we didn't fight. He pointed out. Are you still holding a grudge about that? Until the day I die, I will curse your stupid fish. He said in a low voice. Ocean Song scratched his head. In truth, fellow Taoist, I do not wish to force you to stay. If you truly want to leave, we can consider the wager settled after you help set up the sex array formation. Daedalus was surprised, his crossed arms and standoffish demeanor shifted, a skeptical look taking over. You would let me go, just like that? Ocean Song nodded. A sect should be built upon mutual trust and support. I was in a state of panic. A true cultivator knows to apologize when they did a wrong. Daedalus, oddly enough, sympathized with him slightly. He, too, could freely admit that he understood Ocean Song's panic. There are few things more terrifying than a certain goddess's fury. However, I would like the chance to win you over, at least. Ocean Song smiled. You need not accept, but if you are willing, I can do my best to grant any desire you have. Any long wish you have unfulfilled. Medusa had her own desire, and we came to an agreement. Daedalus furrowed his brow. One of his questions, why Medusa, the legendary monster, was willingly hanging around the son of Poseidon when she takes special pleasure in turning both Poseidon's children and Athena's children to stone. The fact that she barely even said a word and showed no true hostility to him, a son of Athena, was honestly astonishing, considering her reputation. There was a reason he was gung-ho on slaying her when he first appeared, as opposed to Ocean Song or Tyson. Daedalus's first knee-jerk reaction was telling him where to shove that offer, along with his fish. But curiosity also got the better of him. Do you think I stayed in the labyrinth because I wanted to? Daedalus snorted again. I hid there so death couldn't find me. What do you think will happen now that I'm out here in the open? I can ask. Ocean Song. Ask. What do you mean you can? Before he could finish, Ocean Song took out a black feather. He was about to also ask what that was, but his body went stiff and his eyes dilated. No. Senior Thanatos, may I request your presence? Ocean Song called out. There was a beat of silence. Daedalus's heart stopped beating, at least he thought it did. He felt like every hair on his body stood up, an old fear he hadn't experienced in a long time creeping up. However, as nothing happened, slowly, he started to relax, he let out a breath of relief, only to see a larger shadow cast overhead behind him. He could feel a cold touch now breathing down his neck. He swallowed and didn't want to turn around, but he did so unconsciously. Death. Death stood there, looming over him. He knew that it would take but a single thought for his worst fears to come true. Greetings, Senior Thanatos. Ocean Song bowed politely. Can you please not reap fellow Taoist Daedalus? He's technically not dead, and he's now a member of my sect. Thanatos did not speak, but actions, or rather, lack thereof, spoke louder than words in this case. That is, Thanatos didn't immediately reap Daedalus's soul, the man who had cheated death repeatedly over the years by shoving his own soul into what was basically a puppet body. I apologize for the poor reception, Senior Thanatos. For my sect was just built, we lack the proper amenities to host you as is befitting of your station. However, I have a selfish request, and I must lose face by asking if you could not reap Daedalus's soul since he's technically still alive. Ocean Song repeated his earlier request with another spew of respectful bootlicking. Thanatos didn't speak directly, as if its words would cause harm to those around it. Rather, a certain cold swing emerged, sweeping everywhere, letting out its own howls. It wasn't for intimidation or to show discontent, rather, Ocean Song could understand what was being said. The Cyclops furrowed his brow. I see, you say his method of extending his life goes against the natural laws. But Senior Thanatos, I argue, what even is natural? Everything exists within nature, so should his own ability not be approved, albeit begrudgingly? A few gestured that Thanatos returned. Ocean Song nodded along, as if understanding. Ah, I see, so it wasn't his original creation, it was the creation of his cousin. Ocean Song realized that changed things slightly. There were rules. Cheating death had certain limitations put on it for mortals. Daedalus's method of cheating death was, well, it fell on the wrong side of the line because he stole the method. What about a form of punishment delayed until after his death? Senior Thanatos, you work hard, and you're never appreciated. You deserve a break, don't you think? Thanatos tilted his head in confusion. Why not hire him as one of your personal employees after his death? He can repent, with a bit of assistance in your normal activities. He is punished with servitude for a time, learning the value of proper life and death, and you can have your workload eased slightly. Ocean Song offered. Daedalus stared at Ocean Song. He couldn't believe his ears, he was negotiating with death. Daedalus wanted to call him out on the stupidity of it, but all of a sudden, death itself looked at him, and pressed a finger against his chest. Daedalus couldn't speak a word as he felt something push deep into his soul. And then, death disappeared. Daedalus sat down on the spot, it was like a weight was both lifted and then added back to his shoulders. Not only would he not be reaped on a whim by death, but he would also, well, he would avoid the whole reason he didn't want to die in the first place. Someone as old as him wasn't afraid of death because of normal reasons. He just knew that the bastard King Minos was one of Hades's judges, and he wouldn't have a fair judgment when he died. But now, it looked like he sidestepped that entirely. There was no one in heaven or hell that Minos would dare go against Thanatos. Daedalus stared at the monster. The monster who just casually summoned death and negotiated with him, successfully. He watched the monster being to walk away. Daedalus found himself standing back up and following. Line break. Ocean Song walked to the main courtyard. He stood there and was Daedalus hesitantly peeked around the corner and walked on over. Likewise, Tyson happily strolled over, holding a new sword he somehow forged in the time he was away. Lastly, Medusa came through the archway of a different entrance. As if silently called, they all appeared. Ocean stood before them with his arms spread wide. Fellow Taoists. Today marks the beginning of our true cultivation path. He didn't strike a pose, he was the pose. The wind rippled around him in exaggerated, dramatic gusts that were most certainly not magical in origin. A true cultivator doesn't need to summon the wind to pose heroically, the world answers the call. We are a small sect, yes. But greatness is not measured by numbers. It is measured by heart. And style. And possibly the size of your koi pond. Tyson raised a hand. We have a really big one. Exactly, Ocean said, pointing. Already we are among the elites. Ocean Song was glad that Tyson had found the big koi pond already. Though, for some reason, Medusa and Daedalus didn't look entirely convinced. For a moment, Ocean Song wondered where Hecate went, but he dismissed it as she was probably busy with godly stuff. As much as he enjoys having her around, she probably doesn't care for their random stuff. Nessie, you too. Ocean Song called out. The large sea creature appeared right next to Daedalus with his head hung low. Bahu. Daedalus cursed, jumping away, clearly startled. Ocean Song paused for a moment as he let the man release a string of ancient Greek curses. Now, I'm going to teach you all how to cultivate. Ocean Song sat down in the proper lotus position. Please. He gestured for them to follow suit. Each of them, even Daedalus, followed suit. Maybe more out of curiosity on his part than anything, but he silently seemed to be following along at this point. I will now preach the Tao. Ocean Song stoically. He didn't start immediately, he gave them a chance to get comfortable. The Tao is not a power to be claimed. It is not a sword to be sharpened or a title to be shouted. His gaze swept across them. It is not strength, or fame, or revenge. It is not a path of certainty. It is the absence of certainty that makes it sacred. A pause. 1 begets 2. 2 begets 3. 3 begets all things. He continued. In the beginning, there was formless chaos. From the chaos came Tai Chi, yin and yang. From yin and yang formed heaven, earth, and man. From heaven, earth, and man comes the myriad world. Ocean Song summoned wind between his fingers, lights emerged. From heaven, earth, and man comes Chi. It's the fundamental life force of the universe, and as beings part of the universe, we too can wield it. He gestured, and a string of chi shot out of his fingertips and shot into the chest of all 3 of them. They were surprised, nearly falling over themselves as the warm sensation filled their chests. Feel it, within yourselves. Your first goal is to be able to sense the chi around you. He rose slowly to his feet. His voice remained calm. Chi is the breath of the cosmos. It flows through mountain and beast, star and spirit. It comes from the harmony of heaven and earth. It binds soul to body, life to time. And we are vessels made to hold it. Feel it, then take it into your body, let it flow naturally, and you'll find your meridians, your spiritual pathways. Once you get to that part, then I'll lend you assistance in opening your first meridians. Ocean Song paused, not because he wanted them to have a moment of quiet contemplation, but because he took a moment to admire his own bearing. Truly, he was a great cultivator. His elegance knew no bounds. Isn't this basically magic? Daedalus asked. Good question, fellow Taoist. In certain places, they call it magic, yes. He nodded. Daedalus furrowed his brow, but oddly, he was still following along. Maybe it was curiosity, but he wanted to see whatever this nonsense was to the end. There were another few moments of silence. I feel nothing, Medusa said dryly. I'm an expert in magic, this makes no sense. Daedalus added. Bahu. Nessie joined in. Are you sure this even works? Medusa asked. Listen, I didn't almost kill myself several times for it to not work. Ocean Song retorted. I even tested it on a bunch of children, I know it works. Care to repeat that? Tyson, how about you? He chose instead to change the subject completely. I feel something warm in my chest. He replied. Everyone stared at him, even Ocean Song was surprised. Rather quickly, he ran over and sat behind his younger brother's back, placing a hand on his back. Holy shit. Yes, you're almost there, junior brother. Ocean Song corrected. He was startled because he'd never seen someone get it as fast as Tyson before. Heck, even those children he totally didn't use as testers get it that fast. Let me help you, junior brother. He began to systematically help guide the chi into Tyson's meridian in the heart. Ocean Song realized that due to their shared heritage, it was exceedingly easy for him to assist his brother. Only after a few moments did Ocean Song stop, looking at his brother in awe. Congratulations, junior brother, you're now in the first stage of the chi condensation realm. It feels warm and fuzzy in my chest. Tyson smiled. Wait, are you serious? That actually worked? Medusa asked in surprise. She didn't think any of this was going to be real. She certainly hoped, but her pessimism made it hard for her to actually believe it. What do you mean? What worked? What did you do? Daedalus shot to his feet, asking. I helped him absorb the chi into his first meridian, opening it up. Ocean Song replied, patting his brother on the shoulder. Why don't you stand up, gather the chi inside that you now have, and use it to throw a punch? Tyson tilted his head, doing as his brother asked. Like this, he said casually, throwing his fist out with amateurish movements, but there was a following boom that was released as the air was pushed away. They all stared at Tyson. Tyson just giggled to himself, completely uncaring about the newfound strength he had. Ocean Song stood up proudly as he looked at his brother embark on the path of cultivation. That's not how magic works. Daedalus whispered to himself. Medusa and Daedalus, they stared. They stared at the simple-minded Cyclops seemingly doing something absurd, then, as he walked off and found a wildflower growing nearby, looking at it happily. Truly, Tyson must be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Our sect is blessed to have a genius like him among our ranks, don't you think, fellow Taoists? Ocean Song asked the others. Medusa and Daedalus looked at each other, and their waist was a strange understanding between them. They both shot back down and tried their absolute hardest to try and feel it as well. Wow, Nessie, you're getting the hang of it too. Bahu. Daedalus, in particular, after hearing that, pushed himself even harder. He forced every muscle of his, all his brainpower, and every ounce of his willpower into trying to understand what the hell Ocean Song was talking about. He could accept being outdone by the Cyclops. It hurt his pride, but he could accept it. But he would never accept being outdone by the fish. However, a moment later, he nearly choked and threw up a mouthful of blood as he tried to force his body in ways it didn't work. Fellow Taoist Daedalus. Ocean Song ran to his side. Calm down, fellow Taoist, you're moving too fast. Throwing up blood is a technique for advanced cultivators, you're not there yet. Daedalus threw up another mouthful of blood. Line break. A.N. Tyson, the genius of the sect. If you want to read one chapters ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. 90 comments 0 vote. Chapter 35. Percy exhaled slowly, hands on his knees, sweat dripping from his brow. Not from exhaustion, he wasn't even breathing hard, but from the sheer weirdness of what he'd just done. He looked up at the crater in the sand, then over to Malcolm, who stood with his arms crossed and a notebook in hand, utterly unfazed. What was that? Percy asked. Malcolm didn't look up. Second level. Percy stared at him. Really? I just felt like a balloon that got too much air in it, and suddenly, a tingling in a weird place. Don't ask me, I'm still trying to figure this out too. Malcolm said with a shrug. Ocean Song said something about the spleen storing lesser essence, and how once it harmonizes with your kidneys, your internal meridians start realigning. And some vague things about how the body is its own universe, and I sort of lost track after that. Percy blinked. Well, alrighty then. That sounds totally reliable. But hey, I trust Pimp Bro. He cut a building-sized monster in half from dozens of yards away with a swing of his sword. I'm also inclined to believe anything he says. Malcolm said in the tone of someone who had long since accepted the madness. He finally finished writing in his journal. Don't try to understand it. Just keep breathing the way I showed you, focus on whatever part of your body feels warm, and don't explode. That's comforting. Malcolm flipped a page in his notes. Did you tell anyone else yet? Percy shook his head. No. Should I have? Malcolm shook his head too, slower. No. It's better this way. Malcolm was skeptical about camp ever since he arrived. It wasn't quite the safe haven he had been told. Malcolm was a child of Athena. He could see child soldiers being trained in clear view. Child soldiers to throw at whatever conflict the gods deemed acceptable for sacrifices to be made. That's why Malcolm kept his head down and didn't show off. His siblings barely even knew his name. They knew him as the kid who liked to go hang around the lake and nothing else. That's what he did almost every day, disappear around the lake. Mostly because it was where he could find some peace and quiet for his own practice. At least until Percy came along. Even his mother never bothered to check up on him. The only link he had with her was when her symbol appeared above his head when he came into camp. Not like some of his other siblings who had personally met her. There was a pause. Percy caught the shift in Malcolm's tone. Camp's been weird, Malcolm said, not elaborating. People are acting strange. Some of the gods have been paying closer attention than usual. I don't really trust what's going on lately. You think they'd do something if they knew? I think they'd treat us as more useful. Malcolm said quietly. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be ordered to go fight a legion of monsters or get a lightning bolt to the face as my options. Percy looked uneasy. Do you even know what all this is? He changed the subject back to the topic of their cultivation. Frankly, I don't know. Malcolm pushed up his glasses. I looked into what I could find, some spare books I could get my hands on or trade for. But even with those, it's completely foreign to me. But I have a few ideas, I think. Like what? Percy pulled his shirt up, wiping his forehead. He felt a lot stronger now that he was in the second stage, or whatever. Alright, imagine this. You're a demigod, a literal son of a god. You're half god. That means your body, your soul, your everything is supercharged with godly juice. It's just that you're still mortal, so that's why demigods have to train. You've heard the stories of Hercules or Achilles, right? Yeah. Percy was still confused but listening. Honestly, how does anyone in camp compare to those kinds of legends? Percy was quiet for a moment. Honestly, I don't know, it seems like a scam if that's what I would be comparing myself to. Right. Malcolm nodded along. Until you consider some other facts. Maybe it's just a different time, maybe they were just more favored. But the stories we hear are from when Hercules was already an adult, when Achilles was already marching off to war. Percy, how many demigods in our camp are over 18 years old? He blinked again. I don't know. 2. Malcolm answers. We have 2 adult demigods in camp, and not because they leave when they're old enough. Geez. Percy muttered. Right, so we're comparing a bunch of kids to the legendary status of adult demigods who had lived for decades. That's pretty unfair, right? One side has decades of training, the other doesn't, literally still kids and growing and stuff. You think it's a training thing? Kinda, maybe a bit. I doubt anyone in camp reached their potential, like you could say about some of the old legends. It comes down to training, I think. Like, the older you are, the more you can. Ocean Song called it refining when he taught me. I think demigods just sort of naturally refine all the godly bits inside of them over time and training. What Ocean Song taught us was to do that more systematically. Anyways, that's my theory, we're just skipping over the whole need for decades facet. Percy nodded along, somewhat understanding what was being said. So, what's next? Next. Malcolm thumbed through his notes. Well, according to the teachings, the 4th stage is when you start getting unnatural endurance. Like, he told me that you can go a week without sleeping with minor side effects. He said that it's the next big upgrade in the chi condensation realm, even if each stage gives its own boost. I think I'm almost there. I feel like I'm getting close. I feel like I already don't get tired. You're a child of Poseidon. You're cheating. He deadpanned. Percy grinned. Malcolm sighed. Still, you're doing better than me. Just don't force it. Ocean Song said that if you rush it, you might throw up blood. He say why? No. Just that it's a very advanced technique, and you're not ready to look cool yet. There was a beat. Maybe it's something I'll understand later. Percy muttered. They walked back towards camp. They did have actual training to do. For instance, Percy was learning how to use his sword better, the same with Malcolm. Though, they did keep things under wraps. Percy's talent, as he didn't quite have the same skill at keeping things under the radar, was so far just handwaved as being a son of Poseidon. However, when they got closer, things were strange. There was a crowd, and Percy and Malcolm sort of pushed to the front to see what was going on. There was a man holding a zombie-like girl in his arms, shedding some Hollywood-tired tears. Percy would have nominated him for an Oscar. Though, it did feel a little sad. You're courting death. The zombie girl jerked up, pointing at someone in the crowd. Percy followed it, and he recognized it as Luke, the head of the Hermes cabin. He heard weird things about him hooking up with a harpy, so they didn't really interact much. Luke just looked around confused. What's going on? Percy whispered to the person next to him. It was a girl. Percy recognized her at first glance too. Another of Athena's kids, the girl who sort of gave him an introduction to camp. We don't know. The Oracle of Delphi usually sits in the attic in the big house. For some reason, she just wandered out here and started shouting random things. Then, Apollo, she whispered that last part, appeared and started crying at how he broke his oracle. Holy shit, is she actually a zombie? Percy asked. Junior, you dare. The zombie woman jerked her head and threw her hand out, finger pointing at Percy. Percy felt a weird shiver go down his spine. All right, everyone, that's enough. Chiron came trotting over, trying to clear the crowd. You all have a quest to prepare for. Most of them begrudgingly separated, going back to what they were doing. Wait, what question? Percy asked. Annabeth looked at him incredulously. Seriously. Where have you been all day? Down at the late, training. She just shook her head. Mr. D announced a new question, specifically handed down by Olympus. The golden apple tree, symbolizing the marriage between the king and queen of Olympus, was stolen. They're saying that the entire camp is going to be mobilized to search for it. Like, a whole tree. Yes, the entire tree. Percy blinked. What kind of idiot would steal an entire tree? Annabeth just shrugged as they left. Apollo still shed tears as he held his broken oracle. Lord Apollo, what's the matter? Chiron finally got him to somewhat calm down as the campers scattered. I wasn't getting anything. No prophecy, nada, zilch. And by father's hairy chest, I was too damn scared to tell that to Hera. Apollo sighed. Chiron cringed, knowing the full story from Dionysus at this point. He gave Apollo a sympathetic shoulder squeeze. Truly, even you couldn't enforce any prophecy. Nothing other than a strange whale sound that kept repeating. Apollo shook his head. I couldn't find the damn tree anywhere, Chiron. Did you know that Hera threw a sword at Pop's balls? I did not. She didn't miss. Chiron felt a chill down his spine. He sympathized with Apollo quite a bit. I tried to see if I could force a prophecy through good old Delphi here. You know, see if that old Delphi juice might trigger something. Next thing I know, she wandered into camp and started spewing out random nonsense. I broke her. A toad wanting to eat swan meat. She spoke blankly. Chiron just nodded, understanding where Apollo was coming from. Chiron didn't know what to say. All he could do was silently offer his emotional support to the god. However, neither he nor Apollo nor anyone else in camp noticed the inconspicuous raven perched not far away, watching them. One eye glowed faintly, the image of the oracle caught within it. Line break. Ocean Song stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Bahu. Nessie was in a particularly good mood, he noted. Her flippers flapped around happily. She even dragged her little kiddie pool up into the courtyard to be with everyone. 10,000 more swings, fellow Taoists. Ocean Song called out. There was a groan from Medusa, her arms trembled. She was swinging her sword. What's the point of this? I mastered the use of the sword centuries ago. Daedalus grunted. Tyson, however, just did as he was told. However, compared to the other two, he didn't have a real sword yet. Truthfully, he needed a sword to match his own size. So Ocean Song had just climbed up a tree to make a wood sword for him. Sword forms are important. I've been doing this for centuries, brat. Can you shoot a dragon with your sword? What? No, what kind of ridiculous question is that? Then keep swinging, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song said smugly. Daedalus scowled and kept swinging his sword. Will this actually help? Medusa asked as she swung her own sword in tandem with the others. Yes. How so? She inquired. We're a sword sect, therefore, you must be a sword cultivator. Medusa grumbled and kept swinging. Though Ocean Song was actually proud of them, not just torturing them for the fun of it. That was just a side bonus, all things being truthful. They had all entered the first stage of chi condensation. As a sect leader, Ocean Song couldn't help but be proud. Truly, he was a masterful cultivator, he was now even helping others onto the path, intentionally. Everything is built upon a foundation. Your cultivation base is like a pagoda, if the foundation is unstable, it will topple when you build higher. Ocean Song continued to disperse wisdom befitting his expertise as a master cultivator. Don't just swing your sword, you must harmonize with yourself, the Tao, and the universe. They, of course, had no idea what that meant, but Ocean Song was too pleased with himself to take notice of that fact. I'm about to harmonize my foot up your bahu. Nessie interrupted, sounding the alarm. Yes, it was different than her normal noises, it was clearly the alarm for an intruder. Ocean Song recognized it immediately. Ocean Song immediately got serious. Holy demonic demon sword sect, prepare for battle. We're not calling ourselves that. Medusa deadpanned. A moment later, someone appeared, and Ocean Song relaxed. Greetings, Senior Styx, if I knew you would be visiting, I would have shown you proper respect and greeted you at the entrance. Ocean Song cupped his hands and bowed politely. The others froze. Well, Daedalus and Medusa froze as soon as she was introduced. They would have had to be fools to not know who Styx was. The goddess Styx stood there, looking at everyone. However, her eyes landed on Nessie. Styx walked up to the sect-protecting divine beast, looking at it strangely. Why is it that you have the touch of my waters upon you? I do not recall you ever swimming inside my river. Styx looked at it. Bahu. Nessie just slapped the water as if meeting an old friend. Ocean Song blinked in surprise. He mentally praised Nessie for even having swum through the river Styx at some point in the past. Truly, he had the greeting sect protecting divine beast. Styx stared at the creature for a moment and merely shook her head, losing interest. It was clear to her that the beast was a simple-minded thing, so there was no point in pressing. She cast her gaze across everyone else, losing interest quickly. May I ask what brings you here, Senior Great Goddess Styx? Ocean Song inquired. I have an assignment for you. She revealed, looking at her champion. Call it a test. Ocean Song perked up. Who do you need me to beat up? He asked without hesitation. Styx was pleasantly surprised. She expected him to argue or try to coax some kind of compensation, in addition to everything else. But true to his words before, he seemed to be taking responsibility seriously. Ocean Song didn't know it, but he had passed the first small test of hers. A lesser god dared to swear on my name and break his oath. I want him punished. Oh, what god? Boreas, the god of the north wind, storms, winter, ice, and snow. She responded. I shall show him the immensity of heaven and earth, great goddess. Ocean Song saluted. But how do you wish me to punish him? Styx blinked at his proclamation but just shook her head, used to his nonsense at this point. I will give you an item that carries with it authority to punish in my stead. Oh, can I request its design? Very well. She replied after a moment of thought that she didn't really care what shape it came in, she was just going to give him something that allowed him to act in her stead. I want a club. Ocean Song replied without hesitation. I will name it Repentance. Dare I ask why? Because they're going to be sorry. Styx was initially taken aback by his words. But then, she felt an odd sense of satisfaction at what she was about to unleash upon the world. She threw her hand out, and a club materialized into the air and dropped into Ocean Song's hands. It wasn't a small thing for a god to crystallize part of their domain and power into an object, it could even be seen as an immense sign of trust. I want him punished. Styx reiterated. I'll break his legs. Ocean Song replied without a second thought. Styx was about to reply, to correct him that she meant punished in a more metaphysical sense. But she also was rather keen on his enthusiasm. She wondered if this is how Hades felt. She had watched him plenty of times, watched how he handled all his subordinates, and watched how he handled all the work he had to do. Was this what it was like to have someone work for her? Styx felt an odd thrill she had never experienced before. Demonic Sword Demon Heavenly Sect, assemble. Ocean Song shouted, club pointing to the sky. We have our first mission, we're going to go mug a god. And rather quickly, that thrill was replaced with concern. Line break. A.N. Ocean Song is about to introduce his fellow Taoists to the oldest profession among cultivators. Mugging people and looting their bodies. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. 107 comments 0 vote. Chapter 36. Despite the mission given and his own excitement, Ocean Song didn't immediately depart. No, when he took a moment to think about it, he decided that it was best to be cautious when dealing with a god. If it were just him, he may have just rushed in and completed the mission without hesitation. But now, he had his sect members with him, and they were still noobs. It would be a good learning experience for them to master the ways of the Tao, seeing firsthand how their sect master operates. But this was no trial by fire, he wasn't raising GU. A good sect master protects his fellow sect members. Therefore, Ocean Song postponed the mission for a few hours. Goddess Styx didn't seem to mind, it's not like he was given a strict timetable. While he recognized that she would be upset if he put it off for several days or weeks, she wouldn't speak against a few hours to prepare beforehand. So, Ocean Song sat cross-legged in his room. In the sect master's quarters, at the tallest point of the sect, overlooking everything. It was time to break through. Qi condensation realm, to open one's meridians and fill each one with qi, refining it into your dantian. Foundation establishment realm, to turn the qi into an internal lake, to liquefy the qi making it gain a qualitative leap in existence. And core formation, his current realm. To condense the lake of qi into a core, once more, gaining a qualitative leap in your qi's existence. Heavier, thicker, more powerful. If it could be measured as such, 1 unit of qi from a core formation cultivator was magnitudes better than 1 unit of qi from a foundation establishment cultivator. Ocean Song was unique in that he had 2 cores. He briefly thought of his younger brother Tyson, but he didn't think his younger brother would walk the same path. His younger brother would probably keep his demonic heritage intertwined with his divine heritage. Ocean Song was different though. They were separate. He had a demonic monster core, and a divine core. Yin, Yang. They complemented each other and his Tao. His body was in harmony. Now, it was time to advance to the next realm. A nascent soul. It was one of the biggest leaps in a cultivator's journey. It was perhaps the first true step to becoming a true immortal. Once his nascent soul was formed, even if his body was destroyed, he could survive. The method was rather simple, but also infinitely difficult. To take the next step, one has to have unwavering confidence in themselves because if you fail, you lose your cultivation. That is to say, to form his nascent soul, he would need to shatter both of his cores. Ocean Song sat there silently, his qi subtly pulsed around his body, harmonized with the world. Slowly, a Tai Chi formation expanded out underneath him and his third eye opened. His demonic qi exploded out, and his normal qi surged to meet it. The building shook from the force of the 2 energies intertwining. However, they began to harmonize under the pressure of his Tao. Ocean Song took a deep breath, the 2 surging qi were swept back inside him and in one fell swoop, both his core cracked. He felt pain rush outwards from his metaphysical organs. Unconsciously, he spat out a mouthful of blood, but pushed forward. His divine core and his demonic core, cracked further. Ocean Song grit his teeth and shouted inward. Shatter. Both core fully shattered at his command, and all his power suddenly rampaged. He felt jolts of pain tear through his body, like swords trying to push outwards from within him. The remnants of his cores, the rampaging power, he grabbed it all and forced it together. The 2 sides collided, and the Tai Chi under him rotated, trying its best to control the energies. A nascent soul was like a miniature version of the person. It was a reflection of them, however silently different still. It was their immortal soul. Ocean Song's eyes shot open, and roared. Combine. His essence, his qi, and the remnants of his cores all merged together, and the building began to shake again. High up in the sky, clouds rolled forward from the sheer weight of his power erupting. Storms began to gather at the strange phenomena occurring. An aurora appeared overhead. The mountain itself began to tremble. Ocean Song, his eyes glazed over, and it was like the world disappeared. Instead, he stood in a void. Around him was nothingness, until a faint light shined. He reached his hand out, and he could feel it. It was the nascent soul taking shape inside of him. However, its shape was still yet undetermined. It seemed like it hadn't yet solidified and was waiting for his affirmation. It turned into an ocean, tidal waves rolling across the horizon. Calm waters welcoming sailors, and tsunamis crushing coasts. It then changed again, turning to lightning, arcing across the sky. Dark clouds, that crackled with the might of heavenly fury. The images continued to change, different scenes, different symbols. It was possibilities. Justice. Contracts. Water. Sky. Battle. Lightning. Crafting. Magic. Many more flashed before his eyes, all of them promising an immediate answer. Ocean Song looked at them, and he could hear the call. All it would take is him reaching out, and he could step into the Tao. He could possibly skip several realms and ascend to the heavens in a single step and acquire immortality. Ocean Song hesitated, then he chuckled. My Tao heart seems to be trembling. I am not yet qualified to step into the Tao. He chided himself. Regardless, this heart demon, you are dismissed. He summoned his sword and slashed through them all. I, Ocean Song, walk my own path. My Tao is the only Tao I accept. He roared defiantly, and he forced the nascent soul to take shape. It was a miniature image of him, and it entered his body. His back arced and the void around him collapsed, and as if taking a deep breath for the first time in months, he gasped in the same spot he was sitting in before. He looked into their eyes, and they glowed brilliantly with a five-colored light that expanded outwards and illuminated the entire mountain. Ocean Song stood up, hands clasped behind his back. Inside him, his nascent soul churned slightly, and the rampaging chi in the vicinity was quelled. It took a single step and was already out the door, touching down on the cobblestone pathway that led to the courtyard where everyone was gathered. His arrival was only signified by the faint gust of wind that swept away a few leaves nearby. Styx was the first to notice, having been here, waiting for whatever nonsense he spouted to be finished with. She was about to throw out a sarcastic remark, but all words died in her throat. She hadn't really been paying attention to him, not caring about whatever ruckus he was kicking up, as he had done similar things already. But now that she got a look at him, she was speechless. Speechless, because he wasn't even trying to hide it, and she could peer deep into his essence. There were many steps to godhood. Some were born gods, some were made into gods. Many had to take the long route. She already knew that he was walking the path of apotheosis. Technically, all demigods did, they just didn't know it. Their parents didn't exactly want to give a step-by-step instruction on how to become a god. Zeus was already paranoid enough without every new demigod trying to become a god. One of the most important and indisputable facts of every god was that they all had a symbol. Some had a physical manifestation of it. Zeus with his lightning bolt, Poseidon with his trident, Hades with his helmet. There were benefits to this, as shown with how empowered they were with their physical manifestations of it. Likewise, they could technically be stolen and they would lose that power until they get it back. Others, it was just a symbol in the most basic expression of the word. Many lesser deities didn't have a physical expression of their symbol, but they all still had a symbol of power. Boreas, the god she wanted punished, had the symbol of a conch. However, he didn't have some divine conch he carried around. Styx herself didn't have a physical example of it, for different reasons. There was no point. The river Styx sat in the underworld. She was the river was her symbol, and she didn't need to create a divine armament or representation of what already existed. But that's what left her speechless as she stared at Ocean Song. Did you take yourself as your own symbol and idol and worship yourself? She blurted out in utter disbelief. What? Ocean Song blinked. Styx threw her hands up and disappeared. She didn't want to deal with his nonsense any longer. Though, just before she left, she pointed a finger at Ocean Song and the relevant information regarding the mission entered his mind. Ocean Song just shrugged. It's a day worth celebration, fellow Taoists. This lowly Cyclops has stepped into the nascent soul realm and has taken another step towards immortality. Ocean Song announced to the ground. Lightning boomed overhead. They looked at him and then up at the sky that looked all kinds of wrong. Lots of fancy lights mixed in with the growing storm. Ahem. Ocean Song cleared his throat and pointed up at the sky. Quiet, he announced, and the storm dispersed, the colors faded, and the world seemed to return to normal. What the hell happened to you? Medusa asked. I broke through to the nascent soul realm. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back and let his robes billow heroically. We have no idea what that means. She deadpanned. Right, Ocean Song just realized he hadn't explained that far ahead. He gently swung his hand out and swept everyone up onto a newly formed cloud, rising into the sky. There were gasps of surprise at his sudden actions. I'll explain on the way. Nessie, you're in charge of the sect until we get back. He called out. Bahu. She bellowed in return, splashing in her kiddie pool happily. Ocean Song nodded, knowing the sect was in good hands. The others just looked confused and stunned as they shot off towards the horizon on a literal cloud. Come, fellow Taoists, I will explain the realms you must ascend to reach immortality. He gestured for them to sit. They didn't really seem to want to argue. They could feel that Ocean Song was different, that his presence was sort of magnified in a way. Come, I shall dispel your doubts, fellow Taoists. He gestured for them to speak. What happened to you? Daedalus cut right to the chase. I ascended to the next realm on the path of immortality. Ocean Song, he said with a short smile, his hair blowing in the wind giving an ethereal image. Explain it properly. He sighed. You are in the realm of chi condensation. You will be opening your meridians to channel chi into your dantian. Ocean Song said simply, as they already knew this much. Once that is complete, you can break through the realm of foundation establishment. A foundation establishment realm cultivator is far stronger than a chi condensation cultivator. They all looked at him blankly, Tyson just because it was his normal state of existence when Ocean Song explained things. He mostly just did as he was told and somehow got results, like a true cultivator. After foundation establishment, the next realm is core formation. That's where I was previously and I just broke through to the nascent soul realm where I formed my immortal soul. Past nascent soul realm, one enters the Tao seeking realm. And lastly, once one has progressed through Tao seeking, the last is to ascend to immortality, gaining a lifespan equal to the sun and moon, their Tao becoming eternal. Daedalus was, actually taking notes. Medusa raised her hand. Yes. You mean you weren't just making this all up as you went along? Quote. Ocean Song refused to answer. Let's prepare for our assignment. You will be assisting me with punishing a god for breaking an oath. Tyson raised his hand. Did he do something bad? Good question, junior brother. If one makes an oath on senior goddess Styx's river, then breaking it comes with consequences. Ocean Song briefly spoke. This god callously broke his oath, thus he must suffer punishment. What oath did he break exactly? Medusa asked, crossing her arms. Senior goddess Styx shared with me that he broke an oath to a dryad. After he got her pregnant, he refused to accept responsibility for the child even after he swore on the river Styx to take care of both the mother and child. Ocean Song replied. Medusa's lips thinned. I suppose I won't have any moral issues then. Ocean Song nodded. He also had a sore spot for being abandoned by a parent. Ocean Song noted that this situation seemed to resonate with all of them, surprising enough. He then made a mental note to make a hall of therapy in the sect in the future. Truthfully, everyone probably needs some of it. Alright, fellow Taoists. Ocean Song clapped his hands. Here's the plan. Line break. The god of the north wind, Boreas, walked down the sidewalk. He wore his favorite white suit and took out his antique and carefully maintained pocket watch, noting the time. He nodded to himself, looked up at the sky, and snapped his fingers. A new cold front started moving in and he smiled to himself. The weatherman said that it would start getting warm, but Boreas took that as a personal insult. He lived in Canada because he wanted it cold. Who dared to tell the god of the north wind that it should be warm? If he wanted warm, he would take another vacation to Hawaii. He flicked his hand and summoned a cane, walking down the street with a little swagger in his step. He short a grin to a young lady walking by, one of particularly beautiful looks. He marked her, unnoticed by any mortals, so he could find her later and, accidentally, run into her. She was just his type. Just as he was about to hum himself one of his favorite tunes, his eyes widened as water splashed over top him, soaking him in his favorite suit completely. He stood still, slowly, his eyes turned upwards to the source. There was a monster, a Cyclops on top of the building next to him, holding a big bucket, turned his way. Boreas was about to snap his fingers and smite the monster so thoroughly that he would beg to be reincarnated back in Tartarus. However, before he could formulate the correct response, he heard a very loud horn. He turned around, and bright lights made him flinch slightly, right before a truck rammed right into him. The god Boreas went flying onto the street, rolling across the ground like a test crash dummy. The god Boreas wasn't hurt, he was a god. Getting run over wasn't going to hurt him, other than his pride. But he was confused because he was on the sidewalk. He stood up, only to hear another horn and a car slammed into him, running him over completely. The car even stopped, some few feet in front of him, as if getting ready to check on him, but instead, it reversed and ran over him again before shifting back and running over him a third time. The god Boreas stood up again, unhurt, other than his pride and his suit, which was in utter tatters. And his face had been smeared with dirt and grime. Fury was an emotion Boreas should be feeling, but the incredulousness of it all rounded it back to utter confusion and bewilderment. Who would dare to run over a god? He had never experienced something like this before, so he was taken completely off guard and didn't immediately start throwing around divine power. He looked up to see the driver of the truck was, he didn't know what he was looking at, some kind of mechanical flesh body with a soul in it. Then at the driver of the car that, was that Medusa. He could see the snake's hair. Fellow Taoist. Boreas turned around to see another monster, wearing strange robes and with 3 eyes. You've come to the wrong neighborhood, fellow Taoist. The monster hit his knees with the club and a very audible cracking sound was heard. Boreas fell to the ground crying out, clutching his now broken legs. Ocean Song admired his handiwork. He nodded to himself for a job well done, but then called out to his sect members. Medusa and Daedalus got out of their vehicles and came over. Tyson also climbed down off the building and they all surrounded the downed god. Ocean Song admired the divine club he was given. Apparently, it's able to enforce the punishment for oath breakers. That is to say, for oath breakers, it essentially treats them as mortal when it hits them. Okay, fellow Taoists. First priority after you down your opponent, you need to loot them for anything valuable. Boreas cried out again, unused to being physically in pain. Ocean Song raised up the club about to hit him again but then paused. Oh, where are my manners? Fellow Taoist, would you like a turn? He offered the club to Medusa. That would be lovely, thank you. Medusa smiled and took it happily before she started hitting the god on the ground. The group stared as Medusa beat the god with the divine club that essentially treated him as mortal. Ocean Song thought it was therapeutic for her, in a way, so he didn't stop her. Now, time for looting, fellow Taoists, as proper cultivators do. It was his job to teach them the ways of cultivation. There was a beat of silence. Quote. I think those shoes are Alan Edmonds, they're worth over $1,000. Daedalus commented, looking at the barely scuffed shoes the god was wearing. They look about my size. Ocean Song was proud. They were truly taking their first steps into becoming proper cultivators. Line break. A.N. Chapter name. A god gets mugged. So, the punishment for breaking an oath on the Styx is mythologically something like being turned mortal for a period of time and suffering a lot of physical torment and being exiled. 3 guesses on what the divine club Styx gave to Ocean Song does. If you want to read 1 chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. 101 comments 0 vote. Chapter 37. Styx was in the underworld. This wasn't new or particularly newsworthy. She lived in the underworld, it was strange for her to be in other places. However, she wasn't alone. She was with the lord of the underworld, Hades. His wife, Persephone. And Hecate, who had a particular interest in the topic being discussed. That is, they were observing Ocean Song. It's not even that they were discussing Ocean Song's newfound power. Something they could see plain as day, being powerful deities. To them, they could see he took another big step onto the path of godhood. To them, they could see that somehow, against all logic, he became his own symbol and totem. That he was essentially worshipping himself and that was somehow working to his benefit. To the ancient deities, it was baffling. They had never heard of this before. Belief, substance to the gods, and what rounds them out in addition to things like their symbol and domain were always something that came from the mortals of the world. They couldn't understand how Ocean Song made himself his own symbol so he could worship himself with unquestionable belief. If they didn't know him, they would have believed he was a genius of unprecedented pedigree. Then again, they also recognized that they were born as gods. None of them had ever been mortal or anything but a god. It was a topic worthy of discussion and deliberation for ancient deities that ran the Western world. Yet, that somehow took a back seat. Because the group of gods stood there and watched how Ocean Song and his friends quite literally mugged a lesser god and began stripping him of the clothes off his back. That wasn't hyperbole. Hades recognized Daedalus, and he watched as the genius architect and master craftsman took off Boreas's shoes, measured them to his own, and then started to take off his well-tailored suit. Not to mention that Medusa, the actual Gorgon, was currently beating the proverbial and possibly literal shit out of Boreas with a divine club with a relaxed smile on her face like she was sitting at the beach. To the gods, it was surreal. So, this is who you chose as your champion, Styx? Hades asked. Quote. I don't mean to sound critical, but, how exactly is this supposed to invoke punishment for breaking his oath? Beyond the obvious answer. Persephone asked. Styx was silent for a few moments, watching Boreas continue to get beaten by her champion and his fellows. If anything, despite the shame she was feeling right now, she also was reluctantly pleased at what was happening. How long has it been since someone learned the consequences of crossing her? Maybe, just maybe, people will treat her oaths as sacred after a few more incidents. It looks like his kneecaps healed. Break them again. Ocean Song told Medusa. The god cried out as Medusa did just as he told her. The item I gave him, its ability to strip away a god's divinity if they have broken their oath. Styx forced out. He simply has to will it to happen, making contact. Smart. Hades grunted. Giving it the limitation of only working on oath breakers, my brother can't throw his usual tantrums if it becomes known. That was an understatement. Zeus would have flipped his lid if he found out a god made a weapon that could force mortality on other godly beings. The condition of oath breaking, well, how could Zeus realistically argue against that without making himself look like a fool? Likewise, without that limitation, she probably couldn't have created such a divine object. Gods couldn't simply will something so absurd into existence, there were certain rules that had to be followed. Styx nodded at his compliment. I assume that by extension, hitting someone with it invokes a temporary mortality to the affected areas, thus. Hecate gestured to the scene happening. Boreas hadn't been stripped of his divinity. He was just being beaten by a godly club that sort of pushed past it and invoked mortality on contact. It wasn't the complete stripping that should be invoked with the punishment, more like an unintentional, if beneficial, side effect. The lesser gods' painful cries continued to fill the room around them. I have a question. Persephone spoke up again. Yes. Styx responded. Did you tell him how to use it correctly? Everyone turned to look at her, then back at Ocean Song, who took over for Medusa and went back to beating him. Quote. The silence was answer enough. Fellow Taoist, do you now understand the immensity of heaven and earth? Ocean Song shouted, hitting him with the club. He's certainly enthusiastic. Persephone forced out a compliment. It could be worse. Hades acknowledged. Hecate also joins in. Honestly, the secondhand shame pales in comparison to what Boreas is probably feeling. Despite their words, Styx didn't feel better. Big brother, can I try? The Cyclops with them asked. Of course, junior brother. Make sure to use what we practiced before. He happily handed over the club. Tyson held up the club and began to swing it. The heavens are merciless. Boreas let out a sharp cry because Tyson hit him in a very tender area. Hades unconsciously winced. He didn't really think too much of the weapon Styx made beforehand. But now, he suddenly had a newfound appreciation for what it could do. You had eyes, but you failed to recognize MT. Tyson shouted, followed by more beatings. Styx finally got fed up and decided to intervene. Line break. Ocean Song nodded to himself. He was proud of his junior brother, he had come a long way already. If you crawl through my legs, I'll spare your life. More swings of the club followed. Ocean Song noted that they would need to work on which lines to deliver and the proper timing, but he certainly got an A for effort. Fellow Taoist Daedalus, how do you like your new shoes? Ocean Song asked. They're a good fit. Daedalus responded, admiring them himself. He wasn't exactly dressed properly to showcase their elegance, but he was still happy. Medusa was also admiring her new Rolex watch that may or may not have come off the god's wrist. Ocean Song shifted through the acquired pants of the god who was now in nothing but his underwear. Ocean Song found his wallet and made sure to pocket it. He never mentions it, but they're very, very poor. They had no money, let alone cultivation resources. So just this little bit of money was a windfall for the great heavenly sword demon wave sect. Just as Ocean Song was about to announce a job well done, space and time were torn open. Bewildered, Ocean Song peered through it, and before he could react, a rock hit him in the face, and he fell to the ground. The other sect members stopped what they were doing and stared. Ocean Song got up, ignored his bloody nose, and picked up the rock that also had a piece of paper tied to it. He pulled it off, unfolded it, and read it. Use the club and will the punishment onto him, you idiot. Styx. I have received a divine revelation. Ocean Song declared, putting the rock away. Junior brother, the club. He held out his hand, and Tyson turned it over. Ocean Song now understood why Boreas wasn't staying down. In that, they had to keep beating him, or he would heal up and be a very angry god that they had to fight. With the demeanor of an expert, his robes billowed, and he stood before the prone god and pressed the club into his chest. Boreas, god of the north wind. He roared heroically. You have been judged a sinner. An oath sworn, an oath broken. Henceforth, you shall be punished. Strips of your godhood, stripped of your ambrosia and nectar. You are exiled from Olympus, the realm of gods. You shall find no warmth in the sacred hearth until your punishment is finished. Despite Ocean Song being grandiose about it, the punishment took effect. Boreas's eyes widened, his divine power was leaving his body. He felt weak, pained, and old. He couldn't feel the north winds, he couldn't feel the world. His senses dulled, his body ached, and he felt the weight of gravity. The previous harsh chill now bit into his skin, prickled his senses, and brought him unease. The god of the north wind collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Did it work? Medusa asked. Ocean Song pretended to know the answer. The punishment has been given. He raised the club to the sky triumphantly. Bahu! A familiar and hearty bellow could be heard not far away. Everyone looked around, and Daedalus in particular became startled and looked like he was having an episode. Nessie, go back and protect the sect. Ocean Song scolded lightly to wherever the great heavenly demon void beast had been hiding. He just shook his head and continued his previous train of thought. Good job, everyone. Our first sect mission was a success. I'll make sure you all get a proper bonus for your hard work. Wait. Medusa held up her hand. We get paid. Yes. Ocean Song looked confused. In real money? Daedalus asked as well. Not monopoly money, not rocks you found on the side of the road. Actual legal tender that can be used. Of course. Ocean Song puffed up his chest. What kind of foolish leader would I be not to provide compensation for your hard work? That's just asking for all my employees to despise me and think about leaving or betraying the company. Company. Employees. Don't mind the details. Ocean Song waved it off. It's important to have a notable and pointed system of compensation and appreciation. It builds a foundation of loyalty and respect. He explained. Medusa and Daedalus just stared at him, unsure of what to say. Mostly because it was intelligent, articulate, and reasonable when he just blurted it all out as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. In that moment, time and space were torn open again. But instead of a rock, it was Styx who stepped out. They were all silent as the ancient goddess inspected Boreas, who was unconscious on the ground. Senior Styx, your mission is complete. Ocean Song stated. Styx looked at him, then back at Boreas. She noted, in particular, that his legs were broken. And as a mortal, for the next 7 years, she estimated, that would be rather debilitating. His punishment was carried out, I suppose. She was forced out. He also has no ID or money now, great goddess. If he's to be mortal for a period of time, he won't be able to get a job. And since he has no ID, he'll probably get arrested from the hospital. Especially since he's most likely not in any systems. At best, they'll treat him as an illegal alien. Maybe they'll let him stay since they can't deport him anywhere. But he'll have no job history, so he'll have to work a minimum wage job and live in government-sponsored housing. At worst, he may be treated as clinically insane if he starts to shout about how he's a god and other wild claims since he's now mortal. It's entirely possible they simply place him in a mental health institution for the duration of his mortality. Either way, great goddess, he will have no prospects or luxuries during his stay as a mortal. Ocean Song saluted her, having delivered his summarization. The goddess Styx just stared at him. She didn't pay much attention to the mortals or how they operated. His word vomit was half nonsense, half understanding. And from what she could gather, it really sounded like Boreas was going to be very uncomfortable for his punishment. All of which she hadn't even considered. She thought that simply being mortal for a few years was a significant punishment for a god of his stature. But now, it sounds like he might have just been annoyed for a few years and still lived in the lap of luxury in different circumstances. She didn't say it out loud, but she learned something important from her new champion. I will deliver your payment later. She accepted the contract he gave her. She would uphold it as the goddess's oaths. Goddess, may I ask for a special request as a bonus? Ocean Song spoke up. Quote. I'm listening. Line break. Chiron wasn't having a very fun time. Camp Halfblood was more active than ever. It would normally make him proud to see his campers so enthusiastic and attentive to their training and learning. However, in this situation, he just had a strange feeling in his gut. This quest was to find and retrieve Hera's golden apple tree. No oracle, no information, no witnesses, nothing to go by. Olympus all but expects him to send the campers off into the world and wander around aimlessly until they stumble onto it. And he couldn't exactly tell them no. More importantly, he wasn't going to tell Hera no right now. He heard what happened to Zeus. He didn't have the divine biology to recover from that sort of thing like the sky god. Even Dionysus was taking his duties, concerningly seriously. Sure, he was still telling campers they were going to die or intentionally misnaming them. But now, he was also overseeing their training. He told Clarice, keep running, fatty. Maybe you'll be able to run away from a monster. That was the closest that he'd ever come to encouragement towards the campers. He was going to continue his depressed thought, but he noticed something strange. The sky turned dark, and it wasn't Hera about to start yelling and throw things off Mount Olympus again. It was a different dark, and it was as if a malevolent river appeared in the sky. A god was descending into the camp, intentionally being flamboyant. He recognized her immediately. Hail, Goddess Styx, the great river of the underworld, holder of oaths. He raised his voice to make sure none of his campers had any thoughts that weren't appropriate. Goddess Styx was one of the deities that you didn't want the attention of. Well, technically, that was most gods. But for Goddess Styx, it wasn't a matter of power or authority. It was a matter of her quite literally waiting for you when you die. If you pissed her off, there was a good chance you wouldn't be passing over her to enter the eternal paradise or your well-earned afterlife. Those in the vicinity, they kneeled, as was proper. They knew enough about the gods to know when you see one appear so blatantly that you kneel down and don't ask questions. Chiron waited, he waited for her to announce her presence, to state her reasoning for coming and appearing so blatantly. But she utterly ignored him and everyone else. Almost as soon as she appeared, she disappeared again. In her place, there was now a bulletin board. He recognized it because it looked rather similar to the one they had up near the mess hall. They used it for various classes, announcements, or otherwise planned activities. Hesitantly, Chiron approached to see what divine missive the goddess sent down to the camp. The goddess Styx was a goddess of the underworld, meaning she rarely came to the surface, much less interacted with any of them. And it wasn't like she had demigod children, so there must be something particularly important. Chiron looked it over and blinked. He read it again and again and was utterly confused as to what he was looking at. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Do you have a problem with someone courting death? Does a monster not know the immensity of heaven and earth? Look no further. The great insert name here sect is now taking commissions. Simply write your request onto the board, and it will reflect to a mirror at insert name here sect. One of our skilled and vaunted sect members will take the commission for an agreed upon price. Warning. Certain terms and conditions may apply. We at insert name here sect reserve the right to cancel or reject any commissions at our discretion. We at insert name here offer full refunds in the event of a failed mission or cancellation. Thank you for your consideration. We at insert name here sect value each of our customers greatly. Ocean Song, insert name here sect leader. Chiron wasn't the only one looking at it now. He had been staring at it in confusion for a good few minutes at this point until his brain rebooted. Deposit him being surrounded by his campers. Despite always holding a certain sense of propriety and duty, Chiron had one thought come to his mind that had no wall to his mouth and blurted it out right away. What the fuck? Line break. A.N. The great insert name here sect is expanding after they completed their first mission successfully. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't read the above under the same name. 106 comments 0 vote. Chapter 38. The morale of the sect was at an all-time high. Daedalus was now wearing a fancy suit, albeit one that needed some touch-ups after an unfortunate vehicle accident. And a rather nice pair of shoes. Medusa now had a new watch that probably cost more than some cars. And Tyson, well, Tyson learned that godly blood was apparently a crafting material, according to Ocean Song. All in all, everyone was happy. Except for the god that was probably going to wake up soon, legs broken, body in pain, and finding out he's mortal with no identification or money to his name. But then again, that made Styx happy, so everyone important is happy. They arrived back at the sect rather easily. Nessie was happily flapping her flippers as they came back to welcome them. A triumphant return, my fellow Taoists. Ocean Song jumped off the cloud, declaring loudly. With this, our sect now has a good reputation. Ocean Song was very pleased. He was sure this would help build up the mystical face that all true cultivators care about. It's not like it was particularly hard. Medusa said dryly, hesitantly jumping down as well as the others joined her. I do like my new watch, though. She admired it again. The perks of being a member of a righteous sect. Ocean Song declared. Now, we must discuss the next parts of your cultivation, all of you. He stated, gesturing for them to sit down. At this point, all of them were more or less listening to Ocean Song properly, even if they had a great many questions and complaints. As you start on your path to immortality, it's important that you pick up a lesser Tao to complement your cultivation. He began with his hands behind his back. Are you telling us to get jobs? Daedalus deadpanned. Yes. Ocean Song nodded. Do you think we're rich? Our sect treasury is empty. All the money we have is what we stole, acquired from our righteous acquisition of the Oathbreaker. Until the great goddess sends payment over, that is. Medusa looked around. Are you seriously telling us that we're poor when we live in a place like this? A rainbow hung overhead. 5 colored clouds slowly drifted around the mountain tops. The faint whisper of wind let out a melodic hymn as it danced between the mountain peaks. There was silence as they sat on the immaculately carved stone ground. A courtyard that was carved by the most prestigious and famous crafters in Greek history. A koi fish jumped out of the nearby koi pond, gently splashing water onto the meticulously planted and designed garden. There were flowers and plants that would be impossible to find in the mortal world. Yes. Ocean Song nodded without hesitation. Quote. I can't really verify my work history if I apply somewhere. Medusa let out a sigh. You misunderstand, fellow Taoist. Ocean Song clapped his hands. Your supporting profession will help you cultivate. For instance, I dabble in the Tao of talismans. He took out the talismans from his sleeve, showing them off. What are those? Daedalus was the first to speak, perking up immediately as if he found a new interesting toy. Ocean Song threw one high up into the air and made a hand sign, and it exploded. He threw out another one, and it turned into a torrent of water. The third he threw out turned into golden chains and wrapped around a passing bird. Said bird could no longer fly, and everyone watched as it fell to the ground. The sound it made was particularly deafening amidst the silence. Quote. I meant to do that. Ocean Song cleared his throat. Nessie, I have captured dinner for tonight. Please prepare it for everyone. Bahu. Nessie climbed out of her kiddie pool and inched towards the dead bird, carefully picking it up with its mouth and disappearing into the back buildings. What is your beast doing? Daedalus asked. She's going to cook the bird. No point in wasting perfectly good meat. Ocean Song replied. What? Ocean Song repeated, blinking. Why, how is that thing going to cook? Fellow Taoist, do you not listen to anything the great void heavenly demon says? She selflessly offered to be our cook the other day. Quote. Daedalus wanted to say something, but every fiber of his being screamed to just keep his mouth shut and not even bother. Now, back on topic. Ocean Song continued. Complementary professions. Let's talk about them, shall we? I practice the Tao of talismans. My junior brother here has a talent for the Tao of artifact refinement, just look at the sword he already made. He pointed to the sword that was still propped up in the corner that he had haphazardly made before. Daedalus will pursue the Tao of formations. Why am I already decided? Daedalus spoke up. Fellow Taoist, please don't forget the thing we're keeping secret in the labyrinth. Ocean Song said quietly. Daedalus remembered what they were in fact hiding in the labyrinth, and his eyes dilated briefly. Right. Now, Sister Medusa, what complementary Tao would you like to pursue? You can pick more than one, but I hope that everyone here can master one lesser Tao on their pursuit of immortality. Quote. I have no idea what you're even talking about still. Medusa said outright. Just give me a list of things to pick from if you want me to work. There's the Tao of alchemy, pill and elixir making. The Tao of poison can be used to both kill and save in equal measure. The Tao of puppetry, the Tao of beast taming, the Tao of painting. Ocean Song trailed off because those were the only ones he could think of off the top of his head. Of course there are as many Tao as there are stars in the sky. However, we're poor and need to make money. Medusa actually perked up. Poison, I choose poison. Ocean Song was skeptical due to the enthusiasm with which she decided. However, he was also happy that she was excited, so he decided not to question it. Tyson raised his hand. Do we only have to pick one? I want to raise some fluffy pets. Good question, junior brother. You can pick as many as you like as long as it doesn't affect your cultivation. Ocean Song smiled brightly. For instance, Daedalus here will also pick up alchemy. Why me again? Because we're poor, fellow Taoist, and you made an oath. Ocean Song replied immediately. You just need to figure out how to craft magical pills and elixirs. Daedalus grumbled with a scowl. What's the point? Just eat some ambrosia or nectar if you're hurt. Fellow Taoist, your view is too narrow. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back. How many have access to such mysterious and precious resources? And how wasteful is it? Imagine if you could create pills that heal just as well with a fraction of the same materials used. Daedalus was about to respond to argue, but he suddenly looked deep in thought. Truthfully, he never cared about alchemy. It was a known field of magical study. However, as soon as Ocean Song presented this hypothetical, it actually made him think. And who says that pills or elixirs are only for healing? Perhaps there are some that help with cultivation or other magical effects. Pills that temporarily make you physically stronger. Pills that temporarily increase your cultivation level in an emergency. The possibilities are limitless, fellow Taoist. Fine, I'll do it. Daedalus tried to look annoyed, but part of him felt a spark of intrigue and interest that he hadn't felt in a long time. Ocean Song just nodded, pleased that everything was settled. Good, now that you all have a route to go, I'd like to introduce a new addition to our sect. A complimentary bonus given by the great goddess Styx as a reward for a job well done. Ocean Song summoned the newest addition to their sect. Out from the sky, it fell down in all its mundane glory. It was a basic bulletin board that you would find anywhere, attached to 2 wooden posts and now impaled into the ground. Behold, the Great Sect Commission Board. He gestured to it. It's empty. Tyson was the one to speak up first. For now, Ocean Song didn't lose his enthusiasm. But we will start receiving commissions. It's connected to a sister board at Camp Halfblood, and anyone there can pin a commission to their side, and it will appear here. Just as he said that, a paper appeared on the bulletin board. Ocean Song beamed happily. Truly, his timing was just another example of his being a proper cultivator. Truly, the heavens favored him. Fellow Taoist Medusa, would you please do the honors of reading our first request? He offered it graciously to her. She got up unceremoniously and ripped the paper off the bulletin board. Find the stolen golden apple tree. She read. Reward. Ocean Song abruptly took it from her hand, threw it up in the air, and it disintegrated with a flash of fire. What a shame, still no commissions. He said depressingly. I'm sure some will come in soon. Another paper appeared on the bulletin board as they all stared at it silently. Medusa casually pulled it off again and read it. Find the. Once more, it flew up into the air and burst into flames on Ocean Song's behalf. A third one appeared, and Ocean Song narrowed his eyes at it. Hesitantly, Medusa pulled it off, and her eyes brightened up slightly. It's different this time, she said as Ocean Song relaxed. Beat up Zeus, reward. It joined its brothers, flying up into the air and turning into ash. Finally, a fourth came in right after the last. Medusa tore it off the board again, and Ocean Song was just about to burst it into flame without even hearing what it said before Medusa opened her mouth. Huh, this is something. Quote. No apple trees. No fighting a certain god. Ocean Song hesitantly asked. Medusa shook her head. It's asking us to find the missing god Pan. The reward is pretty good actually. Ocean Song lit up and quickly took it to read, eyes running over the words. We shall take this commission, our first commission. He declared triumphantly, handing it back to Medusa. Fellow Taoist Medusa, please send word back that we have accepted their request. Do I call or send a letter, or do you actually want me to go over there? Just pin it back onto the board in the green square laid out here. He pointed at the bulletin board. That will automatically let them know that this specific commission was taken by us. He explained before going back to posing heroically. Nessie. Ocean Song called out. Daedalus nearly jumped out of his pants as a muffled Bahu was let out right next to his head as the great void heavenly divine beast appeared, holding a tray with a perfectly slow-cooked and braised duck on it. How? Daedalus whispered, staring at it. Thank you, Nessie. Ocean Song never forgets his manners, like a proper cultivator. Everyone, eat up, Nessie worked hard to make us dinner. They all took a short break and just sat down right there, eating peacefully. It was a rather odd contrast to what they had gotten up to earlier that day and the excitement that had happened not minutes prior. Daedalus picked at it, hesitantly eating before sitting there with a 1,000-yard stare, speaking with barely a whisper. Why is this the best duck I've ever tasted? Ocean Song looked down at the tray, wondering where it came from, as he knew their kitchen wasn't stocked yet, an oversight on his part. Nonetheless, he noticed a particular symbol on the bottom of it. He was also fairly sure that the bird he intentionally hit, wasn't a duck. He was fairly sure ducks couldn't even fly up this high. He was fairly sure that the tray itself was made of celestial bronze, a rare and valuable material, usually made into weapons. The symbol on the bottom of the tray happened to be peacock. Ocean Song slowly swallowed and decided not to say anything. Like a true cultivator, if he pretended that nothing was wrong, then he didn't have to worry. How exactly are we going to find this missing god? Medusa was the one to break the silence. If a god is missing, can we even find it at all? Ocean Song looked at Daedalus. Daedalus scoffed and scowled. How did you even know? You know what, I don't care anymore. Am I missing something? Medusa asked. Daedalus stood up, and he summoned the labyrinth, seemingly much easier this time. After it had been forced up through the sect before, it seemed that there was now a proper pathway, and as the creator, he could call upon it rather easily. It erupted from the ground and spat out a satyr-looking being onto the ground that rolled a few feet before stopping. It lay there, unmoving, comatose. Huzzah! Ocean Song raised his hand, mouth half full of definitely not stolen duck. Well done, fellow Taoist Daedalus. Medusa poked the prone and unconscious god a few times, shrugged, then went back to eating. Does that mean we did a good job? Tyson asked. Yes, it certainly does, junior brother. Ocean Song smiled. Truly, we are a powerful sect, able to even find a god. He stood up, wiping his hands. Now, I shall summon the godly postman. The what? Medusa was cut off. O great god of travels and carrying packages, please answer my call. Ocean Song shouted, throwing down a makeshift shrine. I wish to send a package. There was a barely noticeable wind that blew in as a new face touched down onto the immaculate stone. Hermes stood there, looking around. Oh hey, Uncle Cyclops kid that everyone's been talking about. Haven't seen you since you had that little run-in with Pops. Greetings, great god Hermes. Ocean Song politely greeted him. May I request your services? Sure thing, man. You know the usual terms. Drachma and offering, yes. Ocean Song asked. Bingo. Hermes pointed with a finger snap. Though, I don't mind dropping the offering part for an upfront payment. Mind if I get one of those legs? He pointed at the duck. By all means, please enjoy. Ocean Song gestured. In the blink of an eye, the duck leg disappeared and was already in his hand, and he was happily biting into it. Dang, this is great. Whoever made this has my compliments. Bahu. Hermes paused, looking around. He was confused because Nessie had disappeared the moment he arrived. Anyways, what do you need? Can you take this to Camp Halfblood? Ocean Song stated, pulling the paper off the bulletin board and pointing to the comatose god. 1. Grover. Ocean Song read off the page. Commissioned us to find him. Hermes blinked, looking at the prone god, slowly taking a bite of the duck leg. Huh, that's Pan. Yes. He doesn't look so good. Hermes pointed out. Ocean Song shrugged. Hermes then shrugged in response before opening a satchel and sucking the comatose god into it and taking the paper from Ocean Song's hand, reading it curiously. Oh neat, you're making them pay for delivery, that's smart. I'm probably going to be seeing a lot of you then. Well, can't complain about being busy with work. Ocean Song clasped his hands and bowed. Your continued presence will be our honor, great god. Hermes chuckled. Alright, I'll get out of your hair. See you later, man. Hermes disappeared with another gust of wind. Truly, the fastest god alive. What just happened? Medusa asked. Did you just summon an Olympian for package delivery? Yes. Ocean Song blinked. Explain. He has a side job of delivering packages, did you not know? Ocean Song tilted his head. I'm a monster, why would I know about the dealings of gods and demigods? Medusa threw her hands up in exasperation before going back to eating. This is far too delicious, and it just makes me even more annoyed. Nessie reappeared and happily nudged Medusa. Truly, he had the best sect. Line break. Camp Half-Blood was still busy as ever, if not more so. Everyone was still preparing, everyone was still training more than they ever had before. I'm telling you, Grover, it's just weird. Percy stated, hands behind his head, casually walking next to his best friend. It's not our place to question the gods, Percy. Grover said carefully. Whatever, G-man. Percy sighed. Anyways, what's got everyone freaking out now? I heard something appeared and that my pimp bro is alive. Percy was actually ecstatic that he now could confirm that his older brother was alive. Granted, he had a sneaking suspicion that was the case already, but it was good to get confirmation. I swear, you just disappear for hours every day and keep missing every big thing that happens. Grover sighed, his hoofed feet kicking a rock. What are you even doing? Just training, you know. I need to practice with water, it's easier at the lake, and I like the peace and quiet. It helps with concentration. Grover shrugged. You should practice other things too. You can't always rely on your godly gifts. Too many demigods had been arrogant about that and died, Percy. Make sure you train with your sword too, or whatever you want to use. Don't worry, I know. Percy smiled, happy that his friend was genuinely caring towards him. So what's happened now? Right. Grove stopped as he began to explain. So out of nowhere hours ago, a goddess appeared, and not just any goddess, but the Styx herself. Like the thing everyone swears oaths on, right? Percy. Grover hissed under his breath. Be more respectful, but yes. That goddess. What's the big deal? The big deal is that she's an underworld goddess, but she never just pops up. I don't think even Chiron ever heard of her coming to the surface or making an appearance. Oh, so it's a big deal. Yes, it's a big deal. Grover sighed, knowing how his best friend was. But she just showed up, slammed a big bulletin board into the ground, said nothing, and left. PFT. Percy, it's not funny. A lot of people are freaked out. Grover quickly said. But, it's like a job board or something. Apparently, people can post jobs on it, and your brother will do them. I'm not really sure on the details, it wasn't very well explained. Do you think I could? Hey, are you Grover? A voice interrupted them. Grover's eyes widened, and he immediately kneeled. Hail, God. All right, yeah, stop. Hermes cut him off. I appreciate it, but I'm working right now. I just need to know if you're Grover. He paused, looking at Percy. Oh hey, another one of Uncle's kids. Just met your Cyclops brother over on his mountain. Pimp, bro. How's he doing? Looks like he's doing pretty good. His home is cool, I kind of want to go check it out. Hermes responded casually. Anyways, I need a signature. Are you Grover? Yes, I'm Grover, sir. Grover hesitantly lifted his head. Sweet, makes things easy. Sign this, please, indicating you received the delivery. And I'm going to need to see payment. Delivery for what, sir? Grover gulped. Oh, right. Hermes grabbed his satchel, held it upside down, and smacked it once for pan to fall out and hit the ground like a sack of potatoes. One pan, delivered as promised. Signature and payment, please. Grover stared, mouth open, as if unable to respond. Hey kid, let's get a move on. The god paused because his eyes found a silhouette about 200 feet away, sitting on the edge of the dock that overlooked the lake for the camp. Hold that thought. He disappeared away from the two of them, approaching the person in question. With the most subtle gusts of wind, he reappeared at the edge of the dock, standing next to the man who wore a faded cap, a well-trimmed beard, and oddly casual clothing. It was odd because Hermes knew who he was, and this man almost never let himself look unkempt. Pops. Zeus, king of Olympus, quickly hushed his son. Quiet, don't say my name. Hermes looked around. Pops, what's wrong? Why are you over here, fishing? His father would usually have absolutely nothing to do with his brother's domain. I'm taking a break. Zeus said casually. Is it, Mom? Hermes asked. He could visibly see Zeus deflate. I set it all up perfectly. I got her favorite wine, her favorite musician was on lease from Hades in the underworld. I had everything planned out to the smallest detail. Of course, her favorite meal was the most important thing. It would have been the perfect way to calm her down. I'm sensing there's a but there. Hermes asked. Zeus's nostrils flared, and he was about to speak, but Olympus rumbled. As gods, even this far away, they could see that Hera threw something off the mountain again in her anger. Pops, what happened? He asked hesitantly, now realizing that his father was hiding. Zeus gritted his teeth and just blurted it out. Someone stole her damn dinner. Hermes didn't know what to say to that. Silently, he sat down next to his dad and put a hand on his shoulder as they continued to sit in silence while Olympus continued to shake. Line break. A.N. The sect continues to thrive, and everyone now picks up their secondary professions. Sorry for the delay, I've been way too busy this week. I've had 3 separate family birthdays and parties that I've had to be at all day for 3 days straight. I'm exhausted at this point. If you want to read one chapter ahead or support me, visit my page AStoryForOne. AStoryForOne. I also have a Boostify. You can't read the above under the same name. 98 comments 0 vote. Chapter 39. Be careful, fellow Taoist Daedalus. Ocean Song gave his fellow sect member a warning. I know what I'm doing. If you mess up, we're all dead. Daedalus stopped. Are you going to look over my shoulder the entire time? And your commentary isn't helping. I'm just reminding you. And it's very unhelpful. Ocean Song silently stood at the side, opting not to continue bothering Daedalus. Medusa came to join him, watching the ancient demigod work. And what, Tao, is this that he's working on? Medusa asked, trying her best to stick to the random words that Ocean Song throws out. The ancient and most revered Tao of not getting killed by an angry goddess. Ocean Song answered immediately. Daedalus was working on the Sector A. That's a good one, Medusa said quietly. Yes, one that all of us should master posthaste. He nodded in return. I'm going to go swing my sword and pretend like I know what I'm doing. Medusa walked off. Ocean Song watched her back for a moment, admiring her in his heart. Truly, she had captured the essence of being a cultivator in the short time she had started. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back, momentarily letting his robes flutter before he departed. He knew that Daedalus would do a good job on the sect protecting Array. He knew because if he didn't, they would all be dead eventually, so there was no point in even considering the alternative. Therefore, he had unwavering confidence in his fellow sect member. He saw Medusa had actually found a secluded place to practice her sword, properly at that. Despite her earlier sarcasm, it looked like she was genuinely doing her best. Ocean Song continued onwards to find Tyson in his forge, as normal. If there was nothing going on, he knew his junior brother would be in the forge. At this point, they had all sorts of armaments already crafted. And farm equipment. If anyone wanted to be a farmer, they would be set up with the most pristine and immaculate farm equipment they could ask for. Ocean Song didn't know why his junior brother forged random things, but he didn't say anything to stop him. He knew that it was important to foster creativity in younger kids. He was still waiting to hear back from his father as to why he didn't get any of that forging talent himself. And of course, Nessie was in her kiddie pool. She was playing with a little rubber duck, pushing it around with her flipper and spraying water at it. He didn't know where she got it from, but he stopped asking certain questions about Nessie. Actually, he stopped asking any questions regarding the great void heavenly demon. There are some questions too profound for his meager cultivation right now. Yes, Ocean Song stood at the edge of the courtyard, overlooking the mountain peaks in the distance. He admired the scenery. The feng shui that he carefully and meticulously designed. Of course, he also marveled at the beautiful birds that danced between the sect's clouds high above, giving it an immortal feeling. He even admired the 2 black birds in the distance, ignoring any semblance of normalcy as they flew this high up. He was fairly sure that ravens don't reach these heights. Or maybe they do. Ocean Song wasn't a bird expert. Maybe they were migrating. He pondered that question as they came right at him, not stopping at all, grabbing onto his shoulders as they flew by, sweeping him up off the ground, and beginning to fly away with him. Are you going somewhere? Medusa asked from the ground. It appears so. Ocean Song nodded. Where? I don't know. He replied. Farewell. As a proper cultivator, if some magical birds want to kidnap him, he knows it's best to just let it happen. At least, he thinks that's what he should do as a cultivator. But he didn't voice those thoughts out loud. As a proper cultivator, he would just pretend to know what was happening at any given time. Ocean Song didn't question it as he was whisked away. Not just from his sect, but from the human world in general. The changing of worlds was pretty obvious when it was laid out via a big portal tearing through spacetime with different sceneries on either side. He had never been kidnapped by a bird before, it was a new experience. It was certainly better than traveling by large canine, that was for sure. Though he could guess the identities of the birds now. Mostly because he knew where he had been taken, as he had been here before. Helheim. Greetings, Senior Garmer. Ocean Song politely greeted the great wolf as he flew past. The said watchdog of Helheim looked at him in confusion before going back to sleep. Truly, the mythical face was now serving him well. Even the great Garmer gave him face, and didn't give him trouble for abruptly entering Helheim. He flew a bit longer until he found the recognizable throne of the Queen of Helheim. In fact, she noticed him as soon as he entered. It was just incredulous enough that she didn't even think of stopping him. That is to say, she had no hand in him being here at this moment. Greetings, great, the birds unceremoniously dropped him and flew off. Ocean Song hit the ground but quickly got back up. Greetings, great goddess. Why are you here? She asked him with a noticeable dour tone. I don't know. Ocean Song clasped his hands behind his back heroically. Mostly because he felt awkward in the situation and wanted to project an air of confidence. Hel let out a sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Odin rarely explains the things he does. Perhaps you require assistance with something, great goddess. Ocean Song offered. It was never a bad idea to be on the good side of a deity. She pursed her lips, scanning him with her eyes. You're different from before. It's almost like you're a minor god now, but even that is strange. All I see is, you. What did you do to yourself? This lowly Cyclops has ascended to the renowned nascent soul realm and taken a large step forward in cultivation. One day, I shall ascend to immortality, with a life equal to the sun and the stars. He exclaimed. Right. Hel replied, clearly unconvinced by his rambling. Do you need anything, great goddess? Perhaps a fearsome foe that needs to be slain. My blade is at your service. He quickly asked again. Except Jotun. Hel raised an eyebrow. Why not Jotun? I don't like Jotun. Ocean Song didn't elaborate. They are the scum of the earth. Their hearts are filled with evil. I'm a Jotun. She stated. Quote. My father, despite being a god, was a Jotun. She explained. My mother was also a Jotun. I'm a goddess, but I'm a Jotun. I love Jotun. Ocean Song said without missing a beat. She let out another sigh. Why are you, right, you don't know either. Perhaps there's something else I can help you with. Do you know why the great god Odin would wish for me to be here? Because he's a meddling fool. She harumphed, crossing her arms. It's not even a big deal. Why is he making it a big deal? Perhaps speaking about it would help. Whatever is troubling you. She grumbled. It's nothing, I was just rejected again. For the last time. I'm done. Pardon. She uncharacteristically slumped in her chair. Truthfully, she wasn't used to having guests in her realm, so this was mostly a new experience for her. I reached out to Nana as well as Balder. I see. Ocean Song nodded. Did you fail then? Reject isn't. Oh no, actually, she was receptive, surprisingly. Well, I was rejected, but not like that. It's just. One thing led to another, I went on a date with both of them. I mean, that night was wonderful. She smiled despite herself, but it quickly went back down to a frown. But it became increasingly clear that it wasn't going to work out. Ocean Song was now fully brought up to speed. Truly, he had a Herculean task given to him by the Allfather. Helping someone depressed from lost love recover. Thankfully, he was an expert in love. Well, compared to most people in his life, that is. Granted, the people in his life were Daedalus, Medusa, Tyson, and Nessie. It was better to have loved and lost than. She flung a rock at him. Do you think I don't know mortal stuff? She said dryly. Don't quote famous poems at me to try and make me feel better. Ocean Song quickly recovered. Very well, then it seems I'll have to use my trump card to make you feel better. I don't need help feeling better. She rolled her eyes. Prepare yourself, goddess. Ocean Song's face betrayed nothing as she felt a strange sense of foreboding. With lightning quick speed, he slapped his storage pouch and did a flip through the air, landing just in front of her. Do you prefer cookie dough ice cream or Rocky Road ice cream? He asked, holding a carton of each out for her to choose from. She sat there, blinking incredulously at the Cyclops. Quote. Cookie dough. Ocean Song plopped down next to her, opening it up and handing her a spoon. Great goddess, how about you tell me what happened fully? Oftentimes, it's best to speak it to someone else. He tried to coax her again. She let out another sigh. Fine. Line break. High up on Mount Olympus, a meeting was happening. In fact, it was one of several that happened the past few days. You know, this is starting to become a trend. Apollo picked at his fingers. What with Uncle's weird monster kid? Then the other pantheons come and kick us in the nads. Then, this. He specifically didn't bring up the golden apple tree. Hera was there. Everyone was there. But Hera was there. And Hera was on a hair trigger. No one wanted to be the one to set her off. She was, not raging at the moment because everyone had said that they were making progress on retrieving her golden apple tree. Truthfully, they weren't. They barely started. Though in some logic, that is progress considering they hadn't done anything beforehand. Don't forget the newest clusterfuck. Dionysus raised his can of Coke as if it were alcohol. You must be happy, Hermes, your big boy is alive and well. Huh. Yeah. Hermes, who was looking off into the distance, perked up at being mentioned. It's good to see Pan alive and well. He smiled. Though they all saw the lack of actual warmth in his words. Hermes was capricious in most things. He loved his kids, no one would deny that, but he barely paid attention to them. If someone killed one of his kids, he'd rage with the best of them. But likewise, he quite literally dropped his comatose son off at camp and barely had a word to say about it. How fares the god of the wilds? Artemis asked, one of the few times she took interest in the affairs of a male god like this. Though the care was mostly from practicality. If Pan passed and the wilds were lost, it would affect her domain in a small way. He's fading. Athena responded. I had time to look him over. The moments he was lucid, he said he was hiding in the labyrinth because it was one of the last vestiges of pure wilds left. That made all the gods go quiet. Even Hera, who was fuming under the surface, looked somber for a brief moment. The fading of a god to them wasn't a small matter. It was a reminder of their own mortality, in a way. For immortals, even for Zeus, there was one fear above all else. It was disappearing, fading away, dying for good. Athena continued. The camp will sustain him for a period, considering that it's cut off due to the tree that creates a border with the world. However, that's only a temporary solution. Either he needs to be rejuvenated, or he needs to pass on his mantle. Of course, I'll take it. Artemis spoke. It should belong to me. He's my son, I should choose who gains it. Hermes frowned, arguing back. Silence. Zeus boomed, interrupting them. We will decide later. We have a more pressing matter to deal with. My apple tree. Hera spoke. Shout. They all winced. Other than the golden apple tree. Zeus clarified. Athena, what did you discover about Boreas? Everyone got quiet again. He's currently mortal. Athena stated. His divinity has been stripped utterly, though not ripped from his being. It's as if it exists in a perpetual state of non-existence behind a locked door. He's still a god, but for all that matters, he is immortal for the moment. Can you speak more plainly? Apollo asked. What are we looking at here? Someone essentially sealed his divine nature. Athena explained. As punishment, I was able to speak with him in some capacity, despite what happened to him. What do you mean, despite what happened to him? He's mortal, not deaf and mute. Ares grunted. He was also ruthlessly beaten. His legs are broken, and a good amount of his other bones are broken. His teeth are nearly shattered. His face was too swollen to speak properly. He had a concussion, and he was on a great many drugs to help with the pain of other physical beatings he received, particularly to his groin area. The men in the room winced. Couldn't you just heal him? Apollo asked. Snap your fingers, boom, healed mortal, god, whatever. I believed it not wise. Zeus looked at her with a frown. Speak, daughter. He told me the truth. That the punishment came from Styx. Her champion had ambushed him, stripped him of his divinity, and then beat him. That's all I could get out of him. Athena had no care for Boreas, she wasn't going to run afoul of Styx after all that happened. Especially after seeing the state of Boreas. She didn't know how she did what she did, only that her punishment was swift and merciless after presumably he broke an oath. They were waiting for her to say more, as if to tell them that it's all fine, they don't have to worry. He was also stripped naked, and all his possessions were stolen. She finally stated. Quote. So, Dionysus was the first to speak up. Her new punishment is the divine equivalent of getting mugged. Strangely, Athena didn't refute his phrasing. Even stranger, no one wanted to stress test this new punishment. Line break. Ocean Song flew through the air as fast as possible. Passing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Sect members, assemble. He bellowed as he approached the mountain, his voice reaching everyone in the sect. He touched down, and his sect members were there waiting. However, as soon as he landed, their eyes traveled upwards. Specifically, they landed on the woman he held above his head, carrying her like he was holding a piece of furniture. The woman in question had the most defeated expression on her face. As if she were questioning some of her life choices up to this point. Did you kidnap another person? Daedalus asked. I don't kidnap people. Ocean Song retorted swiftly. Daedalus pointed to himself, to Tyson, and to Medusa. Actually, I came willingly. Against logic and reason. Medusa corrected. Quote. I didn't kidnap my brother. Tyson waved at the woman above his head, she hesitantly waved back. He's a minor, it's technically kidnapping. Daedalus pointed out. Ocean Song thought quickly. Nessie wanted to come. Bahu. She appeared right behind Daedalus, much to his annoyance, as it startled him again. It's literally the Loch Ness monster, you took it from Loch Ness. Daedalus countered. Anyways, this is our newest, temporary, sect member, who I definitely didn't kidnap. She's 100% here willingly, and I didn't have to use underhanded means to coerce her presence specifically through craft, wordplay, and bribery. Ocean Song explained, setting her down. Her exalted origin must be hidden. Like all good cultivation sects, there's also someone with a hidden background in the sect with a heaven-sent origin. Everyone meet. Ocean Song paused, trying to think of a good name to say. He racked his brain, his cultivation base rotated. His thinking power is at its peak. Quote. Mel. Line break. A.N. You want to read one chapter ahead or me? Visit my page AStoryForOne. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name.